541. The four of them paused for a moment until Di Yuanfeng, who had his hand on the hilt of his saber, and Huang Shi looked at each other. Only then did they rush towards the Green Mountain. The place where they had landed previously had a large round green stone that resembled a caisson pattern. It was supposed to be above the interior of the Taoist temple. Who would have thought that someone would step on it in this immortal secret realm? In the center of this caisson was a lotus flower. Outside the circle were 2 dragons, and outside the circle were 16 flying heavens. There were many layers, dense and exquisite. Di Yuanfeng knocked on it many times with his bamboo cane. There was the sound of metal and stone. It was indestructible. However, even if they could move it away, Di Yuanfeng would not dare to act recklessly. After all, they still had to leave this immortal mansion ruins through this place. Just now, he and Huang Shi had pretended to stop, just in case. If someone had secretly followed them into this place, they would have suffered a knife and a punch from the 2 of them. Chen Pingan, who was at the back, secretly took out a yang qi lantern lighting talisman. There was still no sign of evil spirit. Compared to the outside world, the talisman burned more slowly. It should be because the spiritual energy here was abundant. The other 3 just glanced at it and did not pursue it. Among the green mountains and clear waters, there was a white jade arch bridge. It was like a white rainbow lying on the water. On the bridge railings, there were carvings of all kinds of strange beasts. None of them were the same. They were ingenious, like sleeping creatures. Under the bridge, there was a large stone pier near the water surface. It was carved with one of the legendary dragon species. It had 2 horns on its head and dragon scales all over its body. It was sculpted to lie on the ground and look at the water. Chen Pingan fell into deep thought. The object under the bridge was not a rare sculpture of a strange beast. However, the name of this dragon species was very strange. In Haoran world, it was commonly known as Ba-xia or Ba-xia. However, in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Chen Pingan had seen this creature when he visited all the rivers and bridges in Nanyuan Kingdom. The only difference was that its style was slightly different from Haoran world. Moreover, according to the books that the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu had brought back from the Ministry of Works, the book that Chen Pingan had read the most, Construction Methods, recorded this creature as a water-repellent beast that could swallow river water. It was reared by the master of Jianghu in ancient times. According to legend, it was disliked by the god of fire, who used the method of boiling the lake and burning the sea to kill it. However, in the vast world, there were no such strange records. There were only vague records of one of the 9 sons of the dragon, and they were mostly the same. There was absolutely no such thing as the master of Jianghu. Chen Pingan suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He took out a sword chi bridge amulet and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't pass it to Huang Shi and the others. Instead, he walked onto the bridge. There was no wind, no waves, no shock, no danger. Chen Pingan walked across the white jade bridge just like that. He looked back and waved his hand, indicating that there were no traps and that they could cross the bridge without worry. The other 3 had different thoughts. Daoist Sun thought that this fellow Daoist Qin was probably trying to show off since they were about to enter the treasure mountain. It was futile. This fellow Daoist would still die if he deserved it. He shouldn't have agreed to go along with them when they were at the cliff by the stream. He shouldn't have entered the ruins of this immortal mansion filled with treasures. Just thinking about it made the tall and skinny Daoist feel frightened. Could it be that he would also meet with misfortune? The young immortal master of archives left the mountain to experience the world. He was here to search for treasures and also to cultivate. As long as he didn't meet with an enemy sect, he would usually be harmonious. Even if he met with strangers by chance, he would reveal his identity. It would be a form of fate and friendship. However, most of the mountain cultivators were in groups of 3 or 4. If there were too few people, they wouldn't be able to do anything. If there were too many people, there would be trouble. If there was even the slightest disturbance, they might not be able to survive until the time when the spoils were unevenly divided. Fighting with the immortal master of archives for opportunities was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Therefore, in the process of fighting, they were often more willing to risk their lives than the former. Once they were in a desperate situation, the rogue cultivators would even unite against a common enemy and be reluctant to give up their capital. However, after the spoils were divided, what was so difficult about it? As a mountain cultivator, after the situation was settled, if he didn't have the thought of taking all the benefits for himself, what kind of rogue cultivator was he? Di Yuanfeng noticed that Daoist Sun's eyes were wandering. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you worried that Master Huang and I will trap you? This is such a big and rare paradise. How much can the 3 of us take away in the end? Since we can't take it all away, do we still need you to kill me or I to kill you?" When Daoist Sun heard this, he felt that it was reasonable. He couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. The 3 of them walked across the white jade bridge. While no one was paying attention, Daoist Sun squatted down and touched the white jade bridge. This wasn't the ordinary white jade of the secular world. Motherf *Ker, wouldn't this be another sum of money lying here without moving? Daoist Sun bent his finger and tapped it lightly. The sound was crisp and pleasant to the ears. It was like the first time in his life that he heard the sound of 2 small coins gently tapping against each other. It was fascinating and could never be tired of hearing it. When Di Yuanfeng approached the mountain gate, he raised his head and looked at a flight of stairs that led to the summit. He smiled and said, "We'll take a small detour and look at the scenery. After confirming that there's no one around, we'll directly ascend to the summit." The other 3 had no objections. At the mountain gate, there was a simple and huge memorial arch. The words, "Heavenly Paradise," were engraved in large and vigorous letters. The couplets on both sides were carved from stone. "Silent and motionless, connected is God. Those who obtain beauty on earth are the most spiritual." Chen Pingan stared at the couplets for a long time. In fact, it was not the least bit neat. However, the tone was big, the meaning was big. Huang Shi was the first to stop looking at the plaque and couplets. His gaze had long shifted to the distance and higher ground. Di Yuanfeng looked at the back of the memorial arch. There were 36 stone tablets of different heights on both sides. However, for some reason, the words carved on them had been smoothed out. It seemed that the only thing that could tell the later generations about the origin of this place was the 4 words, "Heavenly Paradise." As for the 2 couplets, they were even more inexplicable. Daoist Sun raised his head and looked at the ancient plaque. He clicked his tongue and said, "What kind of nonsense is this? It deserves to be destroyed." Throughout history, the heavenly paradise had undergone many changes. It was not always the same. Either it was destroyed by great cultivators, disappeared mysteriously, or fell to the ground and became a paradise. However, Daoist Sun believed that there was absolutely no such thing as a heavenly paradise. Moreover, although the spiritual energy here was abundant, there should still be some distance between it and the legendary heavenly paradise. This was because there were many similar records on the mountain. When the heavenly paradise was mentioned, it was usually related to the spiritual energy as thick as water. The water fate here was rich, but it was still very far from this saying. Compared to the 3 beside him, Chen Pingan knew more about the heavenly paradise. However, he had also never heard of the heavenly paradise. As for deducing the age of the heavenly paradise based on the architectural style, it was also futile. After all, Chen Pingan's understanding of the North Continent was still very shallow. Every time this happened, Chen Pingan would have a deeper understanding of the immortal master of records who came from a sect. The heritage of a mountain indeed needed to be accumulated by generations of disciples of the Hall of Ancestral Masters. He could only memorize it first. If there was a chance, he would go back and sketch the main buildings. In the future, he would pass the drawing paper to Cui Dongshan to take a look. Di Yuanfeng retracted his gaze and nodded with a smile. It is indeed strange. After that, the four of them hurried on their journey. Their footsteps were not slow. They passed by many grand halls, beautiful houses, pavilions, corridors, and vermilion railings. The four of them could see skeletons and corpses from time to time. Looking at the position of the corpses, they had all died suddenly. No one pushed the door open and entered. They still wanted to go to the Taoist temple on the mountain to investigate. Generally speaking, the treasures of a mountain gate would be at a high place. There were fine scratches everywhere in this unknown immortal residence, but they were not deep. It was as if a majestic storm of sword qi had come without warning. It came so suddenly that no one was prepared for it. This sword. It was undoubtedly the work of a sword immortal, but it was unknown whether it was a jade unpolished realm or an immortal realm sword cultivator. As for why there was such a strange sword attack, the sword qi covered the sky and earth. Moreover, it seemed to be able to accurately find a person to be the place where the sword landed. Chen Pingan looked up. Only God knows. In short, such a huge immortal sect collapsed and dissipated in an instant. Along the way, they gradually climbed higher. It was deathly silent. Daoist's son was nervous along the way, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He had been subconsciously reaching out to touch the pagoda bell. If there were demons and ghosts hiding here, what should they do? Or perhaps, among these corpses, someone's soul condensed into a malicious ghost after death and occupied this immortal mansion for hundreds of years. Even if he was an idiot when he was alive, he should have cultivated an earth immortal ghost, right? Therefore, Daoist's son had to touch the pagoda bell more to be at ease. In truth, the bell had other wonderful uses. The lower the realm of the filthy existence, the more rapid and dense the bell would ring. The higher the realm of the filthy existence, the higher the realm of the bell. When it reached the Dragon Gate realm, the bell would be so noisy that it would annoy the owner of the pendant. However, once the golden core demon was nearby, the bell would not shake violently. To an outsider, it would appear to be silent, but in truth, it would ring in the heart of the owner who refined it. It was the silent reminder of the pagoda bell that allowed Daoist's son to escape. Daoist's son only prayed that the bell would not ring in his heart lake this time. The three allies had discussed before. It was not a big problem to deal with a Dragon Gate realm cultivator, even if it was an immortal master with a Dharma treasure. Therefore, Daoist's son hoped that no matter how violently the pagoda bell at his waist shook, it would not be a problem. When the four of them passed by the corpses, Di Yuanfeng would wave his sleeve and the clothes on the corpses would be destroyed by his aura qi. Not only that, many of the cultivator's accessories that should have contained spiritual qi also could not escape the fate of being turned into ashes. Only the corpses remained unscathed when the aura of his fist brushed past them. It was another strange thing. After a dozen or so attacks, Di Yuanfeng did not gain anything. The tall and thin old man began to act first, imitating him. Unfortunately, his luck was not good and he still did not encounter a magical robe. Di Yuanfeng then turned his head to look at Huang Shi. "Brother Huang, why don't you try your luck?" Perhaps it was really feng shui, Huang Shi really did go up the stairs. After waving his arm, the clothes on the corpses were still intact. Daoist's son immediately ran over to take off the clothes. To hell with the Thunder God Residence's expert demeanor. I am a mountain cultivator who has never touched a single grain rain coin in my life. However, after he succeeded, Daoist Sun still reluctantly handed it over to Huang Shi. This was the rule of mountain cultivators. Of course, there was an even greater rule waiting for the four of them. However, it seemed that they were waiting for that fellow Daoist Qin alone. Daoist Sun had a rare moment of reluctance. Could it be that he had to be kind for once and persuade Di Yuanfeng and Huang Shi? If everyone returned with a full load and was unable to empty the storehouse, there was no need to kill and rob, right? However, Daoist Sun was somewhat hesitant. He felt that there was no hurry and that he should look at the harvest first before discussing anything else. Otherwise, if in the end they could not even fill 1 or 2 bags, his indecisiveness and soft-heartedness would only cause those two fellows to feel disgusted. They might even kill him as well. Chen Pingan had been following behind the three of them all along. After reaching the last step of the stairs, on the white jade square in front of the temple, there were 2 smaller corpses on the ground. After Di Yuanfeng waved his sleeve, their clothes were completely gone, but each of them left behind a relic. However, the 2 treasures on the mountain had many cracks and were damaged. Di Yuanfeng crouched down and carefully kept them in his sleeve. Huang Shi said, "It seems that the spiritual treasures here are not too good." Di Yuanfeng nodded and smiled, "Then let's win with quantity." Daoist Sun was overjoyed. Huang Shi also revealed a rare smile. Chen Pingan still did not participate. He was still used to thinking of a way out first before talking about treasure hunting. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking into the distance, Chen Pingan could see everything within 100 li apart from the green mountains and clear waters. However, there was a difference in distance. His vision gradually became blurry, but further away, there seemed to be an incomparably clear line. After crossing the line, everything changed abruptly and became foggy. It gave Chen Pingan an oppressive feeling of emptiness at the end of the road. This was both a good and a bad thing. The good thing was that this immortal cave was a rumored rootless land. It was similar to the broken ancient paradise and was not built in a real mountain. This meant that this immortal ruin had a long history and had a deep origin. Perhaps there really were priceless heavenly treasures and 1 or 2 immortal secret manuals that could lead one to the earth immortal realm. The bad thing was that it was easy to enter but difficult to leave, unless someone could break the restrictions of the small world. Chen Pingan had a sword immortal sheath behind him. Of course, he could do it. No matter how sturdy the sky was, it could not be compared to the Ghost Valley. However, by then, he would become the target of everyone. This was contrary to his original intention of secretly earning some money and leaving quietly without caring about me. Chen Pingan did not want to become the second Jiang Shangjin and become a rat in the eyes of the North Continent cultivators. The reason why Huang Shi and the other 2 were so calm was probably because they had not noticed the phenomenon of the mountains and rivers in the distance. It could be seen that Huang Shi, a golden body realm cultivator, was not made of paper. However, he was not too strong either. The existence of that line did not mean much to Chen Pingan at the moment. However, if the worst-case scenario happened, he would be the only one who could see it and walk out of the small world. As for the other 3, they were still in the dark. Perhaps they were secretly discussing how to take advantage of this fellow Daoist. The Daoist temple in front of them was not big. The plaque was gone. Before the 4 of them walked into the temple, they could not help but look at the green glazed roof. There were many buildings on the mountain, but this was the only place with such roof tiles. Time had passed, but the tiles were still shining. Obviously, they were not the ordinary glazed tiles in the palace of the mortal world. They were the real treasures of the mountain, used by the immortals. In short, every tile was worth immortal money. This scene made Daoist Sun tremble. He estimated that they were worth at least 7 or 8 small summer coins. If they were really made with the immortal secret technique, it was possible to exchange the small summer coins for Guyu money. Huang Shi and Di Yuanfeng were purely martial artists. The value of these glazed tiles had never crossed paths with the sects on the mountain. Like Daoist Sun, they could not accurately estimate the value of these tiles. However, the immortal sects on the mountain had never covered their roofs with such glazed tiles. It was not rare to see such a thing in the mortal world below the mountain. Chen Pingan looked at the direction where the four of them came from. There was still no movement. If he had the chance, he would like to ask the next group of people a question. When did they enter this small world? Actually, Chen Pingan had been calculating the time. Once there was a significant difference between the speed of the river of time and the vast world, Chen Pingan would have two plans, the best and the worst. Biting Country's young Marquis Zhan Qing and the rest came to the entrance of the cave. The Golden Body Realm martial artist who was worshipped by the family was investigating the footprints on the ground. Fuyo Country's General Gao Ling said in a deep voice, "Young Marquis, there are many people hiding near the mountain." Zhan Qing smiled and said, "They are just following behind us and eating our dust. Since they have the guts to enter the cave, they should have the guts to reincarnate." He did not have a good impression of the wild cultivators of the mountains and the immortal masters of the archives. Even if he himself was a serious cultivator, perhaps he was still a descendant of a rich family deep down. He was used to seeing emperors, generals, ministers, and marquises' mansions, so he was used to scheming and taking advantage of the situation instead of relying on a pair of fists and a few treasures to kill here and there. Therefore, Zhan Qing was really tired of those high and mighty people of the same kind. However, if it really came to a situation where he needed to use spells to kill people, Zhan Qing would naturally not hesitate. Bai Bai joked, "Are you really not in a hurry at all? Aren't you afraid that those two groups of people will beat you to it?" Zhan Qing smiled and said, "If they can refine the immortal treasures and eat the secret manuals in the blink of an eye, then I'll consider myself unlucky and admit defeat. Otherwise, where can people and things escape to?" Gao Ling looked at this person in a new light. Previously, he only thought of the Biting Country's young marquis as a good-for-nothing who had reincarnated. Now, it seemed that in the future, if anyone dared to underestimate this person, there would be a so-called battle of the Great Tao on the path of cultivation. The other party would definitely fail miserably. The two Golden Body Realm martial artists opened the way and entered the dark cave with candles. Bai Bai was in a relaxed mood. As long as there were no major accidents, there was no need for him to personally come to the mountain to search for treasures. Even if Sun Qing from the Sparrow Manor and Shinjinza from the city above clouds came personally, it could only be considered a small accident. The two level 7 martial artists in his group were enough to deal with them. The group came to the cave with the 4 painted murals of the Heavenly Kings. Zhan Qing frowned slightly. She was not good at breaking formations. Her nascent soul realm master, as a wild cultivator of the mountains and lakes, had learned a variety of things. He should be familiar with it. However, he never taught Zhan Qing any ways to search for opportunities in secret realms. He always said that those unorthodox mechanism techniques would delay his cultivation. He would only talk about other things after Zhan Qing entered the Dragon Gate realm. Since the first group of wild cultivators and the cultivators from the city above clouds had disappeared, they must have entered the ruins of the immortal residence. Bai Bai smiled and said, "What do we do next? Are we just going to stand here and stare at each other?" Zhan Qing said helplessly, "If we know the location of the exit, we can just wait for it. I'm just afraid that we won't be able to discover it from 100 miles away." Bai Bai put his hands behind his back and looked around. "Let's look for clues first. If it doesn't work, you'll owe me a huge favor." Zhan Qing asked, "Is the price very big?" Bai Bai nodded and said, "It's not small. It will cost me 10 years of cultivation." This direct disciple of the Water Dragon sect's ancestor carefully took out a natal item. It was an extremely rare green talisman. It was a talisman pattern of flowing water. It was simple yet strange. The water flow on the talisman flowed slowly. One could even vaguely hear the sound of flowing water. A golden core realm cultivator from a sect was willing to refine a talisman as his natal item. Then the grade of this talisman should be at least a magic treasure. Bai said, "This is an ancient talisman. My master got it by accident in the early years. It came from the ruins of one of the 3 ancient temples of Jibu. It's called the Inch Golden Talisman. It has many benefits. Cultivation of water arts is twice the result with half the effort." Because of the ownership of this talisman, there was some discord in the sect. Let's not talk about it. Anyway, one of its benefits is that it can help us enter the secret realm. The Inch Golden Talisman was also known as the Time Talisman. It was extremely mysterious. Although Zhan Qing did not know the origins of this talisman, she still shook her head and said, "Forget it." Bai sighed. "I'm already an Earth Immortal. It's equivalent to 10 years of cultivation of a Dragon Gate Qi Refinement Warrior. What's the big deal? The further you go, the greater the difference of one level. It's the same for Qi Refinement Warriors and even more so for martial artists." Zhan Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Bai." Bai smiled and said, "Just call me Sister Bai. That's enough." Even for someone as cold as Zhan Qing, who was a descendant of a noble family, she could not help but want to reach out and hold her hand. However, Bai shook her head and said calmly, "There are many women who are willing to die for you. Why aren't you touched? Just because I'm an Earth Immortal and lost a few years of my cultivation, you're moved. I don't think it's worth it to have such feelings. If in the future, a nascent soul female cultivator is willing to sacrifice so much for you, wouldn't you change your mind? A true immortal Tao companion on the mountain is not so shallow." Zhan Qing felt as if she was struck by lightning and was speechless. Suddenly, Bai said, "Before using the Inch Golden Talisman, think about the clues and force your way in. We can't waste the fists of 2 Golden Body Realm martial artists. If neither of them works, let me do it." Zhan Qing felt a little better. Looking at this beautiful Sister Bai again, she felt like a stranger. After Huan Yun appeared in the immortal cave abode, he immediately pasted a unique talisman on the 3 people beside him to hide their auras. As for the auras of the 3 people when they walked, Huan Yun was only an Earth Immortal of the Talisman sect and not a Daoist Heavenly Lord. He could not do it perfectly. The Dragon Gate Elder of the city above clouds heaved a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that they did not get ambushed. Huan Yun suddenly said, "You guys go on your own from now on. I won't care about the 3 of you other than fighting to the death. As for the gains and losses outside of life and death, it's up to fate." Then, Huan Yun smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't fight with you. At most, I'll pick up the leftovers or those that you didn't find." Huan Yun's body dissipated. He was like a cloud and mist, without any trace of ripples. The elder smiled and said to the 2 juniors, "Perfected Huan always keeps his words. Let's go. What you need to worry about next is how to deal with those wild cultivators." Hearing the meaning behind the words of the Tao Protector, the lady asked worriedly, "Martial uncle, you?" The elder said helplessly, "Do you need me to help you pick up and carry things? Are you here for sightseeing? Am I your martial uncle to be your porter?" The elder flew up with the wind. He wanted to see how high the ceiling of the cave abode was. Looking down from above, it was easier to see more hidden secrets. However, to be safe, the elder took out a spiritual weapon that was not his natal item. He flew into the air first to prevent himself from crashing into the mountain and river formation. Entering the ruins of an unowned immortal cave abode, there was naturally money to be picked up everywhere. There would also be killing intent waiting for those who picked up the money. Actually, the elder was both happy and worried. He was happy that the opportunity here was not small and was beyond imagination. It was definitely not a cultivation abode of a Dragon Gate cultivator, but an entire sect. Just looking at the scale of the buildings, it was not inferior to the city above clouds and the Sparrow Palace. Therefore, the city lord, Shinjunza, giving him the Fangtuan item was the right thing to do. He was worried that this immortal cave could not be taken away. If it was really the cultivation abode of a nascent soul earth immortal or even a great cultivator of the upper five realms, when they returned to the city above clouds, as long as the slightest bit of news was leaked, even a golden core cultivator would not be able to get anything when they came to search for treasures. They would only be moved away by the sect close to the water pavilion with the legendary ability to move mountains. The nearest sect to the biting country was in the west and the other in the north. There was not much difference between them. The difference was completely negligible to the cultivators of the sects who owned their own ferries. The further the better. Life is worth more than money. Chen Pingon felt that with these words, there should be one less accident for fellow Daoist Sunday. The treasures obtained during this trip to the mountain had far exceeded Chen Pingon's imagination. It was the kind of treasure that could wake him up from his dreams with a smile. Therefore, what followed next was a trip through the mountains and rivers. It would be better if there were some unexpected gains. Even if there were no gains, it would not be bad. However, fellow Daoist Sun's pagoda bells shattered for no reason. It was very strange. However, compared to the strangeness of this cave, it was not strange at all. Even when Chen Pingon lit another Yangqi lantern lighting talisman, there were still signs of heaven and earth being clear. There was no filth or evil aura. Chen Pingon was at his wit's end. It was just a matter of dealing with whatever came his way. Many natural disasters were actually just natural disasters. Chen Pingon went around the ruins of the Daoist temple on the White Jade Square. Chen Pingon was meticulous and skillful in his previous search. He would not have missed anything. If he really missed something, there was no need to think too much. Chen Pingon stood at the top of the stairs and looked up. Finally, the second group of people came. Compared to the first group of people who were sneaky, this group of people was much more ostentatious. It was the little Marquis of Biting Country, Zhan Qing, and the female disciple of the Water Dragon sect, Bai Bai from Fuyo Country. Chen Pingon stuck a steel-carrying talisman on himself and flew down like a bird. 542. Daoist Sun followed Huang Shi to search for treasures. The two of them had a tacit understanding. They went their separate ways, but not to the extent of distancing themselves from each other. Daoist Sun was afraid of being too far away from Huang Shi. If he were to encounter danger, he wouldn't be able to escape with his meager cultivation. On the other hand, Huang Shi didn't want this tall and skinny Daoist to slip away after obtaining the treasures. Daoist Sun was in a two-story building. Most of the books in the library had already been reduced to ashes. He found a Daoist book that couldn't be opened. It was still emitting a colorful glow. Even though it was wrapped in a Daoist robe, it still shone brightly. Daoist Sun couldn't recognize a single one of the golden ancient seal scripts. There was nothing he could do about it. Only an immortal master with the word clan would be qualified to come into contact with the long-lost ancient seal scripts. After meeting with Huang Shi, Daoist Sun felt a little awkward. It was troublesome if the treasures were too good. Huang Shi smiled and pretended not to see anything. Daoist Sun asked, "Brother Huang, did you obtain any treasures?" Huang Shi nodded, "Not too bad." The two of them went their separate ways once more, looking for other treasures and immortal artifacts. Huang Shi was even later. He glanced at the back of the tall and skinny Daoist and his smile deepened. Previously, Huang Shi saw two withered skeletons sitting opposite each other in a pavilion. There was a chessboard carved on the stone table. There were only 17 lines on the chessboard. The two of them were in the final stages of the game. Huang Shi wasn't interested in the game at all. However, seeing so many chess pieces placed on the chessboard, he knew that the two of them were close to victory. It was a pity that Huang Shi couldn't be bothered to look at the chessboard. In the small pavilion, not only did Huang Shi obtain 2 Daoist robes, he also obtained 2 jars of chess pieces. The chess pieces had a natural arc. Huang Shi couldn't identify the material, but under the light, the white chess pieces shone with a faint golden color. Only the center of the black chess pieces was opaque. Under the light, it rippled with a jade-green halo. As long as one wasn't blind, one could tell how precious the chess pieces were. The 2 robes were still badly damaged, but the 2 jars of chess pieces were a blessing in disguise. They were like ordinary stones that had been soaked in the deep mountains for thousands of years, becoming more delicate and round. It was a delightful sight. When Huang Shi collected the black and white chess pieces from the stone chessboard, the white chess piece was scalding hot, causing Huang Shi's soul to feel as though it was being burned. The black chess piece was bone-chilling cold. After picking up the 2 black and white chess pieces and tossing them into the chess jar, Huang Shi discovered that there wasn't the slightest injury on his fingers. Huang Shi was pleasantly surprised. This chess jar was undoubtedly a magical artifact. When ordinary offensive spiritual artifacts were used by cultivators, they might be able to injure the physique of a golden body realm cultivator, but they wouldn't be able to injure Huang Shi's soul. However, this chess piece was something that Huang Shi was unwilling to hold onto for too long. From this, Huang Shi could conclude that the stone table that was able to hold the chessboard for thousands of years must be an immortal artifact. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the chessboard to remain undamaged for so long. However, Huang Shi didn't want to run around while carrying a stone table. Back then, Huang Shi wanted to destroy the stone table. If he couldn't obtain it, then no one else could. However, when he slammed his palm down, the stone table didn't budge at all. Not only that, it seemed to be a table that could withstand the force of his fist. This made Huang Shi feel even more regretful that he couldn't obtain the stone table. Otherwise, with the 2 chess jars, he would definitely be able to sell it for an astronomical price. At the pavilion, Chen Pingan quietly appeared. Perhaps because the chess pieces had been rooted in the chessboard for too many years, they seemed to have seeped into the stone table. At this moment, faint golden and faint green ripples could still be seen on the chessboard. Chen Pingan scanned the remaining spiritual energy of the chess pieces on the chessboard and closed his eyes, memorizing the chessboard in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he felt that a good memory was inferior to a lousy pen. Thus, he took out a pen and paper from his fengsuan object and recorded the ancient chessboard on the paper. There were 17 lines on the chessboard instead of the 19 that had been popular in the world for a long time. This in itself was a clue. In addition to that, many chess moves and life and death moves could also reveal the secrets of heaven. The martial artist Chen Pingan didn't care about these clues at all. Although Chen Pingan cared about it and put his heart into it, he was destined not to be like Lu Tai and Cui Dongshan, who could deduce the approximate age of the chessboard just by looking at it. Chen Pingan was somewhat envious of the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique from the mountain. Together with the technique of mountain and river visualization in the palm, they were the divine abilities that Chen Pingan wanted to learn the most. However, only Earth immortals of nascent soul realm could barely master these 2 superior divine abilities. The only way to master them and reach perfection was to reach the upper 5 realms. Chen Pingan felt that this pavilion was a very suitable place for cultivating energy. The 2 jars of chess pieces had accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy that didn't disperse after a long time, which was the essence of water. Moreover, it was far less eye-catching than the ruins of the Daoist temple that was paved with green bricks. This place was rich in spiritual energy and couldn't be missed. Chen Pingan took off his bag and placed it on the table. Then, he took off the 100-eyed Tao Tai robe and put on the highest-grade golden necklace robe. Finally, he put on the snow flower robe that he got from the female ghost in Greasy Skin City. Finally, he put on the black robe again. In this way, with 3 robes on his body, he could use the robes to absorb and store more water chi. Chen Pingan leaped into the pavilion and sat down cross-legged. Relying on the steel-carrying talisman, he restrained his breathing and remained as still as a mountain, trying his best to see the whereabouts of Huang Shi and Daoist Sunday. From the pavilion, the spiritual energy of the chessboard, which contained light gold and dark green, gathered at the top of the pavilion and slowly seeped into the robe. From this, one could see the purity of the spiritual energy on the chessboard. Under Chen Pingan's purposeful guidance, the golden necklace robe was the first to eat and drink to its fill. The spiritual energy of water that was attracted by the chess pieces and lingered in the pavilion for many years had also been absorbed. It was about the same level of spiritual energy as other halls. Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment and did not absorb all the spiritual energy in this place to prevent any clues from being exposed. If he did a good deed and took all the advantages, he would have to consider whether it was a blessing or a curse. After all, the various immortals would ascend the mountain one after another. Following that, there would be a series of scheming and scheming. This would be the true test. Luck was an item. If he could save some, he should save some. At the end of the day, earning less now was for the sake of earning more in the long run. Only when the overall situation was set could he talk about profit and loss. Chen Pingan then changed his strategy. He no longer kept an eye on Huang Shi and secretly followed Daoist Sunday. If Daoist's son was wholeheartedly chasing after Huang Shi before obtaining the Daoist book, then even if Daoist's son wanted to run away, Huang Shi would not let him succeed. As this mountain was not a true temple, the central axis was the white jade stairs that led all the way to the top of the mountain. It was more like an immortal sect without any obvious inclination towards the 3 religions and 100 schools of thought. What made Chen Pingan feel the strangest was that there was no ancestral hall on this mountain. Especially on the mountainside, there were scattered thatched nunneries and majestic halls and mansions. It was messy and without any order. After entering and exiting each building, Daoist's son intentionally or unintentionally distanced himself from Huang Shi. Every time he passed by the vermilion railings of the winding corridors, he would not swagger. Instead, he would walk quickly and hide his body as much as possible. In the end, he hid in a small and exquisite secluded hole. The inscribed board fell to the ground and was in tatters. One could vaguely make out the 2 words, water hole. Inside the hall, there was a statue of a female deity. Ribbons fluttered in the wind, giving off a mysterious feeling of ascension. Using his Daoist robe as a bag, Daoist's son walked through the corridors, halls, and pavilions again and again. He gained a lot of things. As long as they had not turned into ashes, he put them in his bag and carried them on his back. Even the Daoist robe that he exchanged with the incense burner from Master Huang was used as a bag and carried on his shoulder. What a fruitful return. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could leave this immortal mansion alive. Daoist's son closed the door to the hall. However, after a moment of contemplation, he recalled that none of the buildings he had passed by had their doors closed. Thus, he discreetly opened the door to the hall so as to prevent Huang Shi from noticing anything amiss. Chen Pingan, who was using the steel-carrying talisman as a cover, was sitting on a roof. He was worried for Daoist Sunday. Isn't this the same as stealing the silver and inserting a wooden tablet to tell Huang Shi that Daoist son did not steal the money? Fellow Daoist son, in any case, you should at least run a bit more, open the doors of more palaces, pavilions, and houses, and pretend that you've crossed the central axis of the flight of stairs and fled in the direction of young Master Qin of Jiao country. Otherwise, if Huang Shi has a brain, he'll have to start his search from this small palace. Why did Daoist's son lose the magic robe package so early? I know that it's not good to walk back after entering the temple to burn incense. Daoist's son had no choice but to walk back the way he came. He picked up the package that he carefully placed on the ground behind the statue and carried it on his body. Sweat seeped out of his forehead. Brother Huang, why don't we work together to guard against that Di Yuanfeng? Wouldn't it be better if we hurt our relationship and let Di Yuanfeng reap the benefits? Huang Shi nodded. Can you let me have a look at the secret manual that exudes the brilliance of the Daoist robe? Daoist's son sighed and said, Brother Huang, you've already gotten the incense burner. You should stop while you're ahead. Besides, this secret manual of mine is a Taoist classic. It's meaningless for Brother Huang to take it. Huang Shi smiled. It's not up to Daoist's son to decide whether it's meaningful or not. Daoist's son's face was gloomy. Huang Shi, then I have to give you a piece of advice. I'm a sea-viewing Daoist priest who's good at close combat. Huang Shi said, it would be troublesome if that's not the case. I know that your trump card is the broken pagoda bell. You used it for defense, but it's gone just like that. Other than that, it's nothing more than an offensive natal item. Do you know that I'm actually a 6th realm martial artist? Killing you in 2 or 3 punches will be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Daoist's son was shocked. 6th realm martial artist. Daoist's son sneered. Who doesn't know how to scare people? If I say that I'm still a gold core earth immortal, are you afraid? Huang Shi was about to end this old Daoist's life with a punch when a series of footsteps came from outside the water hole. Huang Shi turned his head and saw that it was the black-robed old man, Daoist Qin, who didn't go to Di Yuanfeng's place to search for treasures. Huang Shi glanced at the guy's slanted bag. It seemed that it was filled with some glazed tiles and a few Daoist temple bricks. Was he too cowardly or was his luck too bad? He rushed all the way here and crashed into the gates of hell. Did he not gain anything else? If that was the case, Huang Shi felt that it would be a waste of energy to kill such a pitiful person with a punch. Daoist's son saw that Daoist Qin had rushed over. He was both happy and helpless. Why didn't Daoist Qin listen to his advice? Well, since things had come to this, let's see if there's a chance for the two of them to work together to prevent Huang Shi from taking all the treasures that they had painstakingly searched for. After glancing at the guy's shabby slanted bag, Daoist's son thought that if there was no other way, they could work together to escape and give Daoist Qin a few worthless treasures. Chen Pingan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just now, I was looking for you all the way, so I skimmed over the roof. I didn't expect to see 2 groups of people climbing the mountain. I quickly landed and saw 2 young disciples in one group. They looked like immortal masters that we can't afford to offend. They were all wearing Daoist robes. The second group was the young Marquis of Biting Kingdom. There were 5 of them. One of them guarded the arch bridge at the foot of the mountain, while the other ran directly to the Daoist temple at the top of the mountain. It was obvious that they wanted to occupy the main road. The other 3 slowly climbed up the mountain. Sooner or later, they will bump into us. What should we do? Huang Shi's heart was heavy. There were 2 pure martial artists in the dilapidated pavilion at the side of the winding path. They were both true grandmasters. If he had to deal with the 2 of them alone, he would have to risk his life. Together with the other 3, Huang Shi did not think that he could escape with the treasures. Therefore, the situation had changed. He could not kill the 2 Taoists inside and outside the water hall for now. Huang Shi smiled. I was just joking with Daoist Sunday. Please don't take offense. Daoist's son said angrily, Brother Huang, it's better not to make such hurtful jokes. Huang Shi was vaguely angry. He almost killed Daoist's son with a punch. After all, a so-called wild Daoist who was good at close combat, was far inferior to the black-robed old man who was proficient in long-range talisman attacks. If he killed Daoist's son and handed all the treasures to the black-robed old man, Huang Shi did not believe that Daoist Qin would not be tempted. Daoist's son suddenly said loudly, "Daoist Qin, let's make a deal. Can you give me a few talisman?" Chen Pingan smiled, "I can buy it." Daoist's son was speechless. Huang Shi frowned. He almost forgot that Daoist's son was also a half-baked Daoist cultivator. Although he could not draw talismans, it was not difficult for him to control the talisman. It was not a bad news. With Daoist's son and the black-robed old man holding the talisman, working together with him, a golden body realm martial artist, and meeting with Di Yuanfeng, the four of them should not be underestimated. Huang Shi walked out of the doorway of the water hall and made way for the black-robed elder who had stopped in his tracks. He stood sideways and looked at the two Qi refinement warriors from the corner of his eyes. He smiled and said, "Whether or not we can grab hold of the opportunity in our hands will depend on whether we are willing to cooperate sincerely. I, Huang Shi, am a cultivator of the 6th level, and I am not lying. I will not hold back in the slightest once I engage in a battle with someone. However, as long as we leave this place, each of you will have to give me a fortuitous encounter in return." Chen Pingan patted his bag. The outline of the green brick could be vaguely seen. He said straightforwardly, "Just take it." Huang Shi looked at him and his eyelids trembled. Daoist's son gritted his teeth and said, "Apart from the Daoist book, Brother Huang can take whatever he wants from the 2 bags." Huang Shi hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Deal." Chen Pingan stepped over the threshold and looked at Daoist Sunday. They did not need to communicate telepathically. They came to the back of the statue worshipped in the waterhole. They squatted on the ground. Daoist's son asked, "How many types of talisman do you have?" "How many talismans?" Chen Pingan said, "There are 3 types. Apart from the most precious thunder talisman, the talisman of 5 thunders, the talisman of flowing river, and the talisman of earth mountain. Daoist's son, you can guess from the names that they are the most precious talismans. As for how many of them," Daoist's son looked at him hesitating and became impatient. He said firmly, "Apart from the thunder talisman, you can keep it for yourself. I will take the rest." Daoist's son still had a lot of confidence in Daoist Qin. After all, the female cultivators in the world were not different from the women at the foot of the mountain. They were more willing to spend a lot of money than men. As long as they liked something, there was no need to talk about reason and quality. The last item was the one that surprised Chen Pingan the most. It was a pair of small bamboo cages that were pulled by golden threads. The color of the bamboo was green and lustrous. However, similar to the items here, there were fine cracks on them, which greatly damaged their appearance. The 2 small cages were the size of a fist. They looked like cricket cages in the market. They were inscribed with the words, "Fighting Dragon" and "Hidden Pan." Looking at them, Chen Pingan's forehead was sweating for the first time. He was a little nervous. He always felt that if there was a chance, he must travel Jianghu with Priest's son, visit famous mountains and search for treasures. Daoist's son felt that something was wrong. This was destined to be a profitable business. Why did fellow Daoist Qin look so awkward? Could it be that he suddenly realized the truth? No matter how valuable the items in his bag were, they were actually not as valuable as the talisman. One more talisman meant one more chance of survival. Beads of sweat appeared on Daoist's son's forehead. He reached out and stealthily grabbed the 2 paper talismans, thinking, "Fellow Daoist Qin, considering how close we are, there are only 2 paper talismans left." Daoist's son tucked the paper talismans into his sleeve and let out a sigh of relief. He was just about to say that there was no need for the remaining 2 paper talismans. Unexpectedly, Daoist Chin took the round fan and kept his promise. He took out 2 more water and earth talisman from his sleeve and handed them to Priest Sunday. After that, he took off the slanted bag and took out another folded bag from among the green bricks and green glazed tiles. He gently shook it open and put the round fan into the bag. Priest Sun was surprised and envious. Daoist Chin actually carried so many green cloth bags with him. He was very experienced. Chen Pingon took out 4 more talisman and put them on Priest Sun's robe on the ground. He then put the wood-carving progenitor into the bag. Priest Sun was in a good mood. He smiled and said, Daoist Chin, do you want 4 more talisman? Take your time and pick the treasures on the ground. Chen Pingon hesitated and dilly-dallied. In the end, he took out a stack of more than 20 talisman from his sleeve. There were 3 golden talisman among them. It should be 3 golden talisman. Priest Sun looked at the stack of talisman in his hand and lowered his head to look at it. It should be the last talisman of Daoist Chin. Priest Sun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and warned himself to be calm. However, his smile was still stiff. He asked softly, Daoist Chin, is there something else you like? Good things come in pairs. I can buy 1 and get 1 free. You just need to give me a talisman of 4 attacks. Chen Pingon shook his head. Forget it. After selling 8 talisman, I only have a lot of talismans left. No. Priest Sun reminded Daoist Chin, after leaving this place, don't you want to return to the Thunder God's residence on the Infant Mountain with me and become an immortal record master with backing? Chen Pingon shook his head and said, it's hard to say whether I have the chance to leave this place alive. Priest Sun was very regretful. He sighed and said, it seems that Daoist Chen's heart is not firm enough. Chen Pingon glanced at the bag on the ground and turned around. He should be taking out 4 talisman of attack to buy another item. Priest Sun reached out and grabbed his wrist. He smiled and said, Daoist Chin, I only want the 2 talisman of attack in your hands. If you want to buy something, you need to buy another one. If you want to enter my Thunder God's residence, you only need 2. How about it? The black-robed old man laughed and said, Priest Sun, you have good eyes. Priest Sun stroked his beard and smiled. Fair trade, fair trade. If you miss this village, there won't be a shop like this. Daoist Chin, you have to be very careful. You have to cherish this hard-won opportunity. The other party was hesitant. Outside the water hall, Master Huang, who had been waiting impatiently, reminded them, brothers, are you planning to stay in this hall for a few days? In the end, the black-robed old man gave Priest Sun 2 golden talisman. However, only one was a thunder talisman and the other was a mountain and water barrier breaking talisman. However, Priest Sun knew when to stop. He only mocked Daoist Chin for being unkind. In the pile of talisman, there was only 1 golden talisman left. It should be the talisman that Daoist Chin kept for himself. However, Priest Sun did not insist. In any case, he should at least leave a life-saving talisman for the other party. However, in this way, Priest Sun was even more certain that this Daoist Chin who claimed to be from a small Daoist temple in the Wuling nation was not a Daoist cultivator who was proficient in talisman drawing. Chen Pingon took the pair of bamboo fish cages that Daoist Sun couldn't even guess the details of. Just when he was about to take another item, Daoist Sun had already put away the stall smilingly. 2 small bamboo cages, just 2 items. Without waiting for the other party to bargain, Priest Sun had already rolled up the bundle and slung it over his body. Chen Pingon turned around. When his back was facing Priest Sun, he first quietly kept the 3 items in his bag. Then, he put a few replaced glazed tiles and a green brick into the new bundle. He crossed the 2 bundles over his body. When the two of them crossed the threshold and walked out of the water hall, Master Huang's face was displeased. There are sounds of fighting on the other side of the stairs. I wonder who bumped into who. Currently, there were 3 groups of people mixed together on the mountain. The 4 of them should be the first to enter the mansion's secret realm. Huang Shi did not know who the second group of immortal masters were. They were most likely cultivators from the city above clouds. After all, there were only female cultivators in the Sparrow Mansion. The third group was the most troublesome. Therefore, the best-case scenario was that the 2 young immortal masters had a conflict with the young Marquis of the Biting Nation. If Di Yuanfeng was the first to fight, it would not be a good thing. Based on Di Yuanfeng's character, if he was really in danger, he would definitely lead the trouble to Huang Shi. Once he was in a desperate situation, Di Yuanfeng's first thought would definitely be to drag the 3 of them down with him so that they could accompany him on the road to hell. Huang Shi suddenly leaped onto the roof ridge and saw that the Kaisan well was like dumplings in a pot. It will only make my heart tremble. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Taoist son, you come from a high immortal family and your Tao is profound. Maybe you don't even need my help. Taoist son didn't say anything else. He thought to himself, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment being flattered by a short-sighted guy like you. Huang Shi's intuition was sharp. He roughly guessed that the 2 of them were secretly communicating. But he didn't think that these 2 Daoist trash could talk about anything. How to die. How to hold each other's arms in front of the gates of hell. After Chen Pingan understood some things, he felt that the sky was far, the mountains were far, and the scenery was amiable. But when he looked again, Chen Pingan frowned. He shook his head, and the phenomenon disappeared. Chen Pingan couldn't help but remind Taoist son, be careful. Taoist son smiled and said, fellow Daoist, don't talk nonsense. On the other side of the stairs. It was indeed a conflict between Di Yuanfeng and the 2 immortal masters of the city above clouds. The 2 young man and woman of the city above clouds inadvertently found an ancient immortal's place of cultivation. Then, by chance, they opened a mechanism from a book. They actually found the remains of a golden branch and jade leaf, glittering like a treasure. For such a scene to exist for hundreds of years or even thousands of years without weakening, it must be a nascent soul earth immortal, or it must have obtained a shocking fortune that belonged to the remains of those legendary cultivators at the pure jade realm. As for the even more unbelievable remains of the immortal realm, they wouldn't turn into bones and dissipate flesh and blood. The robe on the remains was almost perfect and flawless. It didn't look damaged at all. Originally, Di Yuanfeng secretly tailed the 2 inexperienced young cultivators. He didn't have much hope. He didn't expect to see a big door. Whether the remains were precious or not could be seen from the appearance of the robe. Moreover, one of the young male cultivators even kept the remains and the robe in a white jade pen that was surrounded by white mist. It was obviously a legendary item. There was no doubt that it was an immortal realm item. Di Yuanfeng measured the opponent's cultivation and felt that there was an opportunity. He hid at the exit and waited for an opportunity. He planned to kill the opponent in one strike and seize the treasure before fleeing. A pen, a immortal realm item, the remains of the immortal realm, and the robe. These were 3 precious treasures. Unexpectedly, the young male cultivator's Daoist robe was damaged and his body was seriously injured, but he was still able to protect the brush. Di Yuanfeng wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill the panicked and useless female cultivator. However, an old cultivator appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he repel Di Yuanfeng, but he also almost left Di Yuanfeng in the cottage where the immortal died. Di Yuanfeng relied on the ancestral blade to break open a spell cage and escaped with injuries. He cursed in his heart. That King immortal master of the archives actually wore 2 robes. The young male cultivator's face was pale. He stretched out his hand and wiped it. His palm was full of blood. If he hadn't been careful and wore 2 robes, he would have died without a doubt. The female cultivator felt her heart ache. She hated that treacherous villain even more. She didn't care about her own safety and wanted to chase after him. The other party was heavily injured. She might be able to beat him when he was down. The old Dragon Gate consecrator said indifferently, "Don't chase after a cornered enemy. Moreover, you have obtained such a great opportunity. You should know when to stop. What you should consider next is how to leave this place. The young Marquis of Biting Country has already arranged a martial arts grandmaster at the foot of the mountain and at the peak to guard the exit. You can discuss among yourselves." Then, the old consecrator's figure disappeared. The young man and woman of Cloud Above City who had survived the disaster felt emotional. Therefore, they didn't notice the struggle in the old consecrator's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an extra Daoist protector, the old Daoist Huan Yun, who had been the chief consecrator of the city above clouds for almost 100 years, he would have let these 2 young juniors who were carrying precious treasures know what it meant to be unpredictable. Not far away, an old perfected one who used a talisman to hide his figure and chi movement had a complicated expression on his face. He seemed to be glad that the Dragon Gate Realm's consecrator did not make a move. He also seemed a little disappointed. Huan Yun muttered, "Cultivation isn't easy. It's even harder to cultivate the heart." After sighing in his heart, the old perfected master's figure disappeared again. Previously, there were some treasures and opportunities that had fallen into his eyes, but he didn't take them. Now, Huan Yun could reach out and take them. This was because these 2 Shinjin's direct disciples were no longer in the mood to search for treasures. Instead, they were thinking of how to get out of this predicament. As for the Dragon Gate consecrator, he should have similar thoughts and plans. Other than the immortal artifacts in the halls and pavilions, Huan Yun wanted to take a look at the mountain-headed Daoist temple. The glazed tiles that he saw from afar were more precious than anything else. However, he wasn't in a hurry to get them. With the Biting Country's Golden Body Realm martial artist guarding the mountain peak, this old perfected master wouldn't snatch them away unless he had no other choice. Di Yuanfeng, who was carrying a bag, hid behind a fake mountain. After swallowing an elixir, he panted heavily. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he cursed in his heart. Since he still had the energy to curse, it meant that he hadn't hurt his foundation. Di Yuanfeng didn't regret snatching the treasures. Since his attack didn't succeed, he didn't have the intention to continue fighting. On the steps halfway up the mountain, little Marquis Zhan Qing held a folding fan and gently fanned it. The Water Dragon Sex Golden Core Realm female cultivator, Bai Bai, stood at the side. The Fuyo country's general, Gao Ling, stood at the foot of the mountain at the end of the White Jade Bridge. The consecrator of Zhan Qing's House of Marquis went to the top of the mountain. The remaining Fuyo country's imperial consecrator who came with Bai Bai went to search for treasures after receiving Bai Bai's approval. Zhan Qing looked at the strange phenomenon in the distance and frowned. How did so many people get in? Did someone break the cave's restriction? Bai Bai sighed and said, "This place itself is the biggest problem. I'll go around the mountain and see if I can send a flying sword message to the sect." Zhan Qing stood up and said, "I'll go with you." Bai Bai shook his head and said, "Go to the foot of the mountain. Gao Ling knows what's important and will definitely protect your safety. Don't rush to the top of the mountain. There are too many variables there. I won't be able to rest easy and explore the borders of this place." Bai Bai rose into the sky and turned into a rainbow. Zhan Qing was fascinated. This was the elegance of a golden core realm earth immortal. Zhan Qing slowly descended the mountain. A golden body realm martial artist, Gao Ling, might not be able to stop all the treasure hunters. However, as long as the guests who were rushing to the top of the mountain didn't have the ability to gather together, they would be like a plate of loose sand, allowing Zhang Qing to do whatever she wanted. After entering the secret realm and discussing with Sister Bai, Zhang Qing changed her mind. Therefore, Zhang Qing didn't plan to start a massacre. Instead, she planned to make a deal with those cultivators and martial artists who crossed the border. They could go up the mountain, but when they went down the mountain, they had to meet with Zhang Qing in private and hand over one of the mountain artifacts that she took a fancy to. One was enough. As for the other items that were carried by the lucky ones, Sister Bai would of course silently record them and hand them over to the Water Dragon sect's ancestral hall so that those earth immortal cultivators could capture these ants one by one and take back the treasures. In this way, Zhang Qing didn't have to kill anyone personally. Harmony breeds wealth. At the moment, it could save a lot of trouble and accidents. Mountain cultivators, unless they felt that they were in a situation of certain death, were generally very afraid of death and cherished their lives. Everything was negotiable. On the contrary, those mountain sect's immortal masters who didn't rely on either side couldn't see the situation clearly. His nascent soul master, who was a wild cultivator, was now a nominal consecrator of the Water Dragon sect. Sister Bai was his future immortal Tao companion. No matter how one looked at it, they were family. Therefore, this immortal mansion ruins were in the bag of the Water Dragon sect. Before this, Sister Bai had discussed with him that they would try their best to pick up a few precious treasures, and try their best to ensure that there were no more than 5 treasures. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain it to the sect. Moreover, Zhang Qing and her must be very secretive when picking up the treasures. During this period, the two of them must not touch the treasures that even nascent soul cultivators dreamed of. Otherwise, the several ancestors of a sect were not easy to deal with. Can the Sparrow Mansion of the Peach Blossom Mansion withstand a few slaps from the ancestors of the upper 5 realms? The reason why Bai did not directly announce it. After all, he was born as an immortal master. Compared to the wild cultivators of the mountains and lakes, he had more scruples and more considerations. Sun Qing controlled the offensive magic weapon and stirred the snowflakes that were produced by the zither strings. Then she replied with a smile, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Bai was extremely annoyed. "Sun Qing, do you really want to fight to the death with me?" With the 18 beads protecting the surroundings, Bai wasn't in a difficult situation. Not to mention, this set of formation treasures was both offensive and defensive. It was obvious that Bai hadn't used his full strength yet. Not to mention, the Ancestral Hall's immortal masters all had at least 1 or 2 trump cards that could be used to destroy jade and common stone or escape thousands of miles away. Therefore, Bai's shame and anger were more similar to Zhang Qing's state of mind. He lost the great situation of monopolizing the benefits and lost the face of a Jindan cultivator of a large sect. However, compared to Zhang Qing, who was already in a dangerous situation at the end of the bridge, Bai's current situation was much better. Sun Qing still did not admit it and said with a smile, "We, the wild cultivators of the mountains and lakes, pay attention to whether a person dies or not." For a female cultivator to say this, it was really too much. Bai took a deep breath and suddenly his state of mind was as calm as still water. There were no more distracting thoughts, and he could even completely ignore the situation on Zhang Qing's side. Since the rules and principles of the immortal masters of the Ancestral Hall could not be discussed, and both sides were of the same generation of Jindan cultivators, they could only fight in a battle of cultivation. Although Sun Qing had a calm expression and was far more relaxed than Bai, a direct disciple of the Water Dragon sect who had just ascended to the Gold Core stage a few days ago, the truth was that the youngest Gold Core prefecture master in the history of the Sparrow Prefecture did not relax at all. Facing a young genius from a sect with a profound background, Sun Qing was waiting for an opportunity to kill him in one strike. If it did not succeed, then it would be time for both sides to sit down and discuss matters with the immortal master. If the other party was a foot too high and beat Sun Qing to death, Sun Qing also felt that it was nothing. I can kill, but others can kill me. That was why the sword cultivator who looked like a teacher, when they were traveling together, said that there was no one in the world who could not die. However, the land dragon of the North Continent actually said the second half of the sentence, but everyone in the world can be reasoned with. Sun Qing did not really listen to the second half of the sentence and felt that it was unreasonable. It was only because she liked him that she did not compete with him. Of course, if she really wanted to argue with Lu Jinglong, she would definitely be asking for trouble. She could not win against him in an argument. Back then, Lu Jinglong was only a sword cultivator of the Jindan stage. He had relied on his eloquence to persuade an old monster of the unpolished jade stage who was about to go on a killing spree. Not only that, he had also become friends with that old monster. In turn, the old monster had protected them on their journey, which could be considered as sending all of them out of the country. The last time Sun Qing and Lu Jinglong met by chance, after some polite greetings, they did not have much to talk about, so she casually asked about this matter. Lu Jinglong said that when he went south, he met the old senior and had a good chat. He immediately saw through the traces of the two great cultivators of the Sparrow Manor. They were most likely Sun Qing and Wu Jiong. As for the young female cultivator who was flying in the air with a guqin in her hand, it was obvious that it was the scattered snow guqin. However, this guqin was the natal item of a female nascent soul cultivator of the Water Dragon sect. There was once an earth-shattering battle near the water. Using the guqin and the geographical advantage, she beat up an old nascent soul cultivator of the same level. In the hands of the female golden core cultivator of the Water Dragon sect, she could only use 50% to 60% of the guqin's unique abilities. The old venerable asked softly, "Next, should we take a detour to that Kaisan well and leave secretly? Or should we go to the back of the mountain to take a look?" Huan Yun smiled, "We are the guardians. Let the two children make the decision. We only need to hide ourselves and not get involved. This trip should be fine." Huan Yun glanced at the sky above his head and looked down into the distance. It was the border of this small world. The old perfected master had already confirmed the abnormality that Bai Bai had sensed earlier. However, he had secretly hidden a talisman underground at the Kaisan well. As long as the talisman did not make any mistakes, it meant that there was still a way out. Although there were many mysteries in this place, the atmosphere did not seem to be filthy or evil. There was not even a trace of murderous aura. This made the old perfected master feel much more at ease. The atmosphere of a place was the hardest to fake. Even if you were a nascent soul realm mountain lake demon, you would still be able to find clues in an immortal mystic realm that was full of illusions and camouflage. Huan Yun was an expert in the Tao of talismans. The Taoist sects of the world had many factions in the past. It was a good time for them to be in full bloom. However, many of the powerful side branches had already withered and were no longer of any importance. Some of them had even been lost. For example, the Sword Immortal lineage of the Central Plains Tao sects was once at its peak. That was truly a phenomenon. Back then, even though the North Continent was filled with sword cultivators and sword immortals, they still did not dare claim that they occupied 80% of the world's sword Tao's light from Providence. In the early years, the sword immortals of the Taoist sect occupied one of the four troublesome ghosts on the mountain. They were known as the sword immortals of the world. Back then, the sword immortals of the Taoist sect did not consider themselves as sword cultivators. Huan Yun sighed as he looked at the bloody fights at the foot of the mountain after the change in the Taoist sect. In the old perfected master's eyes, those who were fighting for the opportunity at the mountain gate should be juniors. They were children. The old perfected master suddenly thought of a poem that said, in the eyes of 10,000 youths, their intentions are all rugged. When later generations of poets read this sentence, they would write, rugged is the opposite of suave. Hence, this sentence revealed the unpredictability of human emotions. The rugged path of a person's heart was far better than the steep path in the mountains. Huan Yun thought of his greed and killing intent and felt even more helpless. In the eyes of the sages of the three sects, who was not a youth in their eyes. Huan Yun suddenly said, go and protect them in the future to search for opportunities. I will go to the foot of the mountain to mediate. The fewer deaths, the better. The old guardian wanted to say something but stopped. His thoughts turned quickly. After weighing the pros and cons, he understood the old perfected master's intentions and nodded. Unless the group from the city above the clouds left quickly, the mess at the foot of the mountain, especially the death of the direct disciple of the Water Dragon sect, would cause the wrath of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms of the Water Dragon sect to descend from the sky and engulf the Biting country and the Fufu country. The Sparrow residents and the city above the clouds would not be able to escape. Perhaps, the one who would benefit more today would suffer more. Furthermore, if the old perfected master could help the two parties who were in a stalemate and allow both parties to sit down and come up with a plan, this would be the favor that Huan Yun earned. The Water Dragon sect, the Sparrow residents and the Biting country Marquis residents would all acknowledge it. Huan Yun took out a talisman and passed it to the old guardian of the city above the clouds. He smiled, if there is trouble, take out the talisman and I will rush over immediately. The old guardian of the Dragon Gate territory kept the talisman and disappeared in a flash. Huan Yun was actually not feeling relaxed, he is going to stir up trouble. Don't try to be a good guy and end up being a troublemaker for both sides. After Huan Yun took action and attacked. He did not help either side but also helped both sides. The talisman took action and tried his best to stop the two groups from continuing to kill each other. At the same time, he moved them emotionally and reasoned with them. He said that there were many opportunities on the mountain and if they trusted him, they could search for treasures together. Why did they have to kill each other here and cause both sides to suffer? The originally chaotic situation was like a raging river that suddenly changed its course and entered a huge lake. Hence, it quickly calmed down. Especially when Huan Yun called 5 people to have a secret discussion. Among them were Biting country's young Marquis Zhan Qing, Sparrow residence's Sun Qing, Water Dragon sect's Bai Bai and the 2 most powerful leaders of the mountain cultivators. As such, they came up with a plan where both sides of the bridge would take a step back. Of course, Zhan Qing and Bai Bai would take a step back. The reason was simple. As long as they continued to kill each other, the only one who would survive to the end would be the Golden Core Bai Bai who was forced to flee. Of course, on the other side, only a few would survive. At most, 10 would survive. If they were unlucky, they might only be able to survive. Hence, Huan Yun's appearance was great news for both sides. Otherwise, everyone would be in an awkward situation where they couldn't back down. The only way to stop was to smash the other party's head. At the same time, under Huan Yun's lead, they came up with a rough agreement on the compensation for the people who died in the battle. Under Huan Yun's secret discussion with Bai Bai through the ripples in his heart, Bai Bai even took out a sum of divine money on the spot and handed it to the other 3 so that they could discuss the distribution of the compensation among themselves. On Bai Bai's and Zhan Qing's side, one of the Marquis household's worshippers had died. Gao Ling was also severely injured. The dew armor on his body was already on the verge of collapse. The worshipper of the Fufu Kingdom's royal family was not much better. Zhan Qing herself could not even find the secret treasure that was not refined as her natal item. Who knows if it fell into the river or was secretly kept by some black-hearted bastard. This young Marquis White's hair was disheveled and his Daoist robe was already in tatters. He no longer had any of the elegance of a noble family. However, his family had lost a mainstay of the 7th-tier martial artist. Not only did Zhang Qi not complain to Bai Bai, her expression was as usual. She did not say a word and handed over all the authority of the discussion to Bai Bai. This made Bai Bai very happy. During this time, Sun Qing took the initiative to speak telepathically to Bai Bai, who was at a disadvantage in the battle. Since this place belongs to you, the Palace of Sparrows is willing to help you hold out until the elders of the Water Dragon sect arrive. We will try our best to prevent the city above clouds from leaking information to other sections. However, if Shenzhenze from the city above clouds arrives first with other great cultivators, don't blame the cultivators of the Palace of Sparrows for leaving. With just these words, Bai Bai's impression of the mansion master of the Sparrow Mansion changed greatly. Previously, both sides had held back their strength in the battle. Other than the old Daoist Huan Yun, no one else could see it. Therefore, after they made a verbal agreement, Bai Bai had the idea of building some personal friendship with the Palace of Sparrows in the future. Huan Yun saw that both sides had come to an agreement and felt relieved. It was easy to be a peacemaker but difficult to be a good peacemaker. It was not as simple as having a high enough level of cultivation. The key was to have a good grasp of the people's emotions. At the old site of the Daoist temple, a tall old man appeared out of thin air. He glanced at the ruins of the Daoist temple and shook his head. He walked slowly to the top of the stairs and sneered. "Children, do you think this is over? Is there money in the world that is so easy to get? Humans kill the most. It's human nature. Otherwise, where's the fun in watching you children fight?" He stomped his foot lightly. When he walked to the stairs, he looked down at both sides at the foot of the mountain. After a glance, the wisp of sword chi destroyed the ethereal figure. However, the green river water at the foot of the mountain had already started to change. First, there were ripples, then it started to boil. Huan Yun was the first person to notice the change. He waved his sleeves and talismans flew out like water. In just an instant, the river water under the bridge became still and still. Then, on both sides of the white jade arch bridge, a god who was 15 yards tall and green walked out. One of them was holding a silver spear while the other was holding a metal mace. They went ashore and stood still. At the same time, the white jade bridge also started to shake. Finally, a white-robed deity condensed. She had golden eyes and an expressionless face. She held a scroll that looked like a Daoist treasure. She floated into the sky and opened the scroll. Her voice was like the sound of nature as she slowly spoke. Even the knowledgeable old perfected Huanyun felt that the white-robed deity's words were ridiculous after hearing them. However, he had to believe them. The general meaning was that this was the place where the ancient perfected person ascended. It was once the 36th grotto heaven and the 71st blessed land. This was a tranquil place. It was both a fortuitous opportunity and a sin for them to recklessly trespass into the mansion. Before the perfected person ascended, he had left a decree for the three of them. He promised that the future cultivators would decide their opportunities based on the number of treasures they obtained. In the end, 5 of them would be left behind. Not only would they be able to leave behind all the treasures and immortal secret manuals, the leader would also be able to become a direct disciple of the ascended perfected person. The rest would temporarily be registered and would be taught a Daoist technique that would lead them directly to the immortal realm. In the next 10 years, only 5 people would be able to survive. Otherwise, everything would be useless. Not only would they lose all their opportunities, they would also be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation. As direct disciples and registered disciples, if they couldn't cleanse the filth for their master, they wouldn't be worthy of this opportunity. After the scroll was opened, it suddenly became as big as a waterfall and fell from the sky to the ground. There were 5 portraits on the scroll. They were the 5 people who had obtained the most treasures and were the most fortunate. In addition to this water screen, there was also a small water screen hanging in the air somewhere on the mountain or behind the mountain, as long as there were people. The white-robed deity's voice wasn't loud, but it resounded through the world. Everyone in the secret realm heard it. The young male cultivator who carried the white jade brush from Shinjinza in the city above the clouds was dumbfounded. He was on the list and his ranking wasn't low. He was ranked second. The female cultivator beside him was both worried and happy. The person at the bottom was a young man with a saber. Di Yuanfeng. This handsome young man with a slightly pale face was dumbfounded. The person ranked fourth was a sloppy man who stood in front of the stone tablet with his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. The third person was a tall and thin Daoist who was carrying what seemed to be a Daoist robe. It was Daoist's son who claimed to be the immortal master of the Thunder God residence. At this moment, the tall and thin Daoist was already sweating like rain. The first person. It was a black-robed old man who was holding a bamboo and hanging in the air. Chen Pingon. Everyone saw that the guy on the scroll was still unwilling to land. He stretched out his hand and scratched his head hard. Then, he looked at the landscape scroll that was hanging in the air and said sincerely, "What are you doing?" "I made a mistake. I really made a mistake." For example, the existence of that strand of fierce sword qi was extremely likely to be a type of restraint and restraint. Chen Pingon suddenly remembered the conversation with Cui Dong on the steps of Luopa Mountain. Cui Dong was incomparably certain about the general trend of the world. At that time, Chen Pingon wanted to ask the Dali imperial tutor why he didn't tell this matter to some people, or directly announce it to the world. It was just that Chen Pingon didn't ask at that time, and then he had the answer. If he said it, no one would listen, no one would believe it. Chen Pingon didn't go too far from Daoist Sun's building. However, he had a plan. Should he immediately break the sky curtain with Sword Immortal? This was a choice that was very likely to determine life and death. Because Chen Pingon's understanding of this ruin, after the scene of pretending to be a ghost, raised the level of the local god hidden behind the scenes by a level. At that time, he was able to successfully escape from the Ghost Valley without warning. Jingguan City's Gao Qing was somewhat caught off guard, but the person here may have begun to stare at him, Chen Pingon. Therefore, he had a compromise. Like the lotus flower blessed land's arm sage Qing Yuanshan, he had to hide until 10 days later. At that time, whether it was a blessing or a curse, whether the person behind the scenes had good or bad intentions, everything would be clear. Whether he had to use his sword or not, it would be very clear. Huang Shi walked out from the corner and asked curiously, "You care so much about Daoist Sun's life and death? So worried that I would kill this so-called Thunder God House's immortal master with one punch?" Chen Pingon laughed. "Take a guess." Huang Shi's mouth twitched. "Why don't you and I work together to repel the enemy?" Chen Pingon asked. "You're not afraid that I'll be a burden?" Huang Shi became more and more suspicious, and finally couldn't help but ask, "What realm are you at? A Dragon Gate cultivator proficient in talisman, or a Jindan Earth Immortal?" Chen Pingon asked back, "What about you?" Huang Shi laughed frankly. "I'm still a passable Jindan martial artist, I still have a great enmity to take, so I can't die." Chen Pingon said, "Then you can treat me as a Jindan cultivator, a passable Jindan Earth Immortal." Huang Shi pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's retreat from this mountain first, and try not to be surrounded and killed, how about it? This is naturally the worst-case scenario, but it's not wrong to think of the worst-case scenario in our current situation." Chen Pingon asked, "Why don't you learn from Daoist Sun and hand over the treasure directly?" Huang Shi sneered, "Why? Do you want to bet that those immortal masters have the heart of a bodhisattva? Or do you want to hope that those immortal masters will change their hearts and become good people? Chen Pingan rubbed his chin, as if he was considering if he should sincerely cooperate with Huang Shi to get through this crisis together. Huang Shi urged, "Opportunity knocks but once, it won't come again. If the two of us continue to waste time, we'll be in danger." Chen Pingan said, "Forget it, I'm afraid that you'll secretly punch me again. My old bones can't take the torture." Huang Shi shook his head, "You'll definitely die before me." After saying that, Huang Shi took a few steps back and disappeared around the corner. Chen Pingan pasted another steel-carrying talisman and found a secluded place to put on an ordinary green robe. 3 Taoist robes and an ordinary green robe made him look a little bloated. However, it was winter and the mountain was even colder, so it was reasonable to wear thicker clothes. Chen Pingan changed the old man's face into a young man's face. Then, using Zhu Lian's monkey fist, he bent his body slightly and became a little shorter. He took off the 2 sling bags on his body and buried them in the ground. As for the sword immortal on his back, he took off the blade-strengthening gourd and placed it into the square-inch item. At this moment, in addition to the imitation swords of the Hateful Sword Mountain, which Chen Pingan had to buy in the future, he wanted to buy another Fengcuan item. Next, Chen Pingan planned to follow the river at the foot of the mountain back to the front of the mountain. Then, he would find an opportunity to go to the White Jade Arch Bridge at the foot of the mountain. There was no need to rush. The outstanding tree comes out of the forest, and the outstanding tree returns to the forest. They were 2 different principles. Since Chen Pingan could tell Gu Kan this principle at the Book Slip Lake, Chen Pingan would naturally be more adept at it. Choosing to travel together with Daoist Sun, or what he was going to do next, was all because of this principle. Cui Dongshan once said something very chewy. The principles at both ends of the line were smoothly broken down and understood. It was as if after 2 sides finished fighting, they finally landed in the middle. That was a little bit of true knowledge. Otherwise, the principle was not the principle. Once it was in the stomach, the world outside was all bullshit. Back then, when the 2 of them traveled together in the Great Sui Kingdom, Cui Dongshan actually said a lot of such unintentional jokes. However, perhaps Cui Dongshan's words were too frivolous and careless, so Chen Pingan did not really listen to them. Afterward, he remembered. It turned out that the student was teaching the teacher the principle. A tall old man was strolling along the border of the small world. The ethereal figure that was shattered by the sword chi time and time again gathered again. One was not tired, and the other was indifferent. Of course, the old man knew what was so wonderful about his plan. Every person's heart, which perhaps even those little fellows themselves could not understand, was at the critical moment of death and the great opportunity to obtain the immortal's inheritance. Great disasters and great blessings depended on each other. Then, everyone's words and actions would extend to all kinds of accidents and possibilities. They would form alliances, plot against each other, be difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, endure and lie dormant, rise to kill, flee with their hands covering their heads, have a compassionate heart, and have a heroic temperament. Just who to find first, who to kill first, and how to kill were all delicious side dishes to accompany wine. If not for the fact that there were too many remnant rules in this small world, and one of them was more like an insurmountable lightning pool, perhaps he would have refined the entire mountain and water long ago, and not approach that green mountain and water time and time again, and always be restrained. Once he really took charge of this small world, he would probably have cultivated a Tao fruit with a square sky and a square earth. However, after so many years of hardship and wandering, it was not entirely a bad thing that he could only choose some low-level ants to fill his stomach. He used the thoughts of others to sharpen his Tao heart, and after each time, he benefited greatly, and became more and more knowledgeable about the word truth. After this meal, he had to move again. To prevent the neighboring sects of the North Continent from finding any clues. He could not go to the middle continent, as there were too many experts, and the northernmost snow peak continent was a good choice. As for the Aquarius continent in the south, from the idle chatter of the cultivators outside, unless he took a detour, he would have to pass through the North Peak continent. Once the North Peak god entered the Jade Pure realm, he would be equivalent to an immortal cultivator. It would be more troublesome. Especially when the other party was a mountain god, it would be harder for him to completely hide his tracks. He could not possibly become a small consecrator of the Song clan, right? If he knew the news earlier, and the new 5-peak mountain gods of the Aquarius continent had not been confirmed, it would be a good choice to become the mountain god. The old man was probably tired of the sword cheese incessant pestering, so he retreated into the white fog and sat cross-legged, with origami cranes circling around him. At the entrance to the ruins, the cave room with the 4 heavenly king statues was actually a remnant of a broken mountain elsewhere, which he had refined into a mountain and piled up together. In reality, he had refined more than one famous mountain, so the next time another opportunity appeared, it would be a different scene. Once a suitable ant cultivator entered the mountain and accidentally broke it, he would deliberately set up a low-level restriction, so that the earth immortal cultivator would not be too interested. At most, it would be Sun Qing of the Sparrow Residence, Bai Bai of the Water Dragon Sect, or Huan Yun, who was just a Tao protector. It was not that the old man could not eat 1 or 2 Yuanian cultivators who were rolling around in his stomach, but it was better to be safe than sorry. So the poems and writings on the walls were all written by the old man. It was used to deal with smart people who thought they were infallible. The 50 people who came later were too stupid, far inferior to the first 3 groups of cultivators, so he removed all the restrictions and used a small trick. As a result, when someone fought to be first, everyone fought to be first. The human heart had never surprised him. When the first group of people entered the immortal cave, they looked up and saw the immortal crane circling around, which was also a small trick. The cultivators in the world all liked to be suspicious. If he did not play a trick, they would either be too stupid to take the bait, or too afraid to take the bait. It was laughable. If the people who entered the mountain were all righteous and did not kill each other, each taking their own treasures, he really could not do anything. At most, he would just close the door and let those cultivators die of old age. The 2 corpses playing chess in the pavilion were like this in their early years. It was not that he could not kill them, but that the gains did not make up for the losses. Once the true body was revealed, the remnant sword aura would not be polite anymore, and could even follow the traces and kill its way into the white fog. In the long 1,000 years of hibernation, the old man had suffered greatly twice. Moreover, relying on his cultivation level and strength to kill people was like a child smashing an ant's nest with a piece of wood. When the old man was in a foreign land, he had done many things and finally met the person who was worshipped by the Taoist temple, which was why he was reduced to such a state. There were many palaces and pavilions on the mountain, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and immortal secret manuals, but to the old man, they were no longer significant. He was more prepared to wait until his cultivation level was high enough to protect himself in any continent in the vast world, then he would establish his own sect. By then, all the treasures and opportunities would be the foundation of his own sect. The old man really did not care for those of poor quality. After they were broken, they would return to the world and turn into spiritual energy, which was not a problem. The spiritual energy here was rich, especially the water fate. It was not the universal phenomenon that existed in the beginning. The people that the old man really paid attention to were not the 3 earth immortals of the Golden Core realm, but the other 3. One of them was too lucky, which was why his luck was bad. He had somehow obtained 3 of the opportunities of the Taoist temple on the mountain peak. A broken wooden idol, dark green glazed roof that was secretly refined by immortals, and green bricks that contained water fate. There were 2 others. One of them was the first one that he had the thought of taking in as a disciple, and indeed had some connection with the Taoist fate of the mountain. If they really became master and disciple, the disciple's cultivation level would improve by leaps and bounds. In the future, when he was running around outside and working with his master, it would save him a lot of trouble. Perhaps he could also eat the nascent soul. If his master attained the fruit of Tao, the disciple would take the golden core, nascent soul, and treasures, and everyone would be happy. Together, they would ascend to the top of the vast world. One day, they might even be able to return home in glory and shock those arrogant old Taoists. The last one was the most interesting one, which was why he had to die. Most likely, he would not have to do it himself. When the time came, there would only be 5 people left. Killing a few more would just be a matter of course. In fact, if those people could sincerely cooperate, abandon their prejudices, and choose to break the situation together, in addition to the existence of that wisp of sword aura, he would be in a lot of trouble. He could only hold his stomach and start to travel far away, slowly waiting for those guys to gradually die of old age in this cave in his stomach. Their cultivation would turn into spiritual energy and return to the small world. However, was it possible? Absolutely impossible. Even if they were so loving and there was a nascent soul who had the potential to reach the Jade Pure realm in the end. When that time came, he would have to pay a price and kill him personally. The world was connected, and a great calamity was imminent. It wasn't a joke that he had asked the 3 paper gods to make up. If anyone could gain the recognition of that wisp of sword aura, it would be the biggest trouble. Huge trouble. Fortunately, there was no such person who was blessed by the heavens. Since he had nothing to do for the time being. The old man opened a book with pages that were as thin as cicadas' wings. The content was written in tiny characters that were almost indiscernible. There were also pages of cultivator portraits in between. Apart from that, there was a chapter that returned to the body. Every chapter described the life and death of a cultivator in this place. Everything, big or small, was described in detail. Everyone's words and deeds in this place were accurately recorded, word for word. However, the length of each story varied. It seemed that everyone was the main character, but everyone would die. This was the most important cultivation path that the old man had been secretly refining famous mountains and rivers for countless years. In the vast white fog, the mountains and rivers could be seen clearly. This was the true top-notch God observing mountains and rivers. The current saint overseeing the small world was not a path that the 3 religions and 100 schools of thought had figured out in the early years. It was also learned. The tall old man wanted to visit the most was not the saint of the 3 religions, but the cultivators of the 100 schools of thought, the white paper blessed land that they oversaw. They would definitely benefit from each other's great Tao. What a good way to learn from each other. The scholars in this world were particular about what they said. The tall old man raised his head and looked in the direction of the Taoist temple at the peak of the Green Mountain. He sighed. Back in the day, he followed that person to cultivate. There were few people in the mountain, but there were many books. The collection of books was very plentiful. He could be considered to have read all the books. This time, that person rarely spoke and asked him how he was doing with the books. He replied that reading Taoist books, there is death in life. It was a little cold. Reading Buddhist scriptures, there is joy in bitterness. It was a little hot. Reading Confucian scriptures, there was a lot of discipline. It was a little annoying. That person laughed and said that he had read a little, but was far from finishing. It was not good to be in the depths of the mountain and not see the mountain but not the person. However, before he could read more, there was that shocking change in the situation where the sword was thrust out and the sword chi was like a storm. Even now, when he thought about that sword, he felt a chill run down his spine and his liver and guts were torn apart. Before that person died, in order to break open the sky, he sent this small world, whose owner had changed many times, out of his hometown with him. In reality, he was already powerless to restrict him, so he could only make a 3-point agreement with him. As time went by, the so-called 3-point agreement was no longer a restriction. Now, only that wisp of sword chi was left to hold on bitterly. As the cultivators of this world broke into this place, each one of them, like that martial artist Huang Shi, acted more and more unscrupulously. He broke the wooden statue again and again, and after that, he patched it up and put it back together again. What little reverence he had for that person disappeared along with it. The old man casually glanced into the distance. If someone dared to ruin his observation plan, such as daring to suppress everyone with brute force, then they could die first. It was a good opportunity to make an example of them, so that those little bastards would believe that this place was the cultivation place of some ancient ascendant realm cultivator. Even if I can earn money, can I compete with those big shots? The man let out a sigh of relief, no longer speaking. The two people buried their heads and ran madly together. Suddenly, someone in front caught a glimpse of the vast expanse of white fog, extremely shocked. Could it be that we have reached the end? The vast expanse of white fog at the border rapidly retreated like the tide. The mountain range rose and fell, like the woman who was still hugging the pipa covering half her face, gradually revealing her true appearance. The territory of this immortal mansion rapidly expanded. Huan Yun did not have the intention to kill, saying that he would go first. Then, he rode the wind to the mountain to find the two direct disciples of Shinjinse. Sun Qing did not either, but let Wu Jiong and the other two go to the south to take a look. Bai Bai and Zhan Qing let Gao Ling kill without restraint. As for that Fu Chu imperial consecrator, he was called to his side by Bai Bai. Gao Ling actually directly took off the dew armor and hid it in his sleeve. He picked up a long saber whose owner was already dead, held it in his hand, and flew away. In the white fog, the tall old man had already put away the book, standing in the same place, but his figure slid backwards along with the white fog, so he was like a dragon hiding in the sea of clouds. The old man put his hands behind his back and smiled. If the territory is too small, I'm afraid that you will die too quickly, and you will miss out on a lot of good shows. After half a day, he would announce a few extremely interesting new rules to everyone. For example, from now on, the person who killed the most people would become the second direct disciple of the immortal mansion among the last 5 people. Then, you, Huan Yun and Sun Qing, 2 kind-hearted cultivators who were not willing to start a massacre, would still kill people. Should he just kill to his heart's content, without any restraints? The old man turned his head to look at a young man with a saber who had already hidden at the border and dug a hole to bury himself. He said, at the same time, let's see if you have the luck and fate to become my first direct disciple. Di Yuanfeng, who was wearing straw shoes, bamboo cane, and white clothes, cursed when he realized that the situation at the border had changed. He had no choice but to break out of the ground. He did not even have time to shake off the dust on his body as he continued to run towards the depths of the mountain. Then, Huang Shi suddenly stopped and changed his route. He came to the hole and squatted down, picking up the soil. He raised his head to look at a distant figure the size of a mustard seed and smiled. Killing that black-robed old man, fellow Daoist Qin, might be a little risky, but killing a 5th realm martial artist like you, Di Yuanfeng, was really not difficult. The 5 people at the foot of the mountain gave their orders and climbed the mountain together. They agreed to meet at the peak of the mountain, and then they would search for the other 4 people besides the male and female cultivators from Cloud City. Find them first, then decide whether to kill them. In the depths of the forest, Chen Pingan brought the man called Jin Shan and fled for their lives. On other routes, Gao Ling's saber was extremely sharp. As long as he caught up, one slash of his saber would often result in a corpse being decapitated. As they had to take care of the scholar Huai Qian's leg strength, Wu Jiong and Lu Guibao did not walk quickly. On the other hand, the two groups of people under the wild cultivator and martial artist had already gathered together and worked together to kill those who were escaping alone. They were very enthusiastic. Huan Yun told the young man and woman who were waiting for death not to worry about their lives. They could stay where they were or continue to search for treasures. When Huai Qian thought of his hometown, he felt increasingly bored. He watched this group of ants swaying left and right like puppets. After half a day, he would get tired of seeing them. As for the person behind the scenes, how high could his realm be if he could be suppressed by that wisp of sword qi? Even if he did not bring out his background, he could still have a good discussion with the person behind the scenes. He had obtained that wisp of sword qi, and the other party had lost the long-term suppression that had lasted for thousands of years. It was the best of both worlds. He turned and glanced at the silly girl who was still frowning in thought. Huai Qian leaned on the railing and turned to ask with a smile, "Miss Liu, do you want to become the manor lord of the Sparrow Manor today?" Liu Guibao immediately flew out. "Who are you?" Huai Qian stretched out a finger and put it to his lips, shushing her. He said telepathically, "Before coming to the North Continent, the elder ancestor warned me that the sword immortals here are too unreasonable and especially like to kill the geniuses of other continents. Therefore, I must tuck my tail between my legs and behave myself." Liu Guibao's eyes were cold. Her mind was spinning rapidly, but she realized that she could not communicate telepathically with her master, Sun Qing. Huai Qian sighed. "Miss Liu, if you continue to be like this, we can't be friends anymore." This young, scholarly foreigner shook his sleeves and looked up at the sky. "I won't waste my time with you. This little trick of the white paper talisman god made me feel nauseous. I have to teach this country bumpkin god, and of course, that old perfected Huan, what a real talisman is." He held an item in each hand. One of them was a golden armor pill. It was the highest grade incense divine spiritual armor. This armor was one of the few ancient items among the incense divine armors. Huai Qian hung it on his back. In his other hand, he held two green talisman. He threw one out and smiled. "Tai, send Fingdu with the iron scroll. Drive the thunder god, control the thunder and lightning, and let the old man walk between heaven and earth." A 2-meter-tall god in golden armor appeared out of thin air. Dazzling snow-white lightning intertwined all over his body. When his feet landed on the ground, the mountain shook and affected the fate of the entire mountain. After the second talisman was thrown out, a man in white with a sword hanging on his waist hovered in the air. His expression was wooden, but the sword aura around his body was surging. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth turned into dust. Finally, Huai Qian held up a small golden hollow ball in his hand. Inside, streaks of sword aura flew out at lightning speed. When they collided with the small basket, sparks flew everywhere. This time, he came to the North Continent, where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. The blade-strengthening gourd suddenly became extremely heavy. Chen Pingan laughed, "I dare not refuse an elder's gift." Daoist Sun laughed and retracted his gaze. Without any movement, Di Yuanfeng, Zhan Qing, and Liu Guibao instantly woke up. They were in the stagnant river of time. They were a little dizzy, especially Zhan Qing. She felt that her internal organs were shattered. She was on the verge of collapsing. She gritted her teeth and did not let herself fall. Not only that, but Daoist Sun also healed Sun Qing and Bai Bai, the two golden core cultivators, back to normal. Daoist Sun said, "I plan to take the three of you as my in-name disciples. However, I will not force you." Whether you are willing to change your sect, you can choose for yourself. Remember, you only have one chance. Just ask your heart. Baiting Country's young Marquis Zhan Qing did not hesitate. She kowtowed and thanked him with tears in her eyes. He did not even look at that sister Bai. Bai was disappointed. She could speak, but she did not. Because she did not know whether to congratulate him or to feel sad for herself. Di Yuanfeng, who had been wearing straw shoes and bamboo cane, imitated the person from the Taoist sect and bowed to this old immortal. His heart was in turmoil. He had mixed feelings. After thinking for a while, he probably felt that the etiquette was not grand enough. He kneeled on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. He did not dare to get up for a long time. Kneeling on the ground, Di Yuanfeng felt like he was in a dream. First, in the study room of the cave, the tall old man who seemed to be very skilled in spells took the initiative to appear and said that he would take him as his first disciple. Then, that guy died and was replaced by this Taoist son in front of him, who said that he wanted to take him as his disciple. How many good deeds did he, Di Yuanfeng, do in his previous life? However, Taoist son did not tell Di Yuanfeng about the Taoist fate of his lineage. It was better to tell him later than earlier. His junior apprentice brother used straw shoes and bamboo cane to travel the world. However, the Taoist path was unpredictable. He died and his Taoist Tao disappeared. He was hit by the sword of the second Taoist disciple from Beko Kaikyung building. The whole Qingming world said that his junior apprentice brother died honorably. It had not happened in 3,000 years that he could make the second Taoist disciple attack with all his strength. Taoist son was not willing to care about these seemingly good words. The reason why the demon was willing to treat Di Yuanfeng well was because of this. It was not really nostalgic for the Taoist surname Song, but it wanted to get a good omen. As for the young girl, Lu Guibao, she was no different from Zhan Qing. She was just a trick that Taoist son came up with on the spur of the moment. However, to them, Taoist fate was still Taoist fate. Furthermore, it was not small. As a cultivator, what is the meaning of being careful? Chen Pingan did not hesitate this time and said in a deep voice, to have a heart of reverence towards the world and to see oneself as a mortal enemy. Taoist Sun paused for a moment and laughed. All right, the great world outside and the small world of the human body are all complete for you. Who taught you such a great principle? Chen Pingan said, I figured it out myself. Just like what Taoist Sun said, if the principle is too great, it will become empty. I'm not good enough at many small things that support this principle. Taoist Sun was a little emotional. Back then, his junior brother had similar thoughts. He always said that Taoism was far and wide and had to be started from the details. Otherwise, as the world changed and customs changed, not to mention the foundation of his lineage's Taoism, even the Beko Kaikyung building would not be able to withstand scrutiny. The higher it rose, the more trouble it would cause after it collapsed. No matter what this junior brother thought, with the foundation of the Taoism of cultivating Taoism and nurturing virtue, no one could criticize him, so it was not troublesome. The key was that his junior brother, as a key figure of the Taoism sword immortal lineage, had done many things on paper that he should not have done. Other than the great deeds that his junior brother had done in the eyes of the world, there was actually a small matter that he had been doing all along during this period. The demon that liked to refine mountains was actually being possessed by an otherworldly demon without knowing it. His junior brother tried to convert this otherworldly demon into Tao. It was a pity that someone with a bad temper in the Beko Kaikyung building wore a Taoist robe for the first time and visited the Taoist temple with a sword. Not only that, Song Maolu, the last disciple that his junior brother secretly took in the early years, was a person who came out of nowhere. Even in the eyes of his senior uncle, he was an amazing existence. He built a Daoist lineage that was similar to the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the central mainland and had a great reputation, but in the end, he did not have a good ending. Fortunately, when Daoist Sun left the Qingming world, the disciples of this martial nephew were doing well, and each of them had a Daoist lineage that was passed down. In the Qingming world in his hometown, the three leaders of the Beko Keikyung building were responsible for taking turns to take charge of the Beko Keikyung building. Usually, when the eldest disciple of the Daoist ancestor was in charge, the world was peaceful and there were not many disputes. When the youngest disciple of the Daoist ancestor, Lu Qin, was in charge of the Beko Keikyung building, the world was full of heroes and chaos. However, although it was chaotic, it was full of vitality. When it was the second Daoist ancestor's turn to return from the heavens beyond heaven, well, the cultivators of the upper five realms died very quickly. Not only was there chaos outside the Beko Keikyung building, there were also deaths inside the Beko Keikyung building. Daoist Sun looked around and stretched out his palm. From all directions, a green firefly flew out from between everyone's eyebrows, like the legendary fire in the water. Except for Chen Pingan, Diyuan Feng, and Zhan Qing, even Lu Guibao, Sun Qing, and Bai Bai were no exception. Daoist Sun smiled and said, "Some things are not good to know." When Huai Qian asked for death, these people will forget their memories. Next, I will leave you with the treasures and opportunities, no more, no less. Take it as these people's opportunities. I think there will be another competition between the hearts of people. Daoist Sun asked, "Do you want to stop them? Help everyone to seek for peace and wealth." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm just looking, because there's no need to stop them." Daoist Sun nodded, and the tattered book on the ground floated to Chen Pingan. "Then let's look at the hearts of people more. Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. This book, in the hands of others, is just a pastime, but for you, it will be of great use." Chen Pingan put the book into his sleeve and thanked him. Daoist Sun smiled and said, a cultivator, who in the world is more qualified than a Daoist?" "Young man, your Daoist skills are very high, it's worth looking at more." Chen Pingan nodded. "I will." Daoist Sun stroked his beard and smiled. "Fellow Daoist Qin, do you still want to explore the mountains and diligently pick up scraps?" Chen Pingan's expression did not look too good, and he wiped his face hard. "I don't have such thoughts for now." This time, it was Huai Qian who met Daoist Sunday. Who knows, it might be Chen Pingan who met someone next time. Daoist Sun said, "After I leave, there's no need to think too much. Do what you need to do, whether it's a wild cultivator or a bag shop, rely on your own abilities. Fortune and misfortune will follow." Chen Pingan began to consider how to wrap things up. Daoist Sun smiled and looked at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan was a little confused. Daoist Sun said with a slightly teasing tone, the words he said before. "Fellow Daoist Chen's Daoist heart is not firm enough." Chen Pingan immediately understood, and blurted out, "Daoist Sun, Daoist Sunday, the same long word, a different meaning." Daoist Sun stroked his beard and smiled, nodding gently, very satisfied. He reminded, after half an hour, the long river of time will flow again. Daoist Sun kept Di Yuanfeng and Zhan Qing in his sleeve, and then turned into a rainbow, breaking through the sky. This was probably the so-called chicken and dog ascending to heaven. After being hit by the resplendent rainbow light, a large door appeared in the sky dome of the entire immortal abode. Then, the hole slowly expanded, and the mountain and water restriction gradually dissipated. However, after the white rainbow left the small world, it instantly disappeared without a sound. Chen Pingan was stunned for a moment, retracted his gaze, and began to run. He temporarily left the troublesome place. As for the packages on the ground that contained treasures, Chen Pingan did not even look at them. However, after the dust settled, he could actually carefully plan again. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Chen Pingan was long gone. The mountain range rose and fell, returning to normal. He just did not know where Huang Shi and Jin Shan were. However, Chen Pingan went to the Kaisan midway, on the way, and actually stayed in the same place. The spiritual energy was still abundant, but unfortunately, it was an item that could be moved but could not be taken away. Wait a minute. It was not the stone table and green bamboo from before. Now that the restrictions of the small world were gone, why could he not take it away? He just had to spend more effort. Chen Pingan dug the ground, and finally carried the caisson that looked like a huge millstone, and ran away, not forgetting to stick a steel-carrying talisman on his forehead. It was hard to avoid obscuring one's vision by sticking it straight on his forehead. It would be better if he stuck it horizontally. This was something he learned from his first disciple. In the vast sky, Priest Sun looked back at the mountains and rivers below, and clicked his tongue. Not a single blade of grass grows, not a single blade of grass grows. An old Confucian dressed in a Confucian robe, with a golden jade token hanging from his waist, said calmly, "Monastery head, you can leave now." Priest Sun smiled, then opened the door and sent him off. On the mountain land of Biting Country, Huan Yun, Sun Qing, and Bai Bai were the first to wake up. They were all dazed for a moment, and then tried their best to stabilize the spiritual energy in their key chi abodes, and carefully checked the movements of their natal items. However, Sun Qing immediately kept the token in her sleeve. Seeing that her disciple Lu Guibao was still in a daze, she kept the book for safekeeping. Although she did not know what had happened, but if she did not dare to take something that was within her reach, how could she be a cultivator? Huan Yun frowned. "We should have already left the ruins of the immortal residence." The old perfected master was shocked. Why was there only a few treasures left in his Fengzuan item, which was originally full of treasures and immortal items? Lu Guibao realized that the bastard Huai Qian had disappeared. Good fellow, he even lied to her the whole way. The young girl gritted her teeth in hatred. Bai Bai also felt that something was wrong. What about Zhang Qing? However, Lu Guibao's temperament was good. She was the first to discover the few bags on the ground, and saw it as an opportunity to fight for it. However, Bai Bai also discovered this, and Gao Ling, the Golden Body Realm martial artist, had also woken up. Lu Guibao, her master Sun Qing, and Bai Bai immediately joined forces with Gao Ling, and each of them snatched a heavy bag full of treasures. Both sides were wary of each other, and thus they did not interfere with each other's business. As for the other bag, it was targeted by the Dragon Gate Realm martial artist and martial artist who were standing side by side. In the end, they got it at the same time. They tore the bag apart, and the treasures inside fell to the ground. There were more than 10 treasures. The two of them picked up 3 or 4 each, and the rest were taken away by Huan Yun, Sun Qing, and Bai Bai. It was another very tacit split of the treasures. If it was a martial artist from the mountains, their first thought would probably be to hurt others and then snatch the treasures. Wealth came from danger, and they would try to take advantage of the situation. As for those who survived after half a day, they did not dare to stay any longer, and all fled. Staying in this damned place for even a moment longer would make one's heart turn cold. Huan Yun's expression changed slightly, and he knew that something was wrong. He quickly flew up, and the double-sleeved talisman flew out quickly to track down his colleagues. He also had to confirm the safety of the 2 direct disciples of Shinjunza in the city above clouds. Once the Dragon Gate Realm martial artist with the surname Su realized that the restriction had suddenly disappeared, he would definitely escape with the Fengzuan item, the white jade brush tube. He would probably not return to the Futsu country or the city above clouds in this lifetime before he reached the Golden Core realm. Fortunately, the young male and female cultivator who were more than 10 miles away were safe and sound. At the same time, one of the 1,000 miles flying sword talismans that was more than 100 miles away was shattered. The old perfected one laughed coldly. In the end, he stopped the martial artist from the city above clouds. The latter said angrily, "Huan Yun, are you really going to kill all of us?" Huan Yun said, "Return to the city above clouds with me, and let your city lord, Shinjinza, deal with you." The old martial artist raised his hand and gripped the Fengsuan item tightly. "Do you believe that I won't shatter this item directly?" Huan Yun said indifferently, "The two opportunities inside are not small. Even if the Fengsuan item shatters, it still won't destroy the immortal shed skin and robe. But listen to my advice. If you really do that, I'll let you die on the spot. Then, I'll go and apologize to Shinjinzo alone." The old martial artist's expression changed. "Huan Yun, I'll definitely not go to the city above clouds with you. I know what kind of person Shinjinza is. If I fall into his hands, I'll only suffer a fate worse than death." Huan Yun said angrily, "If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. If you didn't covet the treasures in the mountain and bully the two juniors because of their low realms, you would be the hero of the city above clouds right now." The old martial artist said, "I can give you the Fengsuan item. Huan Yun, take out all the length withdrawal talismans in exchange. Lastly, I have a small request. When you see the two little fellows, tell them that you've already killed me." "Sure." Without hesitation, Huan Yun took out a stack of length withdrawal talismans and spread them out slightly. Without exception, they were all length withdrawal talisman. Among them, there were two talisman made of golden material. Huan Yun said in a low voice, "Exchange items. Sue, if you still dare to play tricks, don't blame me for killing you." The two of them threw the talisman and the white jade brush in their hands at the same time. The Dragon Gate martial artist grabbed the talisman and took out one of the golden talismans. In an instant, he was hundreds of miles away. Huan Yun sighed and turned back. He found the two youngsters and handed over the white jade brush. According to the agreement with the Dragon Gate martial artist, he said, "Master Su is already dead." The youngster took the white jade brush carefully. It seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. His fingers trembled as he kept it in his sleeves. Then, he bowed to the old martial artist and said in a sobbing voice, "I have no way to repay you for saving my life, protecting me, and robbing me of the treasure." The young lady cried even harder. She held her face with both hands. As the old saying goes, those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune in the future. She could not help but feel emotional. The tragic experience of searching for the treasure was going to give her nightmares for the rest of her life. Huan Yun smiled and said, "The two of you are further away from the others. Take this opportunity to leave this place quickly." Bai smiled and agreed. "Your appetite is not small, but I think Gao Ling can sit on that chair steadily." The next moment, the helper of the Fuyo country was hit by Gao Ling's fist and his head rolled far away. Bai Bai's expression was normal as he immediately used his techniques to destroy the corpse. There was no need for words. The Sparrow residents seemed to have become the biggest winner, or at least one of them. 3 people came and 3 people left. They were neat and tidy. Moreover, they were not injured. They had taken many treasures and opportunities. Wu Jiong suddenly said, "Will the black-robed old man who has topped the scroll twice come and find trouble with the Sparrow residents?" Wu Jiong recognized the other party's Daoist robe. Sun Qing smiled. A person who can be friends with Lu Jinglong would not be so despicable. Wu Jiong was still a little worried. Just now, Sun Qing had roughly confirmed the rank of the Taoist book and the token. He only said that the latter was a treasure that only ordinary cultivators of the upper 5 realms could possess. After this disaster, other than Sun Qing and Lu Guibao, Wu Jiong did not trust anyone else. In the end, what Wu Jiong did not trust was the way of the world and the people's hearts. Not only that, Wu Jiong had a thought in her heart. It was a thought that even she was afraid of. When Wu Jiong asked herself, if she had the skills and cultivation of that young sword immortal, would Sun Qing and Lu Guibao, who were envied by their cultivation talent and fortune, be able to return to the Sparrow residence alive? Wu Jiong did not know the answer. She did not dare to think too much. Chen Pingan hid the caisson at the bottom of a deep pool deep in the mountains where there was no one around. He changed his attire and took off all his Taoist robes, changing into an ordinary green robe. He carried a large bamboo box with 4 bags inside. After walking for more than 10 miles, he saw an old acquaintance standing on a tall branch beside a mountain path with a large bag on his back. It was the martial artist of the Golden Body realm, Huang Shi. Huang Shi smiled and said, "I know it's you." Chen Pingan said, "Then why didn't you hide as far away as possible?" Huang Shi smiled and said, "It's funny. Even I can't figure it out. After leaving that strange place alive, I feel more at ease staying by Brother Chen's side." Huang Shi no longer had any confidence in judging other people's cultivation and the depth of their Taoist techniques. He only had some confidence in judging people's good and bad. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Don't provoke me. Let's go our separate ways and cherish our blessings." Huang Shi shook the eye-catching bags on his back and said, "Brother Chen is an expert. With so many tricks, I'm still far behind. Soon, bye-bye, Gao Ling, and the other 2 might come looking for trouble with me. If they splash some dirty water on me, I might not even be able to walk out of the biting kingdom with so many things on my back." Chen Pingan asked, "I heard that you wanted to take revenge. What revenge?" Huang Shi's expression was indifferent as he said, "Back then, I was at fault for being impulsive. However, I didn't expect that I didn't die. My family of more than 40 people, old and young, were all skinned by cultivators and replaced with human skins for the dead to wear." This pure martial artist's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a story from a book. The true suffering of the world would not be the heart-wrenching and lung-tearing that others would see. Even if there were, after 1 or 2 times, they would become even quieter. Chen Pingan did not say anything. Huang Shi's mouth twitched. "No matter who you are, I still trust you. Or rather, I'm taking a big gamble while my luck is good. I'm willing to sell most of the items in my bag to you. I only accept immortal money. Once you have enough, you can buy a military armor pill. Of course, it's not the deity armor, but a golden crow warp armor. Then you can buy a dermic saber that I've long taken a fancy to. Then, I'll be able to do what I need to do." Chen Pingan took out a few steel-carrying talismans from his sleeves and threw them to Huang Shi. "This talisman is best at concealing one's aura. You're a martial artist at the Golden Body realm, so you'll be able to hide your tracks. As long as you're careful, you'll be able to sneak out of the biting country." Huang Shi was stunned. He did not immediately catch the talisman. Back at the mountain behind the ruins of the immortal residence, he used the same method to make the other party vomit blood with a single punch. However, back then, he was more interested in probing the other party's strength. When the few talisman floated into the distance, Huang Shi controlled the talisman in his hands. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What are you after?" Chen Pingan had already continued on his way. He left behind a sentence, "When the world is suffering, we dare to speak up." She was just a stranger and an outsider. Her words were understated. However, Huang Shi was a cold-hearted and ruthless martial artist. His lips trembled and his fists clenched tightly. Huang Shi loosened his fists and took a deep breath before wiping his face. Suddenly, Huang Shi shouted, "Hey, old brother Qin, please stop." Chen Pingan turned around and scolded angrily, "I don't have many talisman left either. I'm just someone who gets up early and works late every day to earn some hard-earned money. I'm not a child of wealth. Damn you, how dare you ask for a yard after getting an inch? You're so unkind. You haven't even settled the old scores on the mountain. You punched me so hard that my old bones almost fell apart." The corner of Huang Shi's mouth twitched. He was about to go back on his words when he suddenly laughed. He opened his luggage and tossed 3 items over. "I, Huang Shi, can't be considered a good person, but I don't want to owe anyone a favor." That young man immediately changed his expression. He chuckled as he received the 3 items and placed them into the bamboo box. Chen Pingan rubbed his chin. He felt that it was time for the two of them to sit down and have a drink while discussing business. Huang Shi laughed, "With these talisman, why would I sell them to you? With your business acumen, how could I not make a loss?" Chen Pingan smiled, "You flatter me." The two of them parted ways just like that. Huang Shi suddenly asked, "What's your name? Can you tell me?" That person didn't turn around. He raised his arm and clenched his fist, "I'm a good person, Chen." Huang Shi couldn't be bothered to speak anymore. "To hell with your good person, Chen." However, this person was really a good person. That person suddenly turned around. With a light flick of his sleeves, 2 thick stacks of talisman appeared in his hands. "546, an old Jinren of the Talisman sect. Su Xingjiu of the city above clouds who was stabbed. Zhao Qingwan, who had failed to deliver a strike with his knife. There was also a young man in green who carried a large bamboo box on his back." Huan Yun said, "Why don't you be a good bag Zhai? Why do you have to get involved in this mess? Quit when you're ahead and leave when you get the benefits. Earning money steadily is the right way." Wu Jiong recognized the young man because of his black Daoist robe. Huan Yun recognized him even more. It was not that Chen Pingan was not cautious enough. It was that the smelted mountain demon's method was too unexpected. He allowed the white-clothed goddess and the green-clothed deity to open the painting so that everyone who came for the treasure could see it clearly. However, Huan Yun could only guess the identity of the young man in front of him. He was the Bag Shai Yi who sold talismans in the city above clouds. He dared to save Huan Yun because he knew his identity. Among the people who came for the mountain, only the mysterious old man in the black robe had the guts and ability to do so. Once the cultivators on the mountain had their own guesses, it did not matter whether they were telling the truth or not. Chen Pingan laughed, "Mountain Jai Yi, Mountain Jai Yi, Mountain Jai Yi. Isn't he just busy walking through mountains and rivers every day? What's so strange about that?" Su Xingjiu suddenly said, "Jinren Huan, there's still room for negotiation." Huan Yun shook his head, "From the moment I chose to kill you, there was no turning back." Su Xingjiu, you're very smart. Smart people should not say stupid things. Su Xingjiu was well aware of this. If Huan Yun had been honest from the beginning and did not have any selfish desires, he would not have chased after her and Zhao Qingwan. A person with great desires would be narrow-minded. He was so narrow-minded that he could only walk on a narrow path. He could only walk on it alone. To be honest, Su Xingjiu knew that her previous choice was also a big mistake. When Huan Yun handed over the white jade brush, she shouldn't have guessed Huan Yun's intentions. When she found out that the immortal molting and the Daoist robe had disappeared, she shouldn't have hidden anything. She should have been honest with him. If Huan Yun had explained everything to her back then, they wouldn't be in this situation now. However, things in the world were not as simple as that. Su Xingzhou was not only in a state of panic due to Su Gongfeng's vicious schemes. In fact, Huan Yun, as their path protector, had chosen to watch from the sidelines. This was a hidden killing intent, a hidden killing intent. Perhaps it was a method to get someone else to do the dirty work. If Su Gongfeng killed them and stole their treasures, then Huan Yun would be able to act as the oriole behind and his hands would be clean. Huan Yun wasn't in a hurry to attack. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry. There were many things and many people who thought that there was no turning back. In fact, there was a way. Huan Yun was actually the most awkward one. Su Xingzhou and Zhao Qingwan of the city above clouds had to get rid of them. However, it was dangerous to deal with this person who liked to change his appearance. This was because Huan Yun was not sure of his cultivation level. He was not even sure if he was a chi cultivator of the Talisman sect or the most difficult swordsman to deal with on the mountain. Once he was sure, it would be either Huan Yun's death and he would know that his opponent's cultivation level was high. Or he would die in his hands and all the treasures would be in his pocket. Huan Yun would be lucky for once. Chen Pingan suddenly said, "If I remember correctly, you Taoists always say that cultivating one's life and not one's nature is the #1 disease of cultivation." Huan Yun smiled. "It's easy to say." Chen Pingan said, "It's because it's easy to say that it's difficult to do it. Once it's done, it means that you have treasures and morals." Dual cultivation of life and death was the decree of the gods. Dual cultivation of life and death, the person who succeeded was the so-called seamless tower of Taoism and the leakless fruit of Buddhism. Huan Yun shook his head. "I know that you're not old and you're not a Taoist. Don't play games with me and use those catchphrases. Why don't the two of us talk about something more practical? Let's do a deal like in the city above clouds market?" Chen Pingan shook his head as well. "As long as you still want to kill the two of them, we can't do this deal. I've already said it. Old Taoist, other than your greed and killing intent, you haven't really caused any harm. Can the treasures and opportunities in Su Xingzhou's Fengzuan item compare to the Taoist heart that you've worked hard to accumulate for your entire life?" Huan Yun couldn't help but laugh. He sighed. "What? You want to persuade me to stop and turn back with just your words?" Su Xingzhou said, "Taoist Huan, I'm willing to take out all the treasures in the Fengzuan item as payment for my life. Please leave one for us after you've chosen, so that we can answer to Master. Also, I can use the secret technique of the Ancestral Hall to swear that I won't say a word about what Taoist Huan has done. In the future, Taoist Huan will still be an esteemed guest of the city above clouds. If possible, you can even be the honorary guest of the city above clouds." Su Xingzhou had already pulled out the sleeve knife that was still a token of love. She wiped away the blood stains and kept it in her sleeve. Then, she casually bandaged her wound and swallowed a precious pill from the city above clouds. The wound wasn't on her back, but on her heart. But Su Xingzhou didn't care. Chen Pingan sighed. The smarter Su Xingzhou appeared to be, the more she was able to judge the situation. But in Huan Yun's eyes, she was only a hidden danger. There was no other way. Then, he would change his method and do it in a more North Continent style. If not, Huan Yun would have gone all out to kill him and bet on his victory. Two flying swords that had yet to be completely refined into natal items flew out of the two Qi Chi residencies and hovered on Chen Pingan's left and right. One was a thin white rainbow, while the other was a dark green. Chen Pingan said, "Huan Yun, are you going to continue making mistakes?" Huan Yun's sleeves fluttered and countless talisman floated out. They formed a formation to protect him. He said in a trembling voice, "Is it the person who worshipped the sword with Lu Jinglong in the Fu Chu kingdom?" Chen Pingan asked, "What do you think?" Huan Yun sighed deeply. No wonder, no wonder. Chen Pingan turned to Su Xingzhou and said, what do you say? Su Xingzhou said, Senior, I will bring my junior sister back to the city above clouds. Zhao Qingwan cried, I won't go. Su Xingzhou, just kill me. Su Xingzhou smiled bitterly. Let's not do anything stupid. There's nothing we can't overcome. Qingwan, if you trust me, then leave with me. We'll still be how we were before. I don't have a knot in my heart. As long as you untie it yourself, nothing will change. You can even change for the better. Qingwan, everyone makes mistakes. Don't be afraid. We'll change our mistakes. Zhao Qingwan looked like she was possessed. Her face was pale but her eyes were red. We can't go back. We can't go back. Either you kill me or I kill you. Otherwise, we'll die together. In our next life, we'll be husband and wife. I promise we'll love each other for the rest of our lives. Su Xingzhou, what do you say? Su Xingzhou was expressionless. She took out the hidden blade and tossed it to Zhao Qingwan. She looked around and found herself in the dense forest. She said self-deprecatingly, husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. However, we're already like this even though we haven't become Daoist companions. Qingwan, just give me another blade. Otherwise, I'll tie you up and go back to Cloud City with you. We've agreed to become Daoist companions for the rest of our lives. I, Su Xingzhou, will do what I say. Zhao Qingwan held the blade and stared at Su Xingzhou in a daze. She suddenly smiled. Her face was still like a pear blossom in the rain. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. She seemed to have said 3 words. Su Xingzhou's eyes were hazy with tears. She had always been like this. He liked her eyes that could talk the most. Back then, his master brought a little girl to Cloud City. The youth looked at her. She tilted her head and stared at him with her round eyes. The youth made a face. The little girl was so scared that she started crying. Year after year, there was a family high up in the sea of clouds. Zhao Qingwan abruptly stabbed his saber into his heart. In the next moment, Su Xingzhou came in front of her. She held the hidden blade in her hand, which was dripping with blood. Su Xingzhou said softly, Qingwan, we've both died once. Can we start all over again in this life? Zhao Qingwan let go of her hand. She squatted on the ground and held her face with both hands. Su Xingzhou threw the blade away. She squatted down and hugged her gently. Just as she was about to pat her back, she remembered that her palms were covered in blood. She turned them over gently and rubbed them with the back of her hand. Her movements were gentle. She murmured, Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Didn't you always complain that I didn't like you? Don't ask me again in the future. How can a man say that he truly likes someone? He always talks about it. Huan Yun's expression was complicated. Chen Pingan asked, Huan Yun, you seem to have left a child in Cloud City. Huan Yun was furious. It's not my family's fault. Chen Pingan said, I'm going to learn from you and get rid of the source of trouble. Huan Yun said, Are you forcing me to die together with you? Chen Pingan said, Are you worthy? Huan Yun seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. He looked old. Forget it. My reputation is ruined. From now on, I won't step into Cloud City. No matter how Su Xingzhou and Shinjinza target me, it's my own fault. Chen Pingan shook his head. It doesn't matter if you think I'm a good person or a bad person. But I advise you not to treat me as a fool. Huan Yun gritted his teeth. What do you want? Why? Do you really want to kill me, Huan Yun, and then my grandson. I don't believe that you can do it. Chen Pingan interrupted Huan Yun and said slowly, I'll accompany you on the Minqin road. Huan Yun was stunned. Chen Pingan said, do you have a talisman boat? It's best if we take a ferry back to Cloud City. Finally, 2 talisman boats as big as mortal boats slowly rose into the air and headed for Cloud City. One boat carried 4 people. Old perfected being, why don't we talk about talisman knowledge? We can learn from each other and benefit from each other. Huan Yun looked at this person. This person's personality was really unpredictable. He could not sit still and was unhappy. Huan Yun could not help but mock, why don't I just take out a few talisman manuals? Put them on the table and spread them out. If Sword Immortal Qin says I need to turn the pages, I'll turn the pages. Chen Pingan turned a deaf ear to him. He only put away the jade bracelet and the tree gall pot and carefully put them into the bamboo box. Then, he chuckled and opened a package from the bamboo box. He took out an item and slammed it on the table. It was a green brick from the ground of the Taoist temple. Huan Yun closed his eyes and started to rest. This green brick could be used as a treasure to guard the mountain of an immortal. Chen Pingan thought for a while and took out a brush and paper. He started to draw the architectural style of the immortal residence, especially the white jade bridge. Only the Taoist temple at the top of the mountain would not be drawn on a piece of paper casually. After Chen Pingan finished drawing 2 pieces of paper, he said, Old perfected being, can you help me? Can you draw the few big buildings at the back of the mountain? Huan Yun suppressed his anger and took out a brush and paper from the square-inch object. He started to draw. Chen Pingan stood up and walked around the stone table. He looked at the old perfected being drawing and exclaimed, Your drawing is better than mine. You are indeed a talisman expert. Huan Yun was about to stop drawing. That person was about to raise his hand. Huan Yun could only continue to draw. He had no choice. That person was praising him, but he was holding a green brick in his hand. The next day, Shunjunza of the city above clouds was determined to buy the Keisan in the immortal residence in the courtyard. This golden core city lord seemed determined to get it. His words were sincere and he said that even if he had to sell everything he had, he would buy this immortal treasure that could stabilize the fate of the mountains and rivers. He was willing to pay with all the shops and mansions in the streets of the city above clouds. Chen Pingan did not agree immediately. Huan Yun actually had some thoughts about this priceless Keisan. But he did not dare to speak. Shunjunza wanted to ask Huan Yun to help him, but Huan Yun had a headache when he thought of the green brick in that person's hand. He rejected Shunjunza. Shunjunza laughed in anger. Old perfected being Huan, you can't be thinking of fighting with me for this item, right? Huan Yun did not feel embarrassed and simply said, It's a rare opportunity. Let's fight for it with our own abilities. Shunjunza was helpless. He could only say that since this item was in the city above clouds, it should stay in the city above clouds. Huan Yun smiled. Take care. I won't send you off. Shunjunza left in a huff. However, his bundle shop's business was not as good as before. It was a bit lacking. After a day, he only sold a few talisman and made a small profit of 30 snowflakes. They arrived at the residence left behind by consecrator Su. Chen Pingan squatted in the courtyard and was carefully wiping the Keisan that leaned against the wall. From time to time, he would breathe a mouthful of mist into the Keisan. His head was almost touching the surface of the Keisan. Huan Yun had a strange expression. Was this really a sword immortal who could travel the world with Lu Jinglong? Huan Yun finally asked, why did you want me to send a message to the ancestral hall of the Sparrow Manor with a talisman? Why did you want Sun Qing to come and see this item? Chen Pingan turned his back to the old perfected person and said, if in your heart, Su Xingzhou and Zhao Qingwan were accidents, then Sun Qing and the other two from the Sparrow Manor are also accidents. Moreover, they are accidents that can easily attract disaster. Since you think so, I want to try and see if I can turn accidents into good things while earning big money. Whether or not the caisson is sold to the Sparrow Manor in the end, Sun Qing and the others should remember your relationship with them. Also, you said that Sun Qing, especially her disciple Lu Guibao, are smart and straightforward people. This is all the more reason for you and me to try. Huan Yun asked, why are you helping me like this? Chen Pingan used his sleeve to wipe the intricate patterns on the caisson gently. He did not turn his head and said slowly, I am helping the old man who opened the door for me. Huan Yun sighed, it's hard to break through the heart. Chen Pingan smiled, it's hard to break through the new year in the marketplace at the foot of the mountain. Huan Yun started to fall silent. Chen Pingan said, I can't help bye-bye from the Water Dragon sect. I'm just a small cultivator from the sect. I feel guilty when I see a disciple of a big sect. Huan Yun said, they are actually having a headache now. I can find a chance to meet Bai secretly and solve this problem. After all, Sun Qing of the Sparrow Manor and Bai of the Water Dragon sect did not seem to know anything about Su Xingzhou and Lu Guibao's plot. What they did not know was what happened later. It was fortunate that the two Golden Core cultivators did not know. It was only this young sword immortal who knew. Chen Pingan said, I think we can let the great cultivators of the Water Dragon sect come to find you first. This kind of favor is what people like Bai mean. Otherwise, if you are wary of me talking too much and I am worried that you will leak the secret, I will kill the other party when I have the chance. I believe that as long as you stay in the city above clouds and show your face a few times or go sightseeing in the Biting Country or Water Sky Country, the Water Dragon sect will come to find you. It's better than you and Bai having a secret meeting behind closed doors. Huan Yun was stunned and smiled, that would be best. At dawn the next day, Sun Qing of the Sparrow Manor brought her disciple Lu Guibao to visit the city above clouds. Shinjinsa almost cursed, but he had no choice. When the two talisman boats entered the city, the huge caisson was forced to reveal its true appearance for a moment due to the mountain restriction and the protective formation. He believed that there were secret pawns of the Sparrow Manor at the market and immediately sent a message to the Peach Blossom Crossing. This was normal. The city above clouds also had secret pawns at the Peach Blossom Crossing. Shinjinza was not so narrow-minded as to not let Sun Qing enter the city. However, he still went to the mansion shamelessly. If Sun Qing offered a higher price than him and Shinjinza could not afford the caisson, he could just raise the price to death. He did not need to spend a single immortal's money. At that time, Sun Qing would not buy it in a fit of anger. At most, he would really have to sell everything he had. Even Shinjinza could directly give him a large piece of land in Above Cloud City. If that was not enough, he could buy it on credit or shamelessly borrow a sum of money from Huan Yun. In the courtyard, Chen Pingan looked at the ashen-faced Sun Qing and Shinjinza who was leisurely raising the price. Huan Yun was not sure about the value of the caisson either. He only said that the price was 80 pieces of divine rain money. Chen Pingan kept a straight face, with a hint of innocence and helplessness. In fact, he almost could not resist giving Shinjinza a thumbs up. Shinjinza had already raised the price to 86 pieces of divine rain money. Based on this, Shinjinza could raise the price to 1,000 pieces from morning to night. Sun Qing said coldly, Shinjinza, that's enough. Shinjinza smiled and said, Manor Head Sun, are you willing to part with your treasure? Then I have to thank Manor Head Sun on behalf of the city above clouds. Lu Guibao did not speak. There were two young men and women who came with Xinjunza in the courtyard. They were familiar faces. Su Xingzhou and Zhao Qingwan. Lu Guibao was not too curious about the black-robed man who did not carry a sword on his back today. There were many experts on the mountain, and there were even more strange things. Besides, after taking off the old man's skin, he was not very good-looking. There was nothing to look at. Instead, she secretly sized up Su Xingzhou and Zhao Qingwan, trying to find some clues. Could it be that old man Huan Yun had looked on coldly and deliberately turned a blind eye to the actions of the city above cloud's guardian Su because he had a card up his sleeve? Could it be that he wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work? Did he want to protect his reputation and obtain the treasure, killing two birds with one stone? If that was the case, then this old man Huan Yun had really impressed her. In fact, Chen Pingan still hoped to sell the caisson to the Sparrow Manor deep in his heart. Although Daoist's son had already left this vast world, from Daoist's son's words and actions, Chen Pingan could clearly see that Daoist's son actually felt quite sorry for Lu Guibao. Although the conclusion was that the Tao was not compatible and he did not accept the girl as his disciple, he still gave her that Daoist book. For Chen Pingan, since he could not always carry such a big millstone around, he might as well take advantage of the situation and sell it to the Sparrow Manor. After all, Daoist's son had given him so many opportunities. Chen Pingan felt that he had to do something to repay Daoist's son so that he could feel at ease. Even if they might not meet again in this lifetime. Unless Chen Pingan really became an Ascendant Realm Sword Immortal, he would have the opportunity to go to the Green Netherworld. Besides cultivating every day, Chen Pingan would still go to the market and be a shopkeeper. One day, Chen Pingan met a familiar person, Jin Shan. When this wild cultivator saw Chen Pingan, he almost knelt down and kowtowed. But he was stopped by Chen Pingan. In the end, the two of them squatted together at the stall. The man planned to return the offensive talismans that he hadn't used, as well as the steel-carrying talisman that had yet to run out of spiritual qi, to the senior. However, Chen Pingan did not accept it. He shook his head and said, "Keep it. It's not worth much." The man refused no matter what. He was even choking. It was a treasure hunt that he thought would not be too dangerous. There were so many people with high cultivation realms, but how many of them survived in the end? The man felt that he had to have a conscience. That was why he had to make a trip to Cloud City to try his luck. He wanted to see if he, a butcher, could meet those two again. Chen Pingan accepted the talisman. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "When we're done with the stall, shall we go for a drink?" The man smiled and said, "Senior, I'll pay the bill. Is that okay?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Sure, but you won't be able to drink good wine." The man grinned. That was true. In the end, the man treated the senior to a drink. He had to puff himself up at his own cost. However, he did not feel any heartache about spending this money. There were small immortal fairies coming and going from Cloud City. The man spent a snowflake. After boarding the ferry at the ferry port, he cupped his fists and bade farewell to the senior. The senior was still so polite and easy to talk to. He actually cupped his fists and bade him farewell. The ferry slowly left. After drinking earlier, on the way to the ferry port, the senior returned the talisman to him. He could only carefully hide it in his sleeve. He also told him to hurry back home. The area around Cloud City was still not peaceful. The man did not dare to not take it seriously. When he was drinking earlier, he talked a lot with the senior. He talked about how virtuous his wife was and how good she was at home. He also talked about his two children. Although they were still young, they were promising and were good at studying. It would not be difficult for them to pass the exams in the future. Now that the man had sobered up, he felt even more ashamed and slapped himself in the face. After getting off the ferry, the man wanted to hide the talisman in his boots and sleeves in a secluded place. He was still a little worried. Unexpectedly, when he took it out, he found that there were 2 pieces of golden talisman. It was not the yellow paper from before. The man stood there in a daze. For some reason, he remembered the senior's words when he was drinking. When swordsmen do things, they only want to be straightforward and not reasonable. Firstly, the Dragon King baskets were severely damaged. Repairing them would definitely require a huge sum of money. Secondly, although the Dragon King baskets were extremely useful, being able to capture flood dragons in the world and possessing the innate ability to suppress opponents, there were many things that needed to be paid attention to. It was different from many offensive Dharma treasures that could be used immediately. If the Dragon King baskets did not have a unique immortal art to complement them, it was very likely that they would never return. Chen Pingan thought about it and decided to take it one step at a time. Now that he had an additional item close at hand, there was no need to pay extra. Then, he would definitely have to get his hands on 2 of the Sword Immortal's natal artifact forged by Sword Hatred Mountain. If the price was cheaper than expected, 3 would do too. When he reached the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, he would first confirm the price of the Dragon King baskets before seeing if there were any spendthrifts. Why talk to me about repairing an item that only appears once in 100 years? However, he would not sell the Dragon King baskets if he could. After all, it was not a good idea to always use quantity to fool his first disciple when it came to gifts. Chen Pingan began to calm his mind and condense his qi to refine the item close at hand. This matter was not urgent and could not be done overnight. After 4 hours, Chen Pingan stopped refining at a checkpoint. He put on a Dharma robe and turned to refine the spiritual energy contained in the Dharma robe. His mind was silent. Unknowingly, it was midnight. Chen Pingan opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He stretched out his hand and gently dispersed it. According to Cui Dongshan's mysterious theory, in a small world with a human body, many ordinary people in the world had exchanged their lives. The cultivation of qi refinement warriors was extremely particular about getting rid of the impurities and retaining the essence. They used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper their muscles and bones, expand their qi residence, and temper their soul. These were all meticulous skills. Therefore, people who cultivated Tao were no longer human. It was not all a scary saying. Chen Pingan turned and used his mind to patrol the qi residence. The door of the underwater residence was still open. The water that contained the spiritual energy of water was still flowing. This was only the scene after Chen Pingan drank all the water droplets condensed at the tip of the green bamboo leaves. He had not yet absorbed the purer and richer water energy of the green bricks. The boys in green were even more busy. The murals of the rivers and rivers in the underwater residence were painted more and more brilliantly by the boys in green. The small pond that was suspended under the stopping water seal seemed to have expanded a little. The water was also deeper. Chen Pingan was hesitating whether to refine the green bricks of the Daoist temple and then lay them on the floor of the underwater residence. Even if the green bricks of the Daoist temple had lost the wisps of water energy, the material of the green bricks itself was very valuable. At first, Chen Pingan planned to bring it back to Luopa Mountain in the future. The 36 green bricks that had been drained of their water fate could be used to pave 6 paths for practicing the mountain quaking fist 6-step pile walking. He himself, Pei Qian, Zhu Lian, Xing Dafeng, and Xin Yuanji. Of course, there was also Liu Baixiang, whom he hit it off with. Forget about Wei Xian. Forget about Sui Yuyu. He had already changed from a pure martial artist to a cultivator in the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent. He wanted to become a female sword immortal that could ascend with a sword in the vast world. However, if the green bricks could add to the splendor of the underwater residence, then the 6 green bricks that belonged to Chen Pingan could all be refined. The stopping water seal hung in the sky, the ground was paved with green bricks, and there were murals on the walls. Chen Pingan felt that if this was the case, his underwater residence could be said to be quite impressive. As for the 122 green glazed tiles, he would keep them for now. Their origins were unknown. At the time, Huan Yun did not dare to make a conclusion. He was only sure that they were priceless. If they were of the same origin as the colored glass pavilion in the White Emperor city of the Central Plains, then it would be even more frightening. It was said that the most precious item in the colored glass pavilion, other than the 12 pillars, was the glazed tiles on the roof. Chen Pingan collected his thoughts and left the house to practice the 6 steps in the courtyard. He did not expect another guest to hurriedly arrive. Was it Sparrow Manor Patriarch Wu? She could not hide the joyous expression on her face. So Chen Pingan was carrying a martial artist. She went to the pavilion at the peak of the artificial mountain. Wu! For this trip, she brought Chen Pingan a first-class robe from the Sparrow Manor. Wu! It was said that after the Manor Patriarch moved the Kaisan well to the Sparrow Manor, it was extremely compatible with the mountains and rivers. Not only could it stabilize the mountains and rivers, but it could also gather the qi from all directions. This was even before it was refined. It was only temporarily placed in the Patriarch Hall, and it already showed such miraculous signs. If it was refined, it would be even more impressive. It would be a foundational item that only the Patriarch Hall of the immortal sects could possess. Therefore, she, Sun Qin, had earned too much from this transaction in the city above clouds. She felt guilty and had to give him a robe as compensation. If Sword Immortal Qin did not accept it, that was fine too. After all, she had already been courteous. If Sword Immortal Qin was also courteous, then she would not be courteous. Chen Pingan repeatedly said, "You're welcome. I won't be courteous." Woo! He took the luxurious robe from the Manor Patriarch and kept it in his token. The only flaw was that the style of the Sparrow Manor's robe was too powdery. It was not as good as the snowflake robe of the greasy city's female ghost. Even Chen Pingan could wear it. Woo! The Manor Patriarch did not stay for long. However, he left behind a few cans of tea leaves, saying that these were the only Sparrow Manor's small dark wall left this year. Woo! The Manor Patriarch smiled and said, "Sword Immortal Qin, if you want to sell it, please sell it at a high price. Otherwise, you will not live up to the name of Sparrow Manor's small dark wall." Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed. He said, "Please tell Manor Patriarch's son that I will leave a can of small dark wall as a gift." Woo! The Manor Patriarch smiled, nodded, and left. Woo! As soon as the Manor Patriarch left, Shinjinza arrived. Chen Pingan had just sat down and had to stand up to welcome him. The Manor Patriarch of the city above clouds smiled and said, "Woo! Don't tell me you're inviting Mr. Qin to be a guest on the mountain. You can't go, you can't go. You'll only delay your cultivation." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "The Sparrow Manor has no such intention." Shinjinza sat down and said, "Mr. Qin, since the Sparrow Manor doesn't have such foresight, why don't you join us? Aside from the divine coin that is given to us every year, this mansion and the entire Shuyu Street in Above Cloud City, all 32 mansions and shops of various sizes belong to Mr. Qin." Chen Pingan said, "It's not that I don't want to accept your offer, but I can't." The journey to the North Continent was full of worries. Skeleton Beach, Jingguan City's Gao Qing, the person who hired the assassins from Deer Mountain, and Huai Qian's death. Chen Pingan did not want to drag more people into this. He traveled alone. Only his fists, swords, and wine accompanied him. It was more refreshing. Shen Zhenze did not say anything else. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "City Lord, although I can't promise you that I'll become a consecrator of Cloud Above City that collects rent and earns money while lying down, I appreciate City Lord's good intentions. When the time is right, I'll take the initiative to ask for a Shuyu Street from the city above clouds." Shen Zhenze nodded and said, "Then it's settled." Even if he could not wait until that day, it was fine. The city above clouds still had Su Xingzhou. Shen Zhenze was a very straightforward person. He did not linger and left as soon as he finished talking. Chen Pingan also asked for some mountain and river newspapers from the city above clouds. It did not matter if they were old or new. Shen Zhenze agreed and said that he would ask Su Xingzhou to send it over later. Chen Pingan walked around the stone table in the pavilion and practiced his fists. He seemed to be asleep, but his fists flowed all over his body. After practicing for 4 hours, he returned to the house to rest for a while. Then, he sat on the cattail hassock and began to refine spirit qi. When it was close to noon, Chen Pingan took out the spirit weapon he obtained from the linen sex fairy and placed it on the stone table in the pavilion. A green porcelain brush washer was connected to the mountains and rivers of Julie Mountain. Therefore, once the restriction on Julie Mountain was lifted, the scenery on the mountain would be reflected. As long as the cultivators did not leave the North Continent, they would be able to see the scenery on Julie Mountain clearly. If they looked at it from afar, it would be very blurry. Although Chen Pingan had built the water residence, he did not have any water spells. He could only take out a yellow paper talisman and crush it gently. Instantly, water filled the brush washer, and clouds surrounded it. In the blink of an eye, an extremely flat and huge green stone platform appeared above the brush washer. This was the most famous Julie Mountain in the North Continent. It was more familiar to cultivators than any other mountain in the North Continent. On the green stone platform, both parties had yet to appear. The scenery beyond the platform could not be seen. Just like the white fog surrounding the ruins of the immortal residence, there was a clear boundary. This caused Chen Pingan to feel rather regretful. He had originally wanted to see the spectator mountain that the Qianglin sect had bought. This Shang sect, known as the Jade Forest sect with 2 sleeves clear wind and unparalleled killing power, was one of the people that Chen Pingan wanted to make contact with the most during his trip to the North Continent. Of course, it was not because he admired the Jade Forest sect master who had admitted defeat to the 5 realms. Instead, it was because the Qianglin sect, with its endless wealth, was the largest buyer of Pearl Grotto Heaven's natal porcelain from another continent. Chen Pingan naturally would not go looking for the Qianglin sect. Chen Pingan's bag shop was not for nothing. He needed the other party to come looking for him on their own accord. Chen Pingan had to carefully lay the groundwork and control the timing of their meeting. He had to think about how the 2 sides should act reasonably and when they should meet. A sect that could be mocked and ridiculed by an entire continent's cultivators meant that the other party was extremely patient. While they were patient, they might not have any bottom line when they did things. This was a truly terrifying opponent. Su Xingzhou came to visit with a large stack of mountain and river bulletins. She smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, you're also looking at Julie Mountain." Chen Pingan took the bulletins and greeted her with a smile. "If you're not busy, sit down and read with me." Chen Pingan took out 2 jugs of immortal wine and handed one to Su Xingzhou. The 2 sat across from each other and slowly drank. In the Battle of Julie Mountain, the wild cultivator Huang Shi and the martial artist Xiao Nyang were ranked close to each other. One was ranked 4th, the other 5th. Recently, in the mountain and river bulletins, there were many new speculations about the reason for the life and death battle between the two of them. Some said that the two of them hated each other because of love. Some said that Huang Shi was young in this life, but he killed too many people and accidentally killed the martial artist Xiao Nyang's close relative. Su Xingzhou took out a snow coin and gently threw it into the brush washer on the table. In an instant, it turned into a wisp of spiritual energy and merged with the luck of Julie Mountain thousands of miles away. All the spiritual artifacts and Dharma treasures in the world that could carry the mirror image had this ability to eat money. Last time, Qi Jinglong of the Tai Hui sword sect and Huang Ting of the Taiping Mountain were fighting. Both of them were nascent soul sword cultivators who were at the bottleneck. In fact, they had a great impact on the landscape of Julie Mountain. After the battle, the spiritual energy of Julie Mountain was severely depleted. If the upper 5 realms fought, it would probably devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, Julie Mountain was still so rich in spiritual energy because there were countless spectating cultivators continuously throwing in divine coins. Su Xingzhou hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Mr. Qin, if I have the chance to go down the mountain in the future, can I visit Mr. Liu at the Tai Hui sword sect?" Su Xingzhou was a little embarrassed. "I've always admired Mr. Liu." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I can help you inform him in advance, but I can't guarantee that Lu Jinglong will definitely meet you." Su Xingzhou's eyes lit up and she quickly stood up and bowed in gratitude. Chen Pingan said, "Remember one thing. When you visit Lu Jinglong in the Tai Hui sword sect in the future, you must bring a few more pots of good wine. If you really meet him, you don't have to say anything. Just drink first as a form of respect. Lu Jinglong loves to drink, but he usually doesn't put on airs. Someone has to take the lead. If he says that he doesn't drink, don't believe him. It must be that you, Su Xingzhou, didn't drink enough." Su Xingzhou sighed and said, "I see, I understand. Mr. Liu is exactly the same as the land dragon in my impression. A sword immortal who is willing to convince others with reason must be the most emotional person." Chen Pingan nodded vigorously. "Of course." Chen Pingan looked at the Kuli mountain on the table. With a wave of his sleeves, the green stone platform of the Kuli mountain suddenly expanded in all directions. He and Su Xingzhou were like two towering gods who had personally arrived at the Kuli mountain and stood on the stone platform. However, the more important the mountain, the greater the restrictions. The grade of the spiritual artifact that carried the catoptric deflection would also affect the viewing effect. Chen Pingan realized that his green porcelain brush washer could only see the grain-sized figures of Huang Shi and Xiao Nyang. Chen Pingan had once asked Qi Jinglong if the great sword immortal sword Qi could use this opportunity to kill people at the Kuli mountain from thousands of miles away. At that time, Qi Jinglong shook his head and laughed. He might have a chance at the immortal realm, but he could forget about the unpolished jade realm. This was because the sword Qi of a sword cultivator emphasized sword intent the most. No matter what, it would not be as pure as the spiritual Qi of the immortal money. However, this bit of intent would cause the fragile spiritual artifact that carried the catoptric deflection to shatter on the spot. However, Qi Jinglong also said that there were indeed some ancient divine abilities and unorthodox techniques on the mountain. Historically, they had used the catoptric deflection as a bridge to harm some of the mountains that profited from it. However, cultivators who used such methods had to carefully conceal their identities. Otherwise, they would easily become the enemy of an entire continent. For example, it might arouse the curiosity of those immortal realm and even ascendant realm cultivators. There was still about the time it took for an incense stick to burn before noon. Chen Pingan suddenly discovered a fine ripple in the sky above the Kuli mountain. Then, someone laughed loudly. "Where is the invincible unpolished jade realm cultivator of the Jadewood sect?" Very quickly, ripples appeared on the Kuli mountain's painting scroll again. Someone replied, "What advice does Senior have?" The person who spoke first clearly threw down another immortal money. He chuckled, "I regret giving birth to you back then." The Jadewood sect master of the Jadewood sect truly had a good temper. Not only did he not curse back, he instead threw down another immortal money. He said respectfully, "Senior must be joking." The two stopped talking. However, someone suddenly smiled and said, "Sect Master He, have you thought it through? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you've agreed." Su Xingzhou said softly, "It must be that Su Xian." Chen Pingan nodded. North's #1 sword immortal by Shang's disciple, Su Xian. He was ranked second among the 10 youths, even higher than Qi Jinglong. A voice full of vicissitude sounded, "Oh my, you want to drink Su Xian and He Xiaoliang's wedding wine. Such a match made in heaven, this old man must drink this wedding wine." A woman said coldly, "I already have a Dao companion." A stone startled 1,000 ripples. "Congratulations, Sect Master He. May I ask, Sect Master He, who is the person who has become your Dao companion?" "Fairy He, my Dao heart has been shattered. From now on, there will be one less infatuated person in the world." Finally, Su Xian's words caused all the clamor to stop. "No matter. Once he dies, you'll lose your Dao companion." He Xiaoliang sneered and said, "Why don't the two of us make an appointment to visit Shuli Mountain? If you dare kill this person, I'll cut off by Shang's bloodline." Su Xian did not say anything else. Su Xingzhou said regretfully, "I never expected that an immortal like Sect Master He would have a Dao companion. I really wonder which man is so lucky." Chen Pingan suddenly realized that the sword immortal senior opposite him had an ugly expression. Chen Pingan lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine. His expression returned to normal. It was almost noon. A white beam tore through the sky and landed in the middle of Shuli Mountain's stone platform. At the edge of Shuli Mountain, a woman wearing a veil hat walked up the green stone platform. She had a long saber and a short sword hanging from her waist. Chen Pingan controlled the rising clouds in the painting of Shuli Mountain. He tried his best to make both parties appear in the painting. As for whether their faces could be seen clearly, it was not important at all. In fact, many Qi refinement warriors who watched the battle on Shuli Mountain through catoptric deflection might not have seen the specific moves of the two parties from beginning to end. They were just there to watch the show. It was destined that many cultivators in the middle 5 realms would not even see the people in the painting more than a few times. At most, they would see the dazzling splendor of the offensive Dharma treasures and immortal spells. Therefore, there had always been a rumor in the North Continent that if one was not a Golden Core Earth immortal, one could not even hope to see the slightest bit of the fighting on Shuli Mountain. As for the female Grandmaster Embroiderer's background, especially the origin of her martial arts, no mountain in the North Continent could clearly explain it. Su Xingzhou quickly began to feel fortunate that she had come here instead of staying by her master's side to watch the battle on Shuli Mountain. In the past, when she watched the battle on Shuli Mountain with her master, Shinzhenze would often adjust the angle of the painting and constantly shrink it. However, she would still miss many key scenes. However, in Su Xingzhou's opinion, it was not as accurate as the sword immortal senior in front of her in controlling the battle situation. The elusive embroiderer and her punches, as well as the wild cultivator Huang Xi's overwhelming spells and offensive Dharma treasures, although it was inevitable that some scenes would be missed, Su Xingzhou realized that this was her first time watching the battle on Shuli Mountain. It was so real that everything was linked together. In any case, she could roughly see the context of the battle between the two parties. Chen Pingan watched the battle attentively and constantly changed the painting. The strength that the female martial artist temporarily displayed was that of a genuine far-traversing realm cultivator. Her punches were extremely fast and her physique was extremely tough. This was even before she unsheathed her sword. As for whether she was a peak martial artist or not, all they had to do was wait. Although the appearance and age of a martial arts grandmaster was not as difficult to recognize as that of a cultivator on the mountain, the higher the realm of a pure martial artist, the faster they climbed the mountain. The two would not be directly linked. This was especially true for female martial artists. Presumably, this was even more so as they could similarly delay the aging of their appearance. Huang Shi was an extremely young nascent soul cultivator. He was even younger than Qi Jinglong by a few years. The two people ranked third and fourth on the ranking were both less than 100 years old. The existence of these cultivation geniuses was a kind of pressure in itself. It would indeed make those golden core earth immortals, who were easily 200 to 300 years old, feel as if a large amount of their time had been taken away by dogs. Suddenly, the painting turned blurry and fluttered indeterminately. Chen Pingan was momentarily stunned. Su Xingzhou hurriedly threw in a few snowflakes with familiarity. The painting became clear once more. Chen Pingan felt that this immortal mountain's mirror's moon in the water was truly a good business with little capital. However, if Luopa Mountain also had this business in the future, what would they rely on to earn money? Could it be that they would rely on Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng to tell stories? Chen Pingan was worried that Luopa Mountain's reputation would be tarnished. In the future, when the disciples left the mountain to gain experience, perhaps the women would be fine, but wouldn't the men be guarded against by everyone as if they were thieves? Chen Pingan really could not think of any other way. Drag Qi Jinglong to Luopa Mountain to become a teacher and discuss the Tao once or twice. Zhu Lian, the old chef, cook a large table of sumptuous dishes. Or Pei Qian practicing a set of crazy demonic sword techniques. Let Wei Pai play chess with others. Chen Pingan abandoned all distracting thoughts and continued to watch the battle with rapt attention. For some reason, both sides did not seem to be in a hurry to determine life and death. Su Xingzhou was already a little dizzy from watching. She drank a mouthful of wine to calm herself down. Chen Pingan was still as unmoving as a mountain. He still had to control the mirror's moon in the water painting to rotate and move. Su Xingzhou felt even more admiration for him. Chen Pingan asked, "How long did the longest battle of Zhuli Mountain last?" Su Xingzhou said, "The longest battle in history. A pure jade stage sword immortal and an immortal stage cultivator. One attacked with all his strength, while the other defended with all his might. They were evenly matched and seemed to have fought for about a month." Chen Pingan stretched out a finger and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. If he were to watch the battle until its end, how much snow and money would he have to spend? Su Xingzhou continued, "In history, there were also two sword immortals who fought each other. They only used an hour to directly exhaust the spiritual energy of Zhuli Mountain. No matter how crazily the spectating cultivators threw in divine coins, it was all like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Therefore, only the mountaintop mansion near Zhuli Mountain had a rough idea of that world-shaking battle. However, I heard that sword chi surged and overflowed Zhuli Mountain. In order to protect the mountain from being affected, Zhonglin's sect had no choice but to activate the Grand Mountain Formation. In one go, they used up more than 100 grain rain coins. They even borrowed 200 from the cultivators on the mountain and compensated them double afterwards. Ever since then, Zhonglin's sect has stored 300 grain rain coins on the mountain. They are untouched all year round." Su Xingzhou's entire body was filled with spiritual energy. She suddenly stood up, intending to bid farewell and leave. Chen Pingan laughed, "That's good. Once the cave opens, you can go up and watch the sea." Su Xingzhou left on the wind. Above Cloud City had already prepared the place for her breakthrough. These days, she had been on the verge of breaking through. She was only waiting for a subtle opportunity. After Su Xingzhou left, her master Shinjinza would naturally help stand guard. If it was short, it would be 3 to 5 days. If it was long, it would be 2 to 3 years. No one could say for sure. It wasn't necessarily that the faster one broke through, the better. It also wasn't that the slower one broke through, the more stable it would be. It still depended on each person's luck. Her bones and acupoints gave birth to a cool breeze. In the middle of the gloomy water, her true appearance could be seen. Unfortunately, Chen Pingan had yet to experience this scene for the time being. The path he walked on as a chief practitioner of the three realms had taken many detours and was somewhat bumpy. Chen Pingan continued to watch the battle. On Julie Mountain, both sides of the battle were filled with killing intent. However, they were still testing each other. Clearly, they were both looking for an opportunity to kill each other in one blow. Chen Pingan had already thrown a few pieces of snow money down. He drank a few mouthfuls of wine. Usually, he would pick up the food from the bowls and plates. Who would throw it into the dishes? These two people who were fighting were somewhat unkind. 2 hours later, Chen Pingan sat cross-legged on the stone bench, holding his chin with one hand. There was already a small mountain of snow money beside him. Looking at the two of them, it seemed like they would be fighting for a long time. After another 2 hours, the peak of Chen Pingan's snow money mountain had been flattened. An expert threw down a rain money and scolded jokingly, "You adulterous couple. Even if you really want to kill each other, why do you have to cheat others of their immortal money? Huang Shi, since you're a sword cultivator, if you don't die on Julie Mountain, you'll have to suffer my sword sooner or later." It turned out that the rogue cultivator Huang Shi was actually a sword cultivator who hid his strength. As for that martial artist Xion Yang, she was also very surprising. She was actually proficient in many immortal techniques. Although it seemed like they were training each other's skills, when both sides fought, they were filled with killing intent. Chen Pingan was somewhat curious about what kind of enmity had happened between the two of them that they had to put their life and death on Julie Mountain in front of everyone's eyes. At a certain moment after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Chen Pingan stood up. Suddenly, he crushed a large handful of snow money and turned it into spiritual energy. He did his best to maintain the landscape painting scroll created by the Celadone brush washer. That female martial artist seemed to have taken out an extremely high-grade mountain treasure. It was as bright as the sun, covering the entire Julie Mountain. Even if he was only looking at the landscape painting scroll, Chen Pingan felt that it was somewhat dazzling. It caused the landscape of Julie Mountain to be stirred up like turbid pond water, causing the spectators to be unable to see clearly. Chen Pingan could only vaguely see a thin black line cutting through the resplendent light that enveloped the world. A moment later, on the stone plateau of Julie Mountain, Huang Shi, whose flesh and blood had mostly melted and almost turned into half a skeleton, was actually still alive. On the other hand, that female martial artist Xiao Yang with astonishing methods had already disappeared without a trace. It was unknown whether her body and spirit had been completely destroyed, or whether she had successfully escaped on the line between life and death. Huang Shi staggered. After taking a few steps, he rose up with the wind and left Julie Mountain. Chen Pingan sighed endlessly. As long as the disparity between their realms was not too great, thousands of techniques would ultimately not be able to defeat a single sword. A single sword to break all techniques. Chen Pingan put away the Celadone brush washer and the pile of snow money. He had gained some benefits from this spectating battle. That female martial artist Xiao Nyang's fist techniques and the foundation of her fist intent were very interesting. Gu Gu's mountain quaking fist and Zhu Lu Chui Chang's fist techniques were at the other extreme. In the pavilion, Chen Pingan imitated a crudely shaped fish stance. He slowly punched out using the female martial artist's fist and palm techniques. After a moment, Chen Pingon stopped and retracted his fist. As he could not learn it at all, there was no fist intent in his body. However, the benefits did not lie in the fish stance. Chen Pingon had already expected this. The real benefit was that Chen Pingon's knowledge of the world's fist techniques had broadened. In the future, when he faced enemies, he would have a better idea of how to deal with them. Chen Pingon began to close his eyes and rest. He tried to memorize more of her fist intent. Even if he could only use some of it, it was still a smokescreen. After opening his eyes, Chen Pingon began to take a stroll. After practicing a lot and having a rough idea of what to do, he suddenly thought of a sad matter. There were not many talisman papers made of golden material left. There were only 10 left. He had to be meticulous in his calculations. The ancient talismans recorded in the true alchemy works. Now that Chen Pingon was only a Realm 3 Qi refinement warrior, other than entry talismans like the Yang Energy Light Lighting Talisman, he could not draw them at all. Or even the talismans drawn by Chen Pingon purely as a martial artist. It was easier and of higher quality than drawing talismans with the identity of a Qi refinement warrior. Unfortunately, the talismans drawn by martial artists, they could not seal the mountain and close the door. The speed at which the talisman glows disappeared was too fast. Chen Pingon took out the 10 golden talisman papers from the fengzuan item and counted them over and over again. Of course, there would not be an extra one out of thin air. He left the pavilion and sat on the futon in the house. He took the sword immortal from the wall and placed it on his knees. Then, he took out the blade-strengthening gourd and carefully drove the ball of broken sword aura out of the blade-strengthening gourd. 10 years had passed since then. He did not see that person selling talismans in the market outside the city on clouds. Young Bundle Shop. In the capital of Dali, the young emperor held a small court meeting in the imperial study as usual. Over 20 officials and ministers gathered together. The imperial study was not big, so it was a bit crowded when there were too many people. The oldest one was the Minister of Personnel, Master Guan. It seemed the court meeting had consumed too much of his energy. At the moment, he was sitting on the chair and taking a nap. He was holding a small charcoal cage wrapped in cotton cloth. It was a gift from the late emperor, and the eunuchs in the palace would keep it. As long as it was a small court meeting in winter, someone would bring it to the old minister without Master Guan's reminder. He was already 100 years old. At this moment, the old man was already snoring softly. However, from the emperor to the other important ministers of Greatly, no one had the intention to remind the old man. Anyway, when the conversation reached a point where the old minister felt that it was a serious matter, he would wake up and say a few words. An assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, who was in the prime of his life, was reporting the aftermath of an important matter to the various officials. The female cultivator, Shi Qiu, had been rescued. Her whereabouts were unknown. The two groups of Zhuiying dynasty's high officials and men of sacrifice had varying levels of cultivation, but without exception, they were all cautious and steady old spies. One after another, they crossed continents to North Continent and went to Mount Diao to investigate the records of everyone on the ferry back then. He hoped to find some clues to the Greatly dynasty colluding to attack Dan Mountain and frame the sword cultivators of Zhuiying. In fact, some of them had succeeded. They did not take the ferry back to the Aquarius continent. Instead, they took a long way to the sea. However, they were intercepted and killed by the Dali cultivators. The most troublesome one was the woman who went to the North Continent. Her name was Qiu Shi. She had actually revealed the heavenly secret during a catoptric deflection. She had said that Mr. Jian Ern of the North Continent was the one who had framed the Zhuiying dynasty. This woman hoped that someone could relay this information to the heavenly Lord Xie Shi. Qiu Shi, was willing to die to prove the truth. Now, the mountain where Qiu Shi was taken in had been sealed off by the Dali Qi cultivators. The Yuan family's Shangzhu Guo was a thin old man. He rubbed his palms and smiled. What a great saying. I wonder what our imperial tutor's green wave pavilion is busy with. The burly master of the Chao family leaned back in his chair and sneered. Even if something went wrong at the Green Wave Pavilion, they should be doing more than Yuan Yunshui, who only knows how to spit in the court. The great master of the Yuan family curses his colleagues every day. Yuan Yunshui, are the best at nitpicking. The master of the Yuan family smiled. Chao, I'm still a Shangzhu Gua. As for whether you think you're a great master of the Yuan family, I'm not sure. The Minister of Rights was daydreaming. It had always been like this. The Minister of Justice, who was also in charge of many supernatural affairs, would be an inconspicuous middle-aged man if not for the conspicuous and eye-catching official robe he was wearing. He took the initiative to speak and meddled in the affairs of the two Shangzhu Guo lords. He said with a straight face, Lord Chao, Lord Yuan, in this small court meeting, every word here will determine the fate of the people of Dali. Shouldn't you put your personal grudges aside first? An old man of the Song clan who was in charge of the royal genealogy records of the Song clan laughed. Oh my, I almost thought that the surname of Dali is Yuan or Chao. I'm an old man with the surname Song. A general who was not able to lead the cavalry to the south like Chao Gui and Su Gaoshan was short and stout. He looked a little funny sitting on the chair. However, his words were not light at all. He said in a deep voice, if you have the time, you might as well get rid of the troublesome female cultivator. Since the Green Wave Pavilion likes to do nothing, then let the cultivators under my command do it. I guarantee that the person behind the scenes who rescued her will be dealt with as well. The young emperor did not sit behind the desk. He moved a chair to sit closer to the officials. He did not speak at all. He sat beside the stove and bent over to warm himself by the fire. There was an ordinary boxwood chair beside him. It had been placed in this room for more than 100 years. Several emperors of the Dali dynasty were watched by this chair as they grew up. The former emperor touched it but did not sit on it when he was young. As the new emperor, he also touched it but did not sit on it when he was young. The dragon throne had already been used by several emperors. Only this chair, which was rarely used, had never been used by a different person. In the corridor outside the royal study room, an old eunuch said in a low voice, the imperial tutor is here. The officials of the Dali dynasty all stood up. Even Master Guan moved his butt and put his hands on the armrests. It seemed he was awake. He stood up to greet the embroidered tiger. The young emperor did not stand up to greet him, but he straightened his back. An old scholar stepped over the threshold and bowed to the emperor. He didn't look arrogant at all. Song, he nodded with a smile. Chui. He sat on the chair and looked at the old minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was still holding the armrests. He smiled and said, Minister Guan, do you want to stand up or sit down? Master Guan smiled and said, Lord Grand Master, please forgive me. I am an old man. I can't do anything except squat in the latrine and take advantage of others. Chui. He waved his hand and said, let's get down to business. As the imperial tutor arrived, the atmosphere in the royal study room became solemn. Everyone couldn't help but raise their spirits. Chui. He said, today, I am going to tell you about the current situation of the Zhuiying dynasty, the Book Lake, and the Qingyuan kingdom. If we can set the rules for each of them, we will have laws to follow in the future in the Aquarius continent. Therefore, it can be said that today's meeting will decide the future of Greatly for the next 100 years. Everyone's words today will be recorded in the book without missing a word. Whoever coughs, snoozes, drinks a few cups of tea in the middle of the meeting, says a few words that are fatuous and empty, or says a few words that will contribute to the future of greatly, will be seen clearly by all the emperors, kings, generals, and ministers of greatly who are qualified to sit in this room. Chui. In the end, he said, whether or not you can become the first monarch in the history of the Aquarius continent, whether or not we can teach the people of the Dali dynasty a lesson. They have to keep their eyes open and look at the Dali dynasty. They have to remember the name of the king of the Dali dynasty. They have to remember the name of the king of the Dali dynasty. They have to remember who the king is. Chui. He stood up with a solemn face. In the court meeting, the young king slowly stood up. He was excited. The civil officials stood up and bowed. The generals stood up and bowed. In the Golden Armor continent, there was an ancient battlefield. There were broken statues everywhere. The wind in this place could make any chi cultivator below the Golden Core stage suffer, even if he just stayed there for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Many pure martial artists also liked to come here to temper their physique, but most of them didn't manage to leave alive. Those gusts of astral winds that suddenly arose were untraceable. Some were fine like a burst of sword chi, scattered like goose feathers. Some of the astral winds could envelop a radius of 10 miles. They were all like sword immortals unleashing their swords. Once these astral winds passed, even if you were a martial artist at the Golden Body realm, you wouldn't even have a corpse left. A young lady who was once the strongest in the world broke through the bottleneck of the 5th stage. Relying on a unique talent, she was able to stay here for so many years. She was currently facing a white-robed man who was walking slowly. Her fists were like thunder. The opponent was only at the Golden Body stage. She could kill an ordinary Golden Body stage martial artist with a single punch. But facing this Golden Body stage martial artist who was younger than her, she had already thrown out thousands of fists. But without exception, all of them were negated by the opponent's fists. Simply speaking, the opponent did not even retaliate. She was a pure martial artist who had the chance to reach the Golden Body stage. But she could not even touch the corner of his clothes. This white-robed young man's Golden Body stage was indeed only at the Golden Body stage. Unfortunately, the opponent was Chao Ci, who had come here from the Central Divine Continent. Chao Ci's every realm was an unprecedented martial art realm. She, who had come here to temper herself at a young age, did not believe it at all. Then she experienced a series of complicated mental processes of eagerness to try, probing with her fists, using all her strength, gradually despair, and numbness. Just as she was about to stop, Chao Ci finally said a second sentence. Since your fists are constantly growing, why stop? After that, the young lady gritted her teeth and punched out angrily. Chao Ci's first sentence was after Liu Yuzhou had spoken. At that time, Liu Yuzhou from the snowy snow continent had relied on Chao Ci's presence to say a few harsh words to her. Huaiqian is right. In Chao Ci's eyes, your 6th stage is just a clay figurine, unable to withstand a single blow. Chao Ci did not want her to misunderstand, so she could only say the first sentence after meeting her. I did not say such a thing. At this time, Liu Yuzhou was squatting on the palm of a fallen god statue. A dense cluster of flowers and plants had sprouted from his huge palm. It was strange that they had not been swept away by the astral winds of the ancient battlefield. Liu Yuzhou could not understand. In a top sect that had people ranked among the top 10 of the Central Plains in almost every generation, and in a dynasty where martial artists were as numerous as the clouds in the sky, why did she and Huaiqian, who were so well matched in terms of social status, run away from the marriage and make such a big joke? It was not like they were going to become immortal Dao companions. It was just an additional marriage contract. Such a paper title would not have any substantial restrictions on the two of them. If it were him, Lu Yuzhou, as long as the price was fair, he would sell himself. Chao Xi had been touring the ruins, looking at the statues one by one. He wanted to see some of the fist's intent. In reality, he had seen quite a bit. Therefore, that woman's fists were destined to be even more fruitless. Because the growth of her fists would only be much slower than Chao Xi's. Chao Xi stopped in front of a half-body statue. Looking up, it was as though a sword had slashed him from his shoulder to his waist. The woman was barefooted and dressed in white. She stopped her fists and bent over. Her hands were on her knees as she vomited blood. Lu Yuzhou's scalp went numb. It was as though all the martial artists with good aptitudes were all lunatics. Cultivation was still the best. As long as he had enough treasures on him, he could safely hide in his turtle shell. For example, he had accompanied Chao Xi on a long journey. They had gone to the drifting Dawn continent, and now they had come to the Gold Armor continent. Lu Yuzhou had several supreme treasures on him, and he had 2 incense divine spirit armors. However, he had given one of them to his friend Huai Qian a few years ago. Although they were friends, they were just friends. They were not friends with his temperament, but family ties, surnames had become friends. However, compared to the ordinary brothers and drinking friends who always wanted to borrow some magical equipment from the only son of the god of wealth of the Snow-White continent, Lu Yuzhou and Huai Qian, who did not like to take advantage of him, were actually quite congenial. In fact, Lu Yuzhou often wanted to tell those friends who borrowed treasures but did not know how to return them. It was not because they were smart, but because he, Lu Yuzhou, had this bad habit of not giving away wealth or treasures. I would feel uncomfortable all over. Luckily, his parents never cared about it. There was one time when he sincerely gave a treasure to a close friend. After that, he realized that the person did not treat him as a friend. Lu Yuzhou, who was only 10 years old at that time, cried his heart out. After that, his father brought him to the Lu family's treasure mountain. It was truly a mountain. The richest man in the continent asked his only son, if he gave one treasure every day, how many years would he have to live to be able to give away the entire treasure mountain? Lu Yuzhou counted with his fingers, and reported the exact number. In the end, his father waved his sleeves and opened a secret restriction. In the end, after the treasure mountain, there was an even more magnificent and majestic treasure mountain. The rainbow-colored treasure light almost blinded the child's eyes. Lu Yuzhou immediately burst into tears. How could his family be so rich? That day, the child's body was covered with treasures, and swaggered out of the family's forbidden grounds. The child was beaming with joy, and did not forget to wipe his tears and snot on his father's sleeves. But that day, the god of wealth who never liked to discipline his son taught Lu Yuzhou a lesson from the family's ancestral hall. Earning money has always been easy, the difficult part is to keep the money and not attract disaster, how to spend it and not attract disaster. With a farting child, the man told him about the painful lessons of the family's history. Only then did Lu Yuzhou know that for a large family that already had a solid foundation, if they did not grow up and only focused on earning money, then there would be many times when they had money, and when they spent money, it would be inviting disaster. Lu Yuzhou grew up, and the only time he was slapped by his father was when a family that liked to go against their conscience and earn money had met with trouble. He helped the pitiful friend who was crying and begging him, and borrowed a sum of money to help him and his family get through the crisis. He even comforted him, and scolded the main culprit for his friend. Of course, he, Lu Yuzhou, did not receive a single cent. In the end, just as his friend left, Lu Yuzhou's father appeared, and slapped Lu Yuzhou until his face was covered with blood, and asked Lu Yuzhou if he knew what he did wrong. Lu Yuzhou said that he should not have borrowed money, and in the end, he was slapped again, and fell to the ground. Lu Yuzhou struggled to get up, and sat on the ground, not saying a word. The man sneered. There was nothing wrong with doing business, the cleanest thing in the world was money. Liu Yuzhou did not get the second half of the answer from his father's mouth. Perhaps it was a piece of paper that the Shang family's ancestor had left for the Liu family's ancestors. On the piece of paper that had been enshrined in the ancestral hall by generations of the Liu family's heads, there were 8 words written: "Wealth grows a conscience, and nothing will disappear." At this moment, Liu Yuzhou was squatting among the flowers and plants in the palm of the dilapidated statue, and sighed. Every family had its own difficulties, and he only hoped that he would not become the head of the Liu family later, so that he would not have to deal with conscience like this. Liu Yuzhou asked Qiao Xi telepathically, "When do you think Huai Qian will return from the North Continent?" Qiao Xi grunted in acknowledgement. Liu Yuzhou rolled his eyes. This was Qiao Xi's answer, which meant that he had not thought about it, and would not think about it. Liu Yuzhou would often ask him some random questions, and Qiao Xi probably felt that it was impolite not to respond, so he would often respond with an acknowledgement, indicating that he had heard. The young woman felt that there was an opportunity and punched with all her strength. As a result, her wrist made a cracking sound. When she floated to the ground, her shoulders shook a bit. When she steadied herself, one of her arms was already hanging down. Liu Yuzhou stretched out his hands and gently rubbed his temples. He felt that it was not good to encourage Qiao Xi to come here to visit the ruins, so that he could take the opportunity to see what kind of woman would look down on Huai Qian. Liu Yuzhou thought that this woman, who was very likely to be the strongest in the world at the 6th realm, did not need any Dharma treasures. Liu Yuzhou had a lot of them, and she could just take them, even if she did not need them. After leaving her hometown for so many years, would there not be a few juniors in her family after returning home? Just treat it as New Year's money for the children. As Longquan County was promoted to a prefecture. Near Luopa Mountain, there was a new provincial governor from the vassal Huangting country, and there was also a prefecture's city god. As for the mansion with the beautiful water and wind plaque, the Guin god was promoted according to his merit, as if he had reached the sky in one step, and became the mountain lord of the old north peak of Dali. The ghost in the wedding dress also returned to her own mansion, and lived in seclusion. Only the embroidered river god would occasionally visit. Among the 5 mountain deities of the old 5 sacred mountains of Greatly, 4 of them had been transferred away from their mountains to occupy other mountains in the Aquarius continent. Therefore, other than the unknown Yin deity of Gu clan, the other 3 mountain deities of Greatly had been promoted step by step due to their hard work. Even if they were not the true mountain deities of the old 5 sacred mountains, they had become the first-rate mountain deities of the Aquarius continent, second only to the new 5 sacred mountains. Wei Pai of the North Peak had already begun his closed-door training. The area around Mount Cloud was heavily guarded. The Dali imperial court attached great importance to this matter, and other than the sage Wan Jia, they even specially sent Su Ruo to protect Wei Pai during his breakthrough. On Mount Luopa, Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng were playing chess. The green-robed child had been watching the game for a while, and the more he watched, the more sleepy he became, so he fell asleep beside the stone table, drooling all over the table. Jing Dafeng pressed down on the child's head, and with a twist of his wrist, he wiped off the saliva on Chen Lingjuan's cheek, and then pushed the child's head away from the chessboard. Zhu Lian rubbed his chin, and said slowly, "Even if we include Wei Pai's breakthrough, and another night banquet, there is still a big gap." Qin Yuanji was sweating profusely. She looked at the place where the figure disappeared and saw a familiar slender figure. She stood with one foot on the slender branch of the tall pine and the other on the instep of her foot. Qin Yuanji knew that Pei Qian had been practicing on the 2nd floor recently. But this little charcoal girl, how many days had she been practicing? Pei Qian said seriously, "Sister Qin, I was greeting you just now." I'll help you to feed your fist. You can't hit me hard. You're old and have been practicing for a long time. You're tall, so let me win. Qin Yuanji took a deep breath, took a fist stance, and said in a low voice, please. As if facing a formidable enemy. Pei Qian was a little flustered. What are you doing? Let's go back and forth and learn from the big white goose. We'll just walk. Pei Qian hesitated and quickly took out a talisman. He put it on his forehead. First, he gave himself courage. It seemed that he had to be serious. Otherwise, what if he was beaten half to death by Qin Yuanji? Pei Qian knew very well that Sister Qin practiced diligently every day. She walked up and down the mountain day and night without stopping. Old Chef always said that this was the tenacity that a person who practiced martial arts should have. Pei Qian tiptoed. The branch under his feet bent in a huge arc but did not break. Then, when Pei Qian tiptoed, the branch instantly bounced and Pei Qian disappeared into thin air. Qin Yuanji was stunned. In the next moment, she was punched in the back and fell down the mountain. In the air, she was hit in the back by an elbow. Qin Yuanji suddenly fell on the stairs. Her body bounced heavily, then her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Pei Qian floated to the ground and squatted at the side. His forehead was full of sweat. He wiped his face fiercely. What was going on? Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng stood on the stairs and looked at each other. Pei Qian quickly touched the talisman on his forehead. He secretly pushed Qin Yuanji with one hand and turned his head to shout, I swear. It's really not my fault. Qin Yuanji fainted by herself. I couldn't hold her. On a ferry that was passing by cloud above city and was about to reach the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Chen Pingan was dressed in a green robe. He carried the sword immortal on his back and slanted his bag over his shoulder as he leaned against the railing. Soon, he would be able to punch 2 million times. However, he did not know how Pei Qian was doing in the school at Dragon Rider Alley. He was helping out in the shop to earn money. Would it affect his copying of books? Also, was he getting along with the big water monster in the Mute Lake? 548. Along the way, he saw and heard strange things. A group of female cultivators dressed in colorful clothes were swinging under a sea of clouds. Their laughter caused many male cultivators on the ferry to yell at them. They had already brushed past each other this time and would never see each other again, so their words were a bit unrestrained. In the end, a huge flood dragon's head slowly emerged from the sea of clouds, frightening many cultivators on the ferry. The mysterious existence that wasn't a real flood dragon lightly knocked its head against the ferry's tail, causing the ferry to move forward like an arrow. Chen Pingan memorized this scene and returned to the guest room to continue his usual routine. After arriving at the Tongya continent from the inverted mountain and parting with Lu Tai, Chen Pingan mistakenly entered the Lotus Blossom blessed land and left the Taoist temple with Pei Qian and the other 4 people. Chen Pingan began to write about his experiences. Relying on his memory, he started from the moment he left the inverted mountain, met Lu Tai, arrived at the Tongya continent, walked through the Fuyo Sexiaotian street, and wrote all the way to today's northern continent where the dragon in the clouds pushed the ferry. The paper on the table was divided into 2. Chen Ping and divided it into a first draft and a copy. The first draft would be erased and modified, and he would deliberate over it repeatedly. It was like a letter that was not sent out. This letter, as he wrote it, it became a little long. The copy after that was copied was clean and neat, just like a homework that a student handed to a teacher. Sometimes, there was really nothing to write about. For a long time, he did not see any interesting scenery or people. He would either not write or occasionally write a sentence, nothing happened today, peace and safety. In the lotus blossom blessed land, a flock of birds fought to cross. Trapped in a siege, he fought against the local #1 person in the world. In an inn at the border of the Great Spring Dynasty, he met a gentleman who could write limericks. His spirit traveled far and met the bad-tempered goddess of the buried river. He visited the Azure Turing Manor and told the water goddess, who admired the old man's knowledge, about the order. He stayed in the dusty shop in the old dragon city and brought charcoal, who was becoming more and more sensible, to the Qinghuan kingdom in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. That year, on the 5th day of the 5th month, he received the first birthday present in his life. The only time he didn't write anything was when he worked as an accountant at Book Sword Lake. In the end, Chen Pingan had to return to his hometown, Mud Bottle Alley. When he was alone in his ancestral home, he only wrote one sentence after much consideration. The past few years have been difficult, but now that it's over, it seems to be okay. Chen Pingan finished writing and copying a copy. The 2 stacks of paper on the table were all neatly written in small regular script. It was estimated that in the eyes of an expert, the handwriting was still very skillful. Putting aside the content, there were more than 300,000 words. Flipping over and over again, it was old-fashioned and strict. Chen Pingan put away his brush and ink, stretched out his hands, and gently pressed on the 2 books that seemed to have not been bound yet. He gently smoothed and pressed them. Without any worries for the time being, Chen Pingan let his mind wander. After he came back to his senses, he put the 2 stacks of papers into his Fangzuan object and began to practice his fist technique. It was still the same 3-stance combination. Nowadays, the energy consumption of martial arts and qi cultivation was roughly equal. During this period, drawing talismans was his biggest pastime. After Chen Pingan bought 2 copies of the Landscape Bulletin, he arrived at the immortal ferry of the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven without any problems. The Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven was the same as the Lizhu Grotto Heaven in his hometown. It was one of the 36 small grotto heavens. It was the ancestral property of the Water Dragon sect and was first discovered and occupied by the founding ancestor of the Water Dragon sect. However, this territory was too enviable. After 2 major upheavals with both external and internal troubles, the Water Dragon sect pulled in the Diyuan dynasty's Chongxian Bureau and Fuping Sword Lake to earn a stable income. The Water Dragon sect was an old sect in the North Continent. It had a long history and many stories. The Diyuan dynasty's Chongxian Bureau and Fuping Sword Lake could only be considered as rising stars compared to the Water Dragon sect. However, the latter 2 were far more famous than the Water Dragon sect. Because the Water Dragon sect was built near the water, the passengers on the ferry could not see the outline of the Water Dragon sect's immortal mansion. They could only see the shore of the Great Blasphemy River and the land within a radius of 100 miles. When the ferry passed through the fog formation that was rich with water vapor all year round and slowly landed at the ferry, they could see the magnificent buildings of the Water Dragon sect. Chen Pingan realized that this was the first time he had taken a ferry from the North Continent. After docking, all the passengers walked off the ferry obediently. Thinking of the domineering behavior of the Diyuan dynasty's Lu emperors and the rumors of the Chongxian Bureau's Yunshao Palace's Yang clan, plus the female sword immortal Shotsai of Fuping Sword Lake, Chen Pingan was not surprised. The Water Dragon sect's wooden slave ferry had more than 1,000 immortal orange trees planted by the founding ancestor of the Water Dragon sect. Before the founding ancestor passed away, his last words were that he had lived a mediocre life and only had 1,000 wooden slaves to bequeath to his disciples. Chen Pingan was dressed in a green robe with a sword immortal on his back and a blade-strengthening gourd on his waist. He held a green bamboo mountain staff in his hand and walked slowly at the ferry with a towering memorial arch. On the memorial arch, there was a list written by a certain calligrapher saint of the Central Plains, Underwater Cave. The Great Blasphemy River flowed through here and the water surface was extremely wide, as wide as 300 miles. The Dragon Palace Cave was under the Great Blasphemy River, similar to the Dragon Palace Mansion in Sangyan Lake. However, there was no need for cultivators to avoid the water because the Water Dragon sect had spent a lot of manpower and material resources to build a long underwater bridge that allowed tourists to enter the Dragon Palace Cave. Of course, they had to pay a toll fee, 10 pieces of snow. After paying the fee, if one wanted to enter the Dragon Palace Cave that was said to have thousands of dragons in ancient times and was ordered to go out to summon clouds and rain, they had to pay an additional fee, 1 small piece of snow. This was clearly a case of slaughtering pigs. When Chen Pingon thought of the 100-eyed Taotai robe that he had picked up from Yunshao Palace's Yangningsing, he felt that the immortal money was not unbearable. Corpse Beach, Ghost Valley, Yunshao Palace's Yang families, Young Heavenly Lord, Yangningsing. At the border of Wuling Kingdom, Fuping Sword Lakes Li Kai's direct disciple, Sui Jingqing. In the ruins of the Immortal Mansion, young Marquis Zhan Qing's direct disciple, Bai Bai, of the Water Dragon sect's ancestral hall. It seemed that on the path of cultivation, those relationships were like a mess. Every knot, big and small, was a meeting, giving people the illusion that the world was actually so big. The wooden slave ferry was bustling, so noisy that it did not seem like an immortal ferry, but more like a bustling street in a mortal city. This was because the following October 10th and October 15th were 2 important days. It was so at the foot of the mountain, and even more so on the mountain. One was one of the 3 major ghost festivals, and the other was the Water Official Disaster Relief Day. The Water Dragon sect would hold 2 sacrificial rites in the Dragon Palace Cave that was open to the public. The ceremony was ancient and highly respected. According to the different years, the Water Dragon sect's cultivators would build Gold Book, Jade Book, and Yellow Book rites to help all living beings pray for blessings and disasters. This was especially so for the 2nd birthday of the Water Official. Because this ancient god was in charge of many immortals in the water, it had always been the most important day for the Water Dragon sect. Other than the towering archway, Chen Pingon found that the style of this place was a bit similar to the ruins of the Immortal Mansion. After the archway, there were dozens of stone tablets. Could it be that all the places close to the water near the Great Blasphemy were like this? Chen Pingon looked at them one by one. There were many people who chose the same way as him. There were also many scholars in Confucian robes who were studying abroad. They seemed to be from the academy. They were immersed in copying the inscriptions beside the stone tablets. Chen Pingon carefully browsed through the record of the building of the stone bridge by the sages of the Daping dynasty and the water tablet of the Dragon Pavilion written by the local calligrapher of the North Continent. These 2 inscriptions explained in detail the construction process of the stone bridge in the water, and the origin and excavation of the Dragon Palace Cave. The line was as long as a dragon. Chen Pingon waited for nearly an hour before he saw the cultivator of the Water Dragon sect who was in charge of collecting the toll. After paying 10 snowflakes, he received a seal token carved from an ancient immortal orange wood. It was ancient and had excellent seal script. The cultivator of the Water Dragon sect said that when he reached the other end of the bridge, he just had to return it to the cultivator of the Water Dragon sect at the other end of the bridge. This was the first time Chen Pingon saw the wooden seal of the immortals on the mountain. The seal script was rest, and the side script was fame and fortune, life and death. Chen Pingon asked if these wooden seals could be sold. The female cultivator of the Water Dragon sect smiled sweetly and said that the orange wood seal for crossing the bridge was a token of her sect. It was not for sale, and every seal had to be recorded. However, there was a shop in the Dragon Palace Cave that specialized in selling various seals. Not only were there the immortal orange wood seals unique to the Water Dragon sect, there were also all kinds of famous stone seals. When customers arrived at the Dragon Palace Cave, they would definitely be able to buy something that they liked. Chen Pingan was just about to ask about the price of the wooden seals in the Dragon Palace cave. The people behind him complained and scolded him, telling him to get lost and stop teasing the fairies here. Chen Pingan could only turn around and apologize. Then, he quickly left the group and made way for the customers behind. Chen Pingan felt a little regretful. Not to mention the expensive items in the immortal shop, the bigger the sect, the harder it was to pick up the scraps. On the contrary, there were still some chances at small crossings like the Aquarius Continent's Qingfu Square and the Bee-Tail Ferry. The bridge itself was extremely wide and had the effect of repelling water. An arch bridge was still an arch bridge, but this bridge was upside down. It was said that the bottom of the arc in the middle of the bridge was close to the bottom of the Great Blasphemy Water. It was undoubtedly strange. Stepping on the bridge was equivalent to walking into the Great Blasphemy Water. The bridge was extremely wide, and there was an endless stream of people and carriages on the bridge. It was even more exaggerated than the imperial streets of the secular dynasties. From this, it could be seen that the Water Dragon sect was earning a lot of money every day just by collecting toll fees. Chen Pingan looked up. The Great Blasphemy Water showed a clear and faint color, not as turbid as ordinary rivers. The bridge was more than 300 miles long, so one could hire carriages and horses at both ends of the stone bridge. On the other end of the Great Blasphemy and the stone bridge, the Water Dragon sect had endless mansion buildings. On both sides, there was a pure Jade Realm ancestor overseeing it. Therefore, it was habitually divided into the South sect and the North sect. The Ancestral Hall was located in the north of Great Blasphemy, and the predecessor of the Water Dragon sect's Ancestral Hall was one of the three ancient ancestral temples of G Blasphemy. Therefore, it was said that the disciples of the North sect had always thought highly of themselves. There was an invisible boundary between the two sections. Chen Pingan could understand. As long as it did not involve major matters, this kind of normal mentality was inevitable. In the future, once Liu Baixiang spread his influence outside Luopa Mountain, he might be the same. If Liu Baixiang's direct disciples came to Luopa Mountain's Ancestral Hall, they might also be uncomfortable. How to prepare for a rainy day was the most important test of a mountain's reputation. Flipping through books to understand the stories of the ancients, and observing others on the road was to observe oneself. This was probably the purpose of reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles. There were many things that one had to rely on oneself to think about and work hard. "549. There was a commotion at the gate of the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven because the gate was closed after a young man and woman entered the city. Even the cultivators who were guarding the gate of Water Dragon School didn't notice the golden light that flew out from the plaques and landed on the ground. They gathered like fireflies and formed a young man with a tall hat and a wide belt. The young man strode into the city gate and the gate closed. The cultivators guarding the gate were at a loss. This was a phenomenon that had never happened in 1,000 years. They immediately sent a message to the Hall of Ancestral Masters of North Sect with their flying swords. Not long after Chen Pingan walked down the white jade steps, this youth appeared beside Li Lu. Following the ancient etiquette, he prostrated himself on the ground. The words that came out of his mouth were even more obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, his voice was extremely hoarse and old, which did not match his appearance. Li Lu just sat there and looked at the figure going down the mountain. She probably thought that the young man was an eyesore. She waved her hand and moved the young man who had just stood up. The young man stood up straight. He was not angry at being looked down upon. He just looked back at the small figure approaching the gate and said softly, "It's not easy to be close to water." He did not dare to peek at the white jade steps, so he treated the young swordsman in green as one of her pawns. Li Lu looked indifferent and said slowly, Li Yuan, the incense in your middle temple is not as good as the upper temple in the Chongxian Bureau of the Yuan dynasty. The strange young man named Li Yuan said guiltily, I've failed you. I deserve to die. There used to be 3 temples in the Chongxian dynasty. The lower temple was destroyed and disappeared. The middle temple was refined into the ancestral hall of the Water Dragon sect. The upper temple was controlled by the Yangs of the Yunshao Palace of the Chongxian Bureau. Li Lu had once met Yang Ningjin in the Ghost Valley at the Bone Beach. She had said something that Yang Ningjin could not believe, but she had no choice but to believe. Yang Ningjin was the eldest son of the Yang family in the Cloud Palace and the elder brother of the Little Heavenly Lord, Yang Ningjin. He had managed to become one of the top 10 youths in the North Continent with only his identity as a martial artist and an alias. However, during the battle at Treasure Mirror Mountain, Yang Ningjin had faced Li Lu, who had only been on the path of cultivation for a few years. Although Yang Ningjin was not completely powerless to fight back, he had no chance of winning against her. Li Lu asked, Did I fail to live up to your trust? Is it a big deal for you to keep an eye on the incense in this small ancestral temple? Li Yuan was speechless. His golden eyes were a little dim, and he looked even older. This young man gave off a feeling of vicissitudes and decay. He was one of the only 2 Shui Jings left. His age was so old that even the founding ancestor of the Water Dragon sect couldn't compare to him. In the vast world, Shuijing was an ancient official position that had not been completely lost, but its reputation was not obvious. Often, it was the person in charge of the incense in the ancestral temple. The Confucian temple in the Central Plains would not pay too much attention to it. They would let it run its own course. Therefore, every time one of the blasphemous Shuijings collapsed, there would be one less Shuijings in the world. Such existences were not controlled by the mortal dynasties, nor did they have much interaction with the immortal sections. However, in the Qingming world where the Taoists were in charge, the Shuijings were extremely prominent and important gods with an orderly inheritance. There was only one Shuijings in each of the blasphemous temples. His status was so high that it was far superior to the river god and the water god of lakes. Even the 5 mountain gods of the major dynasties could not compare to him. The Water Dragon sect seemed to have refined the Ji defilement ancestral temple and used it to gain a foothold to resist the domineering sword cultivators of the North Continent. However, there were many secrets behind it. Facing this extremely noble woman, Li Yuan was like a turbid official at the bottom of the imperial court who was lucky enough to meet a central heavenly official. How could he not be respectful? Being reprimanded in person was a great favor from the heavens. In the huge Water Dragon sect, other than Li Yuan, only the Shuijings knew her true identity. Only the Water Dragon sect master knew about it. The Hornless Dragon Jade Token seemed to be a jade token issued by the Water Dragon sect to the Ancestral Hall's consecrators, direct disciples, and guests. However, it was actually a jade token that the ancestors of all the later generations had carefully imitated the jade token in her hand. The Water Dragon sect cultivators at the city gate could not tell the difference between the 2, but Li Yuan could see it clearly. Therefore, even if the woman's face and identity in this life had changed, Li Yuan still rushed over. Li Lu suddenly laughed. The fellow villager who had never met or spoken to him in the early years in Lizhu Grotto Heaven had already noticed the signs the moment the Shuijings and Li Yuan appeared. However, he did not turn his head to size them up and just silently went down the mountain. In the end, Li Yuan did not know what was good for him. He did not immediately open the restriction and could only wait at the city gate. Li Lu thought for a moment. All right, let Mr. Qin stay here for a few days to calm his mind. This was the first time Li Lu looked at Li Yuan seriously. Li Yuan, is there a quiet place with dense spirit qi inside? If there is, take it out to entertain the guest. If not, ask someone to vacate it. Li Yuan nodded and said, yes. Even if there was no one, there had to be one. A person who she called Mr. Li Yuan was the gatekeeper of the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven and also the incense envoy of the Temple of Salvation. If he was not worried about causing too much of a commotion, he would have asked people to clear the place. Who cares if the Water Dragon sect wants to hold a Jade Talisman Daoist temple and water official ceremony? Would the Earth Immortals who were cultivating in the Grotto Heaven be angry? Li Lu said, don't tell anyone about the Water Dragon sect. Just say that the son of an old friend is here to visit. If you have a better excuse, you can do as you see fit. In short, don't let anyone disturb Mr. Chen's cultivation here. Li Yuan cupped his fists and said, yes, sir. Li Lu stood up and stepped out to the city gate. She said, Mr. Chen, it's a pity to pass by one of the 36 Grotto Heavens without entering. In the Dragon Palace Cave Heaven, there are a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, especially those that are close to water and wood. Although they are expensive, they are of good quality. If Mr. Chen takes a fancy to them, with this jade token, you can buy them on credit with the Water Dragon sect for 60 years. Li Lu was not telling the truth. Credit. The Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven that helped the Water Dragon sect, Chongxian Bureau, and Fuping Sword Lake earn a lot of money used to be one of her summer palaces. If Li Lu wanted to take it back, no matter how skillful the Water Dragon sect's ancestors were, how could the mountain and water array that they painstakingly built be able to withstand the attack of a sword immortal? What was the point of it to Li Lu? Moreover, how did the founder of the Water Dragon sect enter the path of cultivation from an ordinary teacher with poor aptitude? After that, how did he climb to the top step by step? How could the successive sect masters not know this in their hearts? So, who was going to credit who? The answer was clear. Chen Pingan was terrified when he heard the words, Guyu money. Li Lu took off the jade token and said, if Mr. Chen's heart is not calm, no matter how far you go, you are still going around in circles. Chen Pingan nodded. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Li. Li Lu shook her head and smiled. Mr. Chen, you don't have to be so polite. Li Huai has been thinking about you for many years. Every time the Cliff Academy and Li Huai exchanged letters, Li Huai would mention you. Li Lu will never dare to forget this great kindness of both imparting the Tao and protecting it. Chen Pingan said helplessly, Miss Li is much more polite than me. This was the truth. When he took care of Li Huai to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, he was just fulfilling a promise. Besides, Li Huai was a little naughty along the way, but he did not make Chen Pingan work hard. Of course, Li Huai's mouth when he was young was really smeared with honey and arsenic. Especially his ability to be a tyrant was the best in the world. However, he was still a kind child. He could not hold a grudge, but he still cared about the good of others. Chen Pingan looked up, but there was no trace of that strange young man. Li Lu explained, that person is the local gatekeeper. Chen Pingan asked, like Jing Dafeng. Li Lu smiled. His duties are similar, but compared to Uncle Zheng, it's like heaven and earth. Thinking back, when his younger brother Li Huai was still a child, Jing Dafeng often carried Li Huai to the Yang family's shop. Li Huai shouted that he could not hold it in anymore. Jing Dafeng's footsteps were like the wind, running all the way. He hurriedly said that if he was a hero, he would hold it in a little longer. He would release the water in the backyard of the shop. Anyway, whether Li Huai could hold it in or not, in the end, the two of them would go to the New Year's shop that sold pastries in the Dragon Rider Alley. In her long years, Li Lu had seen many quiet cultivators. They were untainted by the dust of the world, and their hearts were pure. They were detached from the world. Only Only in this life in the Dragon Pearl Cave, she saw many real people that had nothing to do with the realm. Even Li Lu would miss the scenery of this small place. The two of them walked side by side and climbed up again. It seemed that after talking about serious matters, there was no need to deliberately talk about small talk. Chen Pingon thought too much, but it was not appropriate for him to speak. He was worried that an accident would cause unnecessary trouble for Li Lu. Li Lu had always thought very little and did not care about anything. In the ancestral master hall of the Water Dragon sect in the north of GFA, after receiving the flying sword message from the entrance of the Dragon Palace cave, most of the 16 chairs were already occupied. The remaining empty chairs were for the great cultivators of the sect who came for an emergency meeting. Except for a nascent soul cultivator who had been in seclusion for many years, the rest were all present. In the ancestral master hall, there was the disciple of the Golden Core cultivator Bai Bai, the current leader of the Water Dragon sect, Sun Jia. There was also Wu Lingting, the master of the young marquis of the Biting Country, Zhan Qing. However, as a nascent soul cultivator with a low aptitude and a wild cultivator, his seat was at the back. Wu Lingting's mood had been extremely bad recently. Her only disciple, Zhan Qing, had actually disappeared into thin air. No one knew if she was alive or dead. It was simply absurd. If it was not for the talisman sect immortal Huan Yun, who had a good reputation on the mountain, who helped Bai Bai to prove that Zhan Qing's inexplicable death was not directly related to Bai Bai, Wu Lingting would have made a scene in the ancestral master hall of the Water Dragon sect and directly questioned Sun Jia. Therefore, at this moment, Wu Lingting was full of anger and his face was extremely ugly. Zhan Qing was his disciple that he valued very much. A wild cultivator, especially a wild cultivator of the Earth Immortal Realm, accepted a direct disciple, which was more significant than a disciple of the ancestral master hall. It was regarded as the inheritance that wild cultivators risked half of their lives in exchange for. After all, wild cultivators harmed wild cultivators. Even if the master killed the disciple or the disciple killed the master, it was not uncommon. On the other hand, the ancestral master hall of the ancestral master hall was almost no one dared to commit such a heinous crime. The gate of the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven closed by itself. Of course, this was not a small matter. Sect Master Sun Jia immediately gathered all the members of the ancestral master hall. Back then, the Sword Immortal had been dormant for many years and stole the treasure of the Grotto Heaven and successfully escaped from the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. The process from the loss of the treasure to the recovery was tragic. There were more than 10 seats in the ancestral master hall of the Water Dragon sect. Except for the left seat that was always occupied by the sect masters, almost no one sat on the right seat. This rule had been passed down for as long as the ancestral master hall of the Water Dragon sect was established. If any of the guests of the Water Dragon sect asked about this matter, the cultivators of the Water Dragon sect would keep it a secret. The situation was very simple. Sun Jia explained it in a few words. But in the ancestral master hall, everyone looked solemn. First, a strange woman showed a jade token and entered the city to climb the white jade stairs. Then, the city gate closed and isolated the world. The cultivators tried to check, but it was to no avail. Xiao Jingji, the pure jade realm female cultivator of the Water Dragon sect South sect, looked like a young woman and had a graceful aura. She said slowly, "Sect Master, why don't I immediately go to the Sea of Clouds at the Grotto Heavens crossing and wait for them?" Sun Jia frowned and said, "Apart from that, what we really need to consider now is whether the Grotto Heaven should be under martial law or not. Once we choose to do so, it will inevitably affect this year's Gold Scroll Dao Field and the Water Official Disaster Resolution Assembly. Our Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven has always been known for its stability. In this 2 consecutive events, not to mention the good friends of the Water Dragon sect, there will also be many emperors and generals from the Great Yuan dynasty. If we are not careful, Chongxian Bureau and Floating Duckweed Sword Lake will have something to use against us. Wu Lingting sneered and said, "These short-lived people under the mountain don't have much ability, but each one of them is more delicate than the other." An old woman holding a dragon-headed walking stick closed her eyes and looked half dead. She sat beside Xiao Jingji and was clearly a cultivator of the South sect. At this moment, the old woman opened her eyes and looked at Sect Master Sun Jia. She said with a hoarse voice, "Martial nephew's son, in my opinion, we should let Jingji bring the sect treasure. If there are any unruly people, just kill them all. I don't believe anyone can cause much trouble in our Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven." Wu Lingting sat opposite her and admired this old woman. She was also a nascent soul realm cultivator like him, but she didn't like anyone in the Water Dragon sect. Relying on his seniority, he addressed Sect Master Sun Jia as Martial Nephew Sunday. But when it came to Xiao Jingji of the South sect, just the way he addressed her was filled with intimacy. Luckily, Sun Jia was magnanimous. If he, Wu Lingting, was the head of the Water Dragon sect, he would have smashed that old woman's face. Just as Sun Jigang was about to speak, spots of golden light appeared on the chair in front of him. Finally, they gathered to form a young man with a withered spirit. It was Ji Xian and Shui Jing Li Yuan. Li Yuan bowed to Sun Jia. He still had to abide by the rules. Sun Jia also stood up and bowed back, but didn't reveal his identity. The old woman suddenly opened her eyes and said with a trembling voice, "Li. Are you Li?" Li Yuan was a bit sad. He looked at the old woman with white hair and didn't say anything. The old woman's eyes reddened. She no longer held the dragon-head walking stick with both hands. She gently leaned the walking stick against the chair and put her hands on her knees. She smoothed her dress and lowered her head to look at her withered fingers. She whispered, "My husband is still as handsome as ever. It's a pity that I'm old, too old. When I didn't see you, I looked forward to seeing you until my hair turned white. Now that I see you, I know that it's better not to see you." Wu Lingting had a playful expression. What? A handsome young man and an old woman. Could it be that both of them were fated to marry each other in their early years? That would be a very old story. This was the interesting thing about the mountain. Strange things were never strange. As long as a cultivator had the time to join in the fun, there would be fun everywhere. Li Yuan said to Sun Jia through telepathy, "Sect leader, it's the descendant of my old friend who came to visit. I gave the jade pendant a long time ago. I didn't want to be disturbed, so I used some tricks and caused the Water Dragon sect to gather in the ancestral hall. It's my fault, and I'm willing to accept the punishment of the Water Dragon sect." Sun Jia smiled and replied, "Lord Shuijing, you're exaggerating. Since it's the descendant of an old friend who came to visit the Grotto Heaven, it's a good thing for Li Shuijing and the Water Dragon sect. Honored guests, why don't you stay in my mansion in the main city of the Grotto Heaven?" Li Yuan smiled and said, "No need to trouble you, sect leader. I'll take them to Darling Island." Sun Jia nodded and said, "If there's anything you need, Lord Shuijing, just say the word." Li Yuan stood up and cupped his fists to the people in the ancestral hall. He apologized, "I've troubled you all and disturbed your cultivation. I'll definitely compensate you in the future." After Li Yuan finished speaking, he turned into specks of golden light and disappeared in an instant. To be able to go back and forth in the ancestral hall of a sect. It was a kind of revelation in itself. Because in the ancestral hall of the immortals on World Mountain, any consecrator or guest had to walk in and out of the door. It was no different from the mortals entering and exiting the ancestral hall. In addition to the position of the other party's seat and the loss of composure of the old woman from the South sect, everyone, including Xiao Jingji, knew the severity of the matter. So when Sun Jia opened his mouth and said with a smile, it was a false alarm. "You can leave now." No one showed any signs of complaint. Who knew if that elusive young man was a vengeful person? Any elder in the ancestral hall who appeared to be amiable on the surface was often more difficult to deal with. Sun Jia was the last to walk out of the ancestral hall. Xiao Jingji waited quietly outside the door. After everyone left on the wind, Sun Jia said with a smile, "You guessed right. It's Ji Fengxiang, Hushuijing, Li Yuan. He's the best friend of our water dragon sect's founder." Xiao Jingji's expression was gloomy. To put it bluntly, the place behind her was not the water dragon sect's ancestral hall. All the cultivators with seats seemed to be glorious, but in fact, including her and sect master Sun Jia, they were in an awkward situation of living under someone else's roof. Sun Jia said casually, "Drink water and think of the source." Xiao Jingji's face stiffened and she nodded. Sun Jia said with a smile, "It's not easy to start a sect, and it's also difficult to keep it. Jingji, there are some things that I can ignore if they are fought over. After all, I won't let the fertile water flow into the fields of others. However, once someone does something out of line, although I, Sun Jia, have always been said to be the most untalented sect master of the Water Dragon sect, no matter how unpromising I am, I'm still a sect master who has broken the ancestral rules. I still have to brace myself and take care of it." Xiao Jingji's expression became more and more unsightly. She flew away on the wind, crossed the water surface, and returned to the south bank. Sun Jia was clearly using Ji Xian's Shuijing to beat Xiao Jingji and the entire south sect. Sun Jia did not use any spells. Instead, he closed the door of the ancestral hall with his hand and slowly walked down the mountain. There were many things to do in a sect. It was rare for one to have a moment of leisure. For example, previously, Wu Lingting was quite resentful. Sun Jia promised that in the future, Wu Lingting would be the first to accept an in-name disciple in the ancestral hall. Wu Lingting was also worrisome. She directly asked if he happened to take a fancy to a good seedling on Xiao Jingji's side. What should he say? Sun Jia replied to this wild cultivator with, "The South sect is also the Water Dragon sect." Only then was Wu Lingting slightly satisfied. But in fact, promises were easy to say but not easy to do. If he was not careful, he would have a conflict with Xiao Jingji's South sect, causing a grudge between the two sides. The formation of the North and the South in the Water Dragon sect was not something that happened overnight. Moreover, there were pros and cons. The previous sect masters had both suppressed and guided it. It was not all a hidden danger. However, many disciples of the North sect naturally thought that this was because sect master Sun Jia's prestige was not enough, so he allowed the South sect to grow stronger. Thus, there was Sun Jia's reminder to Xiao Jingji today. Li Yuan's figure was hidden in the sky above the grotto heaven. In the sea of clouds, he sat cross-legged and looked down at the green snails on the jade plates. The years of living in the mountains were close to the clouds and water. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of years had passed. A white-haired old woman, who was famous for her eccentric temperament in the Water Dragon sect, stood at the top of her mountain and looked up at the sea of clouds. She was in a daze with a gentle expression. It was unknown what this old woman on the mountain was looking at. Li Yuan did not look at her. He only vaguely remembered that many years ago, there was a lonely and introverted little girl. She was not cute at all. She liked to walk on the waves alone at night. She carried a large handful of stones and smashed the moon in the water time and time again. Chen Pingan turned his head and looked. The city gate was already open. Finally, there were tourists walking up the white jade steps. After climbing the 9,999 steps, Chen Pingan and Li Lu reached the top. It was a white jade platform that covered an area of more than 10 acres. The ground was engraved with patterns of dragons, 16 of them sitting in a circle. It looked like a white jade dragon wall that was placed horizontally. However, it was very different from the peaceful dragon wall of the world. The 12 dragons engraved on the ground were all bound by iron chains and had blades nailed into their bodies. The dragons seemed to be struggling in pain. Chen Pingan carefully walked through the gaps between the dragon patterns. Li Lu, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. He stepped on the bodies and heads of the Jiao dragons and smiled. The ones under Mr. Chen's feet are all old criminals. They are no longer legitimate true dragons. There is no taboo when we walk. In ancient times, the true dragon was in charge of the clouds and rain everywhere in the world. They could accumulate merits and receive orderly rewards. Of course, there were also punishments for dereliction of duty. They were often skinned on the dragon-slaying platform, chopped off the dragon claws and heads, and detained the true body and vital spirit. Some were executed for dereliction of duty, and their bodies were thrown into the water directly. Some were not sentenced to death, but they were stripped of their identity. Their blood soaked the mountains and rivers. Therefore, many descendants of the true dragon appeared. Chen Pingan asked softly, "Are they all still alive?" Li Lu said, "Most of them could not withstand the erosion of the river of time and died. There are a few that are dying." The dragon wall on the ground is not only their cage, but also a kind of protection. Once the grotto heaven is broken, they cannot escape death. Therefore, they are considered the protectors of the water dragon sect. In the face of a great enemy, after receiving the token of the ancestral hall, they can temporarily escape for a while and participate in the battle. They are more loyal. The water dragon sect has been worshipping them. Every year, they will add some water essence to the dragon wall to help these old flood dragons who have been beaten back to their original forms to survive. Chen Pingan was more curious about Li Lu's encyclopedic knowledge. However, it was not good to ask about this kind of thing. Everyone has their own desires and secrets. If both parties were really friends, and the other party was willing to tell them, it was a sign of trust. The listener would have to live up to the trust of the speaker and be able to keep the secret. They should not think that since they were friends, they could explore as much as they want. They should not use the secrets of an old friend to exchange for the friendship of a new friend. Therefore, some people seem to have friends everywhere and can drink with others everywhere as if there is no place in life without a banquet. However, when there are difficulties in life, they will be sad. Without the drinking table, they will have no friends. They can only resent the fickleness of the world. If one does not make friends with sincerity, how can one win sincerity? Smart people rarely have friends in adversity, even more so. Li Lu seemed to have seen through Chen Pingan's thoughts and said frankly, "There is a reason why my parents and I moved to the North Continent. Compared to other continents, the environment here is more suitable for my cultivation. If my father wants to continue breaking through, there is almost no hope if he stays in the Aquarius continent. It is also difficult here, but at least there is a chance." The size of a continent often determines the number of cultivators in the upper 5 states. The North Continent was vast and rich in spiritual qi. Therefore, there were more cultivators in the upper 5 states than in the Aquarius continent. However, there was not much difference in the number of martial artists in the Peak State, especially in the Peak State. There were only 3 Peak State martial artists in the North Continent, including Gu Yu, who had just perished together with Ji Yu. The Aquarius continent, which was the smallest among the 9 continents, also had 3. Li Lu's father, Li Er. Song Zhangqiang, the vassal king. Chui Qing of Luopa Mountain. Now that Guyu had died in battle, it was a chance for all the martial artists in the North Continent to share the martial arts fate of the continent. As for how much they could get, it would depend on their own abilities. This was the root of the saying, a martial artist in the third stage of God Ascension dies in his own country, while a martial artist in the peak state dies in his own continent. Li Lu suddenly asked, Mr. Qin, have you been to the secret realm of mountains and rivers? Chen Pingan nodded and said, not long ago, I went to an unrecorded ancient ruin. Li Lu said, no wonder. After Guyu died, the martial arts fate scattered, but there was a strong martial arts fate that was somewhat mysterious. It seemed to contain Guyu's obsession. It lingered around the North Pavilion and Water Sky Nation for a long time, lingering for about half a year before slowly dispersing. It should be because we couldn't find you, Mr. Qin. If you receive this gift, you'll have a much higher chance of successfully reaching the golden body state as the strongest sixth stage. Even if a martial artist in the Jinjia continent of the same level keeps on increasing his fist intent, it shouldn't have much of an impact on Mr. Qin. It's hard to predict now. If the other party keeps on improving his fist technique while Mr. Qin stays stagnant, Mr. Qin will break through his own bottleneck and reach the seventh stage before the other party breaks through. Then, you'll lose that opportunity. Chen Pingan understood. It was because he had practiced the mountain-quaking fist for many years and had been taught by Senior Guyu. Therefore, even if he was a foreigner, Senior Gu was still willing to give him a portion of the martial arts fate. Of course, he would regret missing out on Guyu's legacy, but there was nothing to regret. Chen Pingan held the green bamboo mountain staff in one hand and clenched his fist lightly with the other. He said, it's all right. Senior Guyu is from the North Continent. It's only right that he leave his martial arts fate to the martial artists of this continent. I can only live up to Senior Gu's expectations by practicing my fist technique harder. To Chen Pingan, this gift could be divided into two types. He didn't receive the martial arts fate, but he had to grasp the heart firmly. When it would really harm his own interests, he could still distinguish between right and wrong, clearly distinguish between right and wrong, and not let gains and losses affect his state of mind. This was the true reason. Li Lu smiled and said, Mr. Qin, if you can think this way, it means that Guyu has good taste. My brother, Li Huai, isn't bad either. Chen Pingan had a nagging feeling that there was something wrong with Li Lu's words, but it also seemed natural and unnatural. But when he thought about the local customs of his hometown, he didn't find it strange. Just the mud bottle alley where his ancestral home was, there were sword immortal Chao Shi and Book Lake Gu Can from the South Saw continent. Of course, Chen Pingan also counted. Chen Pingan and Li Lu didn't say anything else as the tourists climbed up the platform one after another. When there were 16 people, 16 snow-white flood dragons condensed from clouds appeared around the high platform at the same time. Their heads were close to the high platform, and each cloud sea flood dragon was like a fairy. Li Lu said, 16 people can ride the flood dragons at once. They can ignore the restrictions of the small world and enter the dragon palace. It's a gimmick of the water dragon sect. Li Lu took the lead and walked on the head of a flood dragon. Chen Pingan followed suit and stepped on the head of the cloud-white dragon. He stood still. Just when someone wanted to be the first to reach the platform, the ethereal figure of a deity in green robes appeared on the platform. He said, below is the pond, and the corpses are all competitors. Life and death are not important. You can decide for yourself. Chen Pingan was probably the only one who noticed that the deity in green robes was standing the furthest from Li Lu. The 16 snow-white flood dragons formed by water began to slowly rise into the sky. They were about to break through the thick sea of clouds and let the passengers vaguely see a golden light hanging high in the sky. Then they suddenly fell without warning. The surrounding clouds were vast. Li Lu rode the flood dragon under his feet and came to Qin Pingan. He smiled and said, "The golden light above is the embryonic form of the sun condensed by the essence of incense in the temple. It is also one of the foundations of the water dragon sect. But the progress is slow. Because there is no method, the embryonic form is very rough. It went astray from the beginning. According to the current speed of incense accumulation in the temple, the water dragon sect can't do anything even if they are given another 10,000 years. The possibility of the water dragon sect's cultivators wanting to create a sun and a moon in the dragon palace is much smaller than the one they snatched from Qin Chuanan's shoulders." Qin Pingan looked up. There was only a sea of clouds high in the sky and bottomless in the bottom. There was no golden light. Qin Pingan said to himself, "If I were the water dragon sect's cultivators, I would make the same choice. Even if there is only one light, I would be willing to accumulate incense." Li Lu said, "Mr. Qin, cultivation is still not the same as martial arts. It's not that you can't pay attention to the stupid skill of dripping water to penetrate a stone. But if a cultivator only pays attention to this, it won't work. Even if qi cultivators live a long life, they can't withstand sitting in the mountains for a few times." Qin Pingan nodded and smiled. "I will remember." After about half an hour, the cloud flood dragon swayed gently and its 4 claws touched the ground. The surrounding clouds dispersed and everyone's vision suddenly became clear. Qin Pingan found himself standing on a sea of clouds. Looking down, it was a majestic city built on a huge island. It was like the capital of a dynasty. The city was surrounded by green mountains and glowing treasures. Outside the majestic city, there were islands of different sizes. There were ancient buildings on each of them. Some were near the mountains and some were near the water. They were like stars surrounding the moon, guarding the capital in the middle of the world. The blue waves stretched for thousands of miles. It was boundless. Above the sea of clouds, there were many green talisman boats. Some were as small as a boat with a black awning and some were as big as a warship. Shui Zheng and Li Yuan stood not far away. Li Lu brought Qin Pingan and walked towards the young man who even the descendant of the water dragon sect's ancestral hall did not know. Li Yuan brought the two of them to a warship. After boarding, there was no movement and no cultivators on the ferry. The ferry departed on its own. Li Yuan said softly, "Duck Mountain Island is full of water and spiritual qi. It has been empty for 100 years. Mr. Qin, you can stay there and cultivate. It is not far from the old site of the Imperial Palace. Take the talisman boat and you can reach there in an hour." Li Lu nodded. "Thank you." Li Yuan was somewhat uneasy and felt uneasy. Li Yuan asked carefully, "Do you need to arrange some nimble servants for Duck Mountain Island?" Li Lu said, "Why are you asking me? Ask Mr. Qin." Li Yuan immediately turned around and asked Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It is already very troublesome, there is no need to trouble me." Li Yuan did not say anything else. There was a tall building above the sea of clouds. A nascent soul cultivator of the water dragon sect was standing on the railing of the top floor. When he saw the hornless dragon jade medallion on the waist of the young woman and the young man, he withdrew his inquiring gaze. But he could not help but feel suspicious. He knew almost all of the retainers and guest elders of Water Dragon sect. Why were these two unfamiliar faces? Were they related to Chongxian Agency and Floating Duckweed Sword Lake? As long as those two jade tokens were not fake, the old nascent soul cultivator guarding the sea of clouds would not cause any trouble. This ship was like a flying sword. It did not go to the port of Duck Mountain Island but directly stopped in the square of an empty immortal mansion. The plaque of the mansion read, "Duke Dragon stops the clouds." When the three of them landed on the ground, the gate of the mansion slowly opened. Li Yuan explained, Duck Mountain Island used to be the cultivation place of an old retainer of Water Dragon sect. He had already passed away 100 years ago. The disciples in the sect were not very promising. A golden core cultivator wanted to forcefully break through and secretly sold Duck Mountain Island back to Water Dragon sect. This person was lucky enough to become a nascent soul cultivator and then wandered to other continents. The rest of the senior and junior brothers had no choice but to move out of Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. The three of them crossed the threshold together. Li Yuan said, other than this cultivation mansion, Duck Mountain Island also has the water pool, Yongla Mountain Cave, the Iron Workshop ruins and Princess Xingxian's monument. There is no one on the island and no owner. When Mr. Chen is cultivating, feel free to look around. Finally, Li Yuan took off the jade token at his waist. One side had a dragon pattern carved on it and the other side had the ancient seal, Jun Qin Yuxiang. He handed it to Chen Pingan. Mr. Chen, this item is the crux of Duck Mountain Island's mountain and river formation. There is no need to refine it. Just hang it on your body and you can control the formation. Nascent soul cultivators are unable to investigate the island mansion. If unpolished jade cultivators secretly observe this place, they will also cause ripples in the formation. Li Lu was quite satisfied. This place was clearly Li Yuan's private mansion. As for the past affairs of Water Dragon sect's retainer passing away and the disciples fighting among themselves, Li Lu naturally did not care. Whether it was true or false, it had nothing to do with her. Chen Pingan did not refuse. After expressing his gratitude, he accepted the heavy jade token and hung it on his waist along with the rest wooden token from Water Dragon sect. Only at this moment did Li Lu take off her own jade token with the words, 3 feet of sweet rain, engraved on it. She smiled and handed it to Chen Pingan. Mr. Chen, take it as helping my younger brother repay his kindness. What she meant was that there was no need to return it. This scene made Shui Zhang Li Yuan's eyelids tremble. If it were him, he would probably kneel down to accept the decree and thank her for her kindness. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, the gift is too heavy. I can't not return it. Li Lu did not say anything. She only handed the jade token to Chen Pingan. Li Yuan did not even dare to look at it. He respectfully bid farewell and left. Thus, 3 tokens were hung on Chen Pingan's waist. Li Lu and Chen Pingan walked together in the mansion. They planned to stay for a short while before leaving this summer palace that had nothing to reminisce about. Once they left, how could Chen Pingan return it? Would Li Yuan have the guts to temporarily receive and keep the jade token for her? Was he not afraid of being drowned by the water? How many gods of the fire sect had been burned to death by the fire? How many gods of the Jianghu had been killed by her water? Chen Pingan took out a Yuan Jun statue and smiled. Miss Li, I originally planned to give this to Li Huai the next time I meet him. Now, it's better that you help me pass it to Li Huai. Li Lu's eyes suddenly became gentle. It was as if she had suddenly become the young girl in the small town who carried buckets to the ancient well to fetch water every day. Willow, willow, gentle and weak, never having the slightest edge. She took the small gift and raised her hand to wave it. She jokingly said, look, I'm different from Mr. Chen. I've never been courteous when receiving heavy gifts. I feel at ease. Chen Pingan also felt a little relieved. He smiled and said, I do want to learn from Miss Li. Li Lu looked at the young man with a warm smile and felt a little emotional. Her younger brother, Li Huai, had traveled far away. He looked like the most ordinary child in the school. He could not be compared to Li Baoping, Lin Shui, and Yu Lu. Thank you. Along the way to study in the Great Sui Kingdom, Chen Pingan treated Li Huai as normal. Later, after her father, Li Er, appeared, Chen Pingan still treated Li Huai as normal. Now, after Li Lu appeared in the water dragon sect, it was still the same. You are Li Huai's sister, Li Er's daughter. No matter what your realm is or what your opportunities are, Chen Pingan, will try my best not to cause trouble for you. I know that you are living a good life, and I am happy. Treat others with leniency and restrain oneself. Even a real scholar, if not a real teacher today, would be one in the future. Therefore, Li Lu smiled and said, Don't let Mr. Chen think that I only know how to say bad news. There are two things that I must congratulate Mr. Chen. Chen Pingan's eyes lit up. Could it be that the Luopa mountain had overestimated the cost of the lotus root blessed land by consuming 2,000 to 3,000 grains of grain rain money? Li Lu said, This sword has been an immortal weapon for a long time. Chen Pingan froze on the spot. The golden robe from Jiaolong Gully could be upgraded to an immortal weapon after feeding a large number of gold essence copper coins. This was the truth that Chen Pingan had known for a long time, but he had not been able to realize it because of his limited power. But how did this sword immortal suddenly become a legendary immortal weapon from a half-immortal weapon? Li Lu revealed the secret. The sword has a bit of great spirit and a bit of pure Tao intent. Chen Pingan fell into deep thought. The latter was understandable because the sword immortal had refined the broken sword energy that Daoist's son had given him. But what was the reason for the former's great spirit? Li Lu did not say more. Also, Mr. Chen can stay at Duck Island and absorb the surrounding water's spiritual energy without any worries. Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven will not mind such a small loss. Moreover, it is Duck Island's share. There is another piece of news that is not good news. Let Li Yuan help me send a letter to Luopa Mountain in Aquarius Continent. There will not be any clues. Li Lu stopped. I will go to Dragon Palace for a tour. Chen Pingan nodded. Before Miss Li leaves Water Dragon Sect, you must inform me so that I can return the jade token. Li Lu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Pingan also did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had guessed Miss Li's plan. Li Lu nodded. Okay, before I leave, I will come to Duck Island. Chen Pingan did not ask her to stay. Li Lu turned into a rainbow and left. There was not a single ripple of spiritual energy in the world. It was the same as Sword Immortal Tai Kai's Imperial Wind Qi technique. Chen Pingan walked around the mansion alone. He was prepared to find a secluded place suitable for cultivation. He planned to look around before going to the pond and the Immortal Ascension Steel. Li Lu silently rose into the sky and landed near the mansion. Only then did she go to the Sea of Clouds. She took it that she had kept her promise. In the Sea of Clouds, Li Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Li Lu asked, How is Water Dragon Sect's ancestral hall? Li Yuan said concisely, Everything is fine. Li Lu smiled. Li Yuan, you only have this bit of hard work left. Li Yuan smiled. Li Lu asked, What does that old woman have to do with you? As long as Li Lu was in Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, she was superior to the other saints. Li Yuan shook his head and sighed. It's my fault for pretending to be a water ghost and scaring a little girl. Li Lu lost interest. After instructing Li Yuan to keep an eye on Mr. Chen's cultivation, she casually opened the sky screen. When she entered a certain part of the water of salvation that bordered the small grotto heaven, she was thousands of miles away in an instant. She was much more stealthy than any immortal supernatural power that could shrink mountains and rivers. All rivers, lakes, and seas in the world were under Li Lu's jurisdiction. Realm. Actually, regarding Chen Pingan's underwater mansion, Li Lu was probably the most qualified person in the world to criticize. She just did not deliberately say it. Chen Pingan first chose a place for cultivation. Then, he strolled alone. After he finished looking at the 4 historical sites, he began to return to the mansion. He took out 6 green bricks from the Daoist temple and placed them on the ground. Then, he began to practice his martial arts. He hung the sword immortal on the wall and leaned the mountain walking staff against the wall. After practicing his martial arts, Chen Pingan went to a study room to write a letter. He talked to Zhu Lian about the matters of the lotus root blessed land. Of course, there were also many trivial matters. At the end of the letter, he told Zhu Lian that he would wait in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven of the Water Dragon sect until he received a reply from Luopa Mountain. In the letter, he confessed to Zhu Lian that he did indeed have some surplus after wandering around half of the North Continent. However, if he could borrow money from Luopa Mountain and make up for the shortfall in time without any hidden dangers, he would not sell his belongings cheaply. If there was still a shortfall, he did not have to hide it. He would strive to be a bag shopkeeper in the Dragon Palace Cave Heaven again and let the Spring Dew Garden empty its stock. He would make up for as much grain rain money as he could. After he stopped writing, Chen Pingan was not in a hurry to let the young man named Li Yuan help him send the letter to Luopa Mountain. Putting away the paper, pen, and secret letter, Chen Pingan began to seriously consider something. Should he refine the 3rd natal item in this Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven? Turning his head and glancing at the sword immortal on the wall, Chen Pingan thought that since he already had an immortal weapon, it was not too much to owe a few thousand grain rain money. At the Skeleton Beach and Moi Mountain, Pang Lanshi persuaded her grandfather to pick up the brush again and draw a few more sets of goddess paintings. He could give them away so that when he went to cross continents in the future, he could be justified. In the Ghost Valley, a little rat spirit was still sitting on the steps outside the Sheep Intestine Palace day after day. The wooden spear was placed horizontally on its legs, basking in the sun. When the ancestor was at home, it was obediently guarding the door. When the ancestor was not at home, it secretly took out a book and carefully read it. In Jingguan City, Gao Qing often felt uneasy recently. He did not know what went wrong. At the Mute Lake, the kind little water monster was no longer there. It was said that it had gone away with a young cultivator. In the Golden Crow Palace, the most senior gold core sword cultivator, Lu Jiqing, was still sitting on the top of his own mountain. After sealing the mountain and going into seclusion, Lu Jiqing coldly looked at the people in a sect. He was happy, angry, sad, and happy. In the Spring Dew Garden, the small shop on Laohuai Street that hired a shopkeeper was making a lot of money. It was a pity that there were not many spendthrifts. The young man who used the jade cliff stones to carve seals on the table was getting more and more familiar with the knife skills. He was making a lot of money out of conscience. After Lu Jinglong arrived at the Taihui sword sect, he was in seclusion to break through the realm. It was said that the sword-seeking people had already confirmed 2 of them. They were Luo Kai and Dong Zhu of the Fuping Sword Lake. At the Peach Blossom Crossing in the Fu Chu Kingdom, Lu Guibao was studying the Book of Taoism. Occasionally, he would think of the scholar called Huai Qian. Other than complaining about his bad eyesight, there was also a bit of sadness that lingered in his heart. It was about to go away, but it would quietly return. In the city on clouds, Su Xingzhou had successfully broken through the realm and entered the sea-viewing realm. She planned to bring enough good wine to visit the young sword immortal that she had admired for a long time when Mr. Lu entered the upper 5 realms and successfully withstood the sword-seeking of the 3 sword immortals. She heard that Mr. Lu actually loved to drink. It was just that under normal circumstances, he was not willing to drink. For this reason, Su Xingzhou had even specially trained her alcohol tolerance. This caused Shinjunze and Zhao Qingwan to be somewhat worried. Perhaps Su Xingzhou had become so complacent that she actually drank so much. Su Xingzhou could only explain that Mr. Qin had told her that if she could not hold her liquor, even if she met Mr. Liu, they would not be able to chat, let alone drink. Outside a thatched cottage on a mountain peak of the Tai Hui sword sect, the youth who had already officially become a disciple of the sect, Whitehead, sat alone on a long bench. His entire body swayed back and forth, only feeling bored. Well, he had originally thought that the one surnamed Liu, after all, was a famous sword immortal. In the Tai Hui sword sect, no matter what, he should have a lofty mansion with the grandeur of an immortal family. He had never thought that there would only be this small, run-down cottage behind him. There were many books inside, but he did not like to read them. Thus, Whitehead had nothing to do. He pondered if he was still an assassin of the Deer Mountain, whether or not he would be able to deal with those Tai Hui sword sect geniuses. However, those people of the same age, when they saw him, were all courteous. One would not slap a smiling person. Whitehead felt that he really could not bring himself to use his fists and knives. Those fellows looked at him with eyes more envious than the other. Whitehead found it strange. Do you guys like being that Liu's disciple that much? Is it okay to exchange with you guys? It was a pity that when those people heard about it, they all looked at him strangely. After that, they did not come to the thatched cottage for a stroll. Well, it was better if he was alone. On the shore of the West Sea of the North Continent, near the Baby Mountain and the Thunder Deity's residence, an old and a young Taoist appeared. The young Taoist squatted on the ground and vomited non-stop. This was the benefit of having experience. First, he ate and drank to his heart's content. Compared to vomiting for half a day, it was actually more comfortable. The old Taoist squatted down and patted his disciple's back lightly. It's my fault for not being skilled enough. Zhang Shanfeng turned his head and cried miserably. Master, if you say that, I won't feel any better. Venerable Fiery Dragon smiled and said, Master, in your heart, you feel better. Zhang Shanfeng took a deep breath. Just as he was about to stand up, he continued to squat and vomit. Venerable Fiery Dragon was about to complain about himself when a group of cultivators who were riding the wind towards the Baby Mountain saw the young Taoist's embarrassed state and laughed out loud. Zhang Shanfeng did not care about this. He was very dizzy. The old Taoist priest, on the other hand, disappeared without a sound. He arrived behind the two earth immortals of the Imperial Wind Realm and pressed one of their heads with his palm. He said with a smile, What's so funny? Tell me so that I can have a laugh too. The two earth deities only felt their scalps go numb. They immediately shrunk their necks like two chicks. One of them braced himself and said loudly, Old Taoist, I'm happy to have met you. The other person was relatively slow to realize and quickly said, I'm happy to have met you, old Taoist, I'm very happy today. Venerable Fiery Dragon pushed lightly, causing the two earth deities to stagger forward. He smiled and returned to Zhang Shanfeng's side. Zhang Shanfeng did not notice his master's departure and return. After Zhang Shanfeng stood up, he wiped the sweat on his forehead. Master, we can continue our journey. The old Taoist smiled and said, There's no hurry. Take it slow. As a cultivator, time is long. If you go too fast, you'll miss the scenery. Zhang Shanfeng complained, I still want to give the water pill to Chen Pingon earlier. The old Taoist nodded and calculated with his fingers. This matter could indeed be rushed. In the ruins of the Jinjia continent, Liu Yuzhou was yawning. The lady in white was still punching continuously. Looking at her posture, she was really addicted. Chao Xi still did not fight back. She did not speak. She only looked at the collapsed statues. Sometimes, when Chao Xi saw them, she would bow, put her palms together, and even bow. The lady who was getting stronger and stronger only punched. Liu Yuzhou was not a pure martial artist. He just felt that her punches were getting less and less methodical. She was doing whatever she wanted. Her punches were also not as forceful. However, to Chao Xi, there was no difference. She was still punching and looking at the statues. Suddenly, she stopped. Her fingers and the back of her hands were all exposed. She asked in a low voice, "Is it still wrong?" Chao Xi turned her head and smiled. "Why? Is it wrong if you can't defeat me? Is there anyone in the same age as me who has the right fist technique?" Chao Xi rarely spoke. For the first time, she said 2 sentences. There is no wrong fist technique in the world. There are only martial artists who practice it wrongly and those who don't mean enough. The lady gritted her teeth. "It's not that you can't defeat me, it's that you can't hit me." Chao Xi nodded. She did not speak again. Since it was the truth, as long as one was not blind, they would know. It was easy for Chao Xi to say a few polite words. But for her, what was the benefit? If a pure martial artist who wanted to reach the top could not even stand a few words of truth, how could he climb the mountain with his fist technique and stand firmly at the top? On this point, the person of the same age that she met at the Great Wall of Sword Qi did really well. He was willing to accept his fate. In fact, it had always been so that one day, he could not accept his fate. Chao Xi continued to move forward. She remembered something and asked, "Do you remember how many punches you threw?" The young lady shook her head. "I don't remember this." Chao Xi, who had her back to her, said slowly, "Then just remember this. You don't have to think about how to punch or how to release your strength. Just remember the number of punches." The young lady frowned. "Chao Xi, why are you willing to give me pointers on fist techniques?" Chao Xi raised her head and looked at the sky. "It's not pointers. It's just worthy of me saying a few words, so I'll say a few words. It's not that big of a deal. If you meet other martial artists in the future, you can do the same. I think you will do the same." The path of martial arts is not a narrow path where you die or I die. Martial arts' fate is even more so. It doesn't seem appropriate to tell you this. She smiled bitterly. That's because you are Chao Xi. You are destined to not meet people of the same age who can make you feel despair. Chao Xi nodded. "I don't need to think about this." She was a little annoyed. Chao Xi said, "A true martial artist is pure. He won't let others feel that he is angry every day." Liu Yuzhou was amazed. It was rare that Chao Xi was willing to nag so much. This was probably Chao Xi's so-called purity. Once this lady reached the golden body realm as the strongest level 6 in the world, Chao Xi would have an opponent of the same level. At least their realms would be the same. As for the level of their fist techniques at that time, she probably knew it best. She still felt despair. It was good that she was in such a sorry state when she fought against a level 7 as a level 6. But if she fought against a level 7 as a level 7 and still couldn't even touch the corner of her clothes, Liu Yuzhou would feel aggrieved for her. On a bustling street in a city in the blue universe, a handsome young Taoist priest set up a stall by the road. He said that it was about palm reading. It was a special skill passed down from his ancestors. There were many young ladies and women. As for his junior brother, he had read a tragic story about a cultivator seeking revenge. This was his junior brother's hometown, but he had chosen to travel through the night dressed in silk clothing. He had found a person of the same age as him, and a young girl who was his childhood sweetheart. The young Taoist priest touched the fair and tender hand of a beautiful girl as he mumbled to himself. He wondered if his little brother would let go of his best friend who was like a brother to him and if he would beg him to bring the girl back to the Beko Kekyung building. This was another unhappy story. The young Taoist priest was curious about what his little brother would do. There were many choices, but ultimately, it was his little brother's attitude towards the so-called heart towards Tao. Lu Chen gently put down the pretty girl's hand and talked to her about marriage. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He wasn't disappointed, but there didn't seem to be any surprise. That little brother was hugging the corpse of a person of the same age as he cried silently. The girl stood beside him as if she had been struck by lightning. In Lu Chen's eyes, she looked cute and innocent. He had only killed one person, but he had already given up. It was hard to say if this deal was worth it or a loss. Lu Chen held his chin with one hand and looked at the bustling street. He smiled at a woman who stopped in her tracks and looked back at him. The young woman probably didn't expect to be seen by the handsome Taoist priest. She twisted her slender waist and walked away shyly with her head lowered. One would never get tired of looking at a woman's smiling face. Lu Chen reckoned that even if he looked at it for another 10,000 years, he would still find it pleasing to the eyes. Lu Chen sighed. His little brother was still passable. He killed someone and killed himself. He had barely passed the mental barrier. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind smashing his little brother into a puddle of mud with another palm strike. However, there was still a big gap between his little brother's best expectations. The human body was heaven and earth, and Taoists cultivated the great Tao. How could heaven and earth and tranquility be so insignificant? The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more unhappy he became. He angrily took out a bamboo stick from the pot and gently broke it. That little brother seemed to have been cut in half by a flying sword. He didn't die, but was only half dead. After all, he was the little brother who had 3 Beko Keikyung building immortal weapons. How could he die so easily? Another Lu Chen appeared beside the little brother who was still struggling after being cut in half. He squatted down and smiled. Little brother, work harder and put yourself back together. You'll definitely survive. As for the Lu Chen from the fortune-telling stall by the roadside, he smiled and extended his hand to a young girl who had already taken a seat. I'm proficient in palmistry and can tell the accuracy of marriage. I'm practically the sworn brother of that elder Yu. On the stone cliff by the river of the Melochen family in the South Hassa continent, Lu Xianyang realized for the first time that the old Taoist priest was standing there earlier than him. After walking up the stone cliff, Lu Xianyang bowed with his hands folded and greeted the old man. The two of them often met. The old man said that he was a teacher. As the Melochen family owned an academy, there were many people who studied here. There were even more people who traveled here. Therefore, Lu Xianyang didn't find it strange that he didn't recognize the old man. Lu Xianyang found that the old man seemed a little different today. He didn't ask about his progress in his studies and whether he had any doubts. The old man once said that it wasn't good for him to not stick to the rules when his studies were not deep enough. If his studies were deep enough, he would be obsessed with the rules. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to just stick to the rules. After all, learning in the world needed to be done step by step. The old Taoist priest stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at the river. After a long silence, he turned his head and asked, Lu Xianyang, what do you think of the Melochen family's culture and style of study? Lu Xianyang was a little surprised. This was the same question he had asked the old man when he first met him. He didn't know why the old man asked again. Lu Xianyang still gave the same answer. Good. The old man asked, what's good about it? Lu Xianyang smiled and said, it's good that it's useful. The old man nodded. Then it's really not bad. Lu Xianyang asked softly, old man, what were you thinking about earlier? The old man smiled and said, old people always think about what will happen after they die. Lu Xianyang was speechless. The old man said again, young people shouldn't be so lethargic. You should be full of vitality. You should dare to say what's wrong with the world, dare to ask what's wrong with the principles, and dare to think about how you can use the principles you learn from books to benefit the world. Lu Xianyang nodded and said, I'll try my best to do that. The old man sighed and said, looking at young people like you, old people like us feel that we don't have enough time. We don't have enough time to be teachers. Lu Xianyang sighed. The old man smiled and said, don't sigh. Luck will run away. Lu Xianyang was stunned. There was such a thing. The old man laughed and said, when I was young, the elders in my family used to scare me like this. Lu Xianyang thought it was quite fun. In his memory, Chen Pingan would never sigh. Instead, he and the little slug would often have nothing to do. They would lie under the shade of the trees in summer or on the ridges in the fields at night, sighing again and again. They would never get tired of it and would play around with each other. However, it seemed that the one with the worst luck in those years had always been Chen Pingan. Now that he was the mountain lord of his hometown, did his luck change? On the 10th day of the 10th month, Chen Pingan took the talisman boat prepared by Darling Duck Island and went to the main island of the Dragon Palace Cave Heaven. Incense was burning there, and even the cultivators were burning paper and cutting underworld clothes. They followed the ancient tradition of giving clothes to their ancestors. Chen Pingan was no exception. He bought many 5-colored paper clothes made by the Water Dragon sect. After bringing them back to Duck Island, Chen Pingan wrote his name on them one by one. The shop gave him an ordinary stove for burning paper. On the next day, the 11th day of the 10th month, he burned paper. It was said that it was best not to do it on the day of the Ghost Festival, but 2 days before or after. It would not disturb the ancestors, and it would be best for his ancestors and the various ghosts and deities passing by. Chen Pingan was familiar with the customs of the Water Dragon sect. For example, when he visited the graves of his hometown, other than adding soil, it was the same as Chen Pingan's hometown. There were many similarities, such as the rule of men not crying when they kowtowed, and women not kowtowed when they cried. On this day, Chen Pingan burned paper for 2 hours. Li Yuan, who was in the sea of clouds, was stunned. He almost couldn't help but look at the names written on the clothes. But when he thought of how she called this person Mr. Chin, he didn't dare to be rash. On the 15th day of the 10th month, the Water God's Day, the Water Dragon sect held a grand gold tome training hall. They set up a temple and a ceremony to help the ancestors and the deceased accumulate blessings. Compared to the cost of buying the 5-colored clothes during the Ghost Festival, it wasn't just a few snowflakes to burn incense and light lamps during the Gold Tome Training Hall. Chen Pingan took the initiative to open Duck Island's mountain array. Li Yuan pretended that he had heard the news and rushed over. Chen Pingan asked about the rules of the Gold Tome Training Hall in detail. In the end, he handed Li Yuan a book filled with names and birthplaces. Then, he gave Shuijing 2 grains of Guyu money. He asked him to help participate in the Gold Tome Training Hall and let the experts of the Water Dragon sect write the names on special talismans. It was to accumulate blessings for the deceased in the next life. Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, "May I ask Mr. Qin, what about these deceased people?" Chen Pingan said, "I'm just trying to make up for my mistakes. It's far from enough. I just hope it's not too late." Li Yuan held the book and nodded, "Don't worry. Heaven and man are connected. Don't underestimate your own sincerity." Thus, Li Yuan personally went to handle this matter. Chen Pingan came to the roof. He brought the sword celestial with him today. He placed it on his knees and looked around blankly. "550, Chen Pingan had stayed in Darling Island for almost 10 years. During this time, he asked Li Yuan to help him with two things. First, he asked Li Yuan to help him with the Golden Book training ground, and second, he asked him to help him send a letter to Luopa Mountain. Chen Pingan wasn't able to guess this person's identity. He had a young face, but he looked exhausted and his spirits seemed to be lacking. It was as if he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Chen Pingan had seen this sort of phenomenon in some old cultivators who believed they had no hope of reaching the Great Tao. Li Yuan would not go ashore unless he was alarmed by the formation of Darling Island. Chen Pingan could not understand how Li Lu had been cultivating in the North Continent all these years. However, there was no record of it in so many mountain and river reports. During this period of time, Chen Pingan had not only been tirelessly refining the spiritual aura of the mountains and rivers, but also stabilizing and expanding the layout of the two key aperture acupoints in the mountain temple of the Shui Mansion. He would also focus his mind like a mustard seed and inspect the interior of his body. He would observe the fierce sword aura that was like an iron cavalry knocking on the pass, and also observe the sword tip on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month as it ground the dragon-slaying platform. Sparks flew everywhere, just like how Master Wan in his hometown forged the sword, filling the room with brilliance. The Dragon Palace was like spring all year round. The winter was not cold, and the summer was not hot. It often rained. There were drizzles and torrential rains. Every time it rained, Chen Pingan realized that there were cultivators on the neighboring islands. Most of them were earth immortals. They were either bathing in the rain, using their bodies as small worlds. They opened their doors and rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy of the mist. Some of them used magic treasures like jade pots, spring bottles, inkstones and so on to intercept the rainwater. In his free time, he would start to read the book of stories where everyone died in the end. The process was different. Most of them had different personalities and died in all sorts of strange ways. In the end, the person who killed them was even more varied. Back then, at the peak of the Immortal Mansion, when the river of time stopped, this book fell to the ground after the big demon died. It was then given to Chen Pingan by Daoist Sunday. Chen Pingan found an oil paper umbrella with a bamboo handle on Darling Island. As long as he wasn't cultivating at the time, he would go out for a walk every time it rained, regardless of day or night. He would walk around Darling Island and walk alone with the umbrella for about 30 miles. Among the 3 tablets, Li Lu's hornless dragon jade tablet, which was engraved with the words, 3 feet of sweet rain, had already been taken by Chen Pingan and placed within a foot's reach. Li Yuan's Grand Blue Rain image, which was used to control the mountain-river formation, and the Thrust wooden sign of the water dragon sect were still hanging on his waist. When he walked in the rain, he would occasionally make a slight knocking sound when his steps were slightly larger. On this rainy night, Chen Pingan went out with an umbrella as usual. Zhu Lian's reply should be arriving soon. Chen Pingan stopped and looked at the distance between the 2 islands of White Armor and Grey Beard. Suddenly, a gorgeous carriage jumped out of the lake. The carriage was as big as a pavilion, with bells hanging from its 4 corners like cornices. When 4 snow-white horses galloped on the water, the bells rang like the sound of nature in the rain. Behind the carriage, there was a small group of maids in brocade clothes and a large group of people dressed in red and purple official robes. They followed the carriage on the water. On the carriage, there was no coachman driving the horses. Only the young Li Yuan and a slender beautiful woman stood on the carriage. Her hair was bunded up like a white jade bud. She wore a finely woven jacket with small sleeves and a light gauze covering it, floating like smoke. The young Li Yuan changed into a round-necked yellow robe with a white jade belt around his waist and black boots on his feet. When this group of people appeared, Chen Pingan noticed that there was a strange phenomenon on the 2 islands of White Armor and Grey Beard. The surrounding water mist spread to the shore and shrouded the islands. Soon, only the rough outline of the islands could be seen. However, Chen Pingan was not sure if it was because the island's cultivators had activated the mountain guarding formation or because there was someone controlling the water spell on the carriage that prevented the island's cultivators from peeping on the lake. The carriage went straight to Chen Pingan. It did not go ashore directly but stopped a mile away from Darling Island. Only Li Yuan and the woman with her hair bunded up got off the carriage and walked towards the island. The woman seemed to have removed the camouflage spell at the last minute, revealing her originally blurred face. She had a pair of golden eyes and was undoubtedly one of the local mountain deities. Li Yuan and the woman walked in front of Chen Pingan. Li Yuan smiled and introduced, "This is the southern Xuanshui Hall goddess who is in charge of the wind and rain of the Dragon Palace. Mr. Chen, you can call her Madam Shen." Although the rain was not light, Chen Pingan immediately put away his oil paper umbrella and called her Madam Shen. The goddess of the water hall bowed deeply. "Shen Lin from the southern Xuanshui Hall greets Mr. Chen." After she straightened her back, she gently waved her sleeves and the rain stopped falling on Darling Island. Chen Pingan was used to looking at people directly when talking to them. He accidentally discovered the true face of the water god. Her face was like celadone. Not only that, the porcelain face was covered with fine cracks that crisscrossed. Once someone looked at it carefully, it looked a little scary. Chen Pingan understood a little. He did not pretend that he did not see anything. He placed the oil paper umbrella under his armpit and cupped his fists to apologize to the water god, who was in a precarious situation with a golden body. Shen Lin seemed to be a little surprised and smiled. "Mr. Chen, you don't have to be like this. If my appearance frightens you and spoils the fun, that would be a great sin." Li Yuan laughed loudly and seemed to think that this statement was more interesting. However, Chen Pingan did not laugh. Li Yuan could only put away his smile and ask for a snub. If those guys who were at the front of the ancestral hall of the Water Dragon sect were still alive, there would be a lot of laughter around. Chen Pingan held the oil paper umbrella in one hand and stretched out his other hand. Shen Lin looked at Li Yuan and the latter quickly gave her a look. She then walked side by side with Mr. Chen. Li Yuan then put his hands behind his head and slowly followed behind the two. The southern Xuanshui Hall was the head of the water gods in the Dragon Palace Cave Heaven. As for the mountain gods, there was no need to mention them. In this small cave heaven, the ones with the least status were the small mountain gods who seemed to be imprisoned by the surrounding water. Some of the heroic spirits in the Great Yuan dynasty who were waiting for the imperial court of the Liu family to confer a title, or the heroes of the famous ministers in other small countries whose souls did not dissipate after their deaths. Once they heard that they might be thrown into the Dragon Palace Cave Heaven and be conferred the title of God, they might even have the thought of dying again. Not only was it because of selfishness, but they were also afraid that if they entered this small cave heaven, there would be too many restrictions. How could a mountain god compare to a water god? More importantly, if they entered this small world, they would be away from their homeland. As a god, how could they nourish the fate of their country's mountains and rivers? Therefore, any heroic spirit would regard being a mountain god in a small cave heaven as a banishment from the officialdom. Therefore, they would rather be a god in a small county than a god in a cave heaven. Shen Lin claimed to be an old member of the southern Xuanshui Hall, which was a very interesting statement. This was because the Dragon Palace Cave Heaven had a circumference of 8,000 miles and more than 1,000 islands of various sizes. The rich fate of water was the best in the continent. Currently, there were as many as 32 water gods, lake gods, Kibo and Granny He. Including the main city, there were 12 big islands. Each of them had a mountain god, town god, and civil and martial temples. Compared to the water gods, there were more gods. Li Yuan looked at the woman not far in front of him and sighed in his heart. They were in the same boat. However, what the Water Dragon sect could do was to rely on the gold script dojo year after year to increase the number of incense. Although they could also repair the southern Xuanshui Hall, which was similar to the repair of houses in the marketplace, it was not as direct and effective as him, a water god, who could absorb incense and refine the essence. After all, this was the reason why a cave heaven was inferior to a blessed land. A cave heaven was only suitable for people who practiced Taoism. They could practice peacefully in groups of 2 or 3. It was a naturally peaceful place. It was difficult to not be aloof from worldly affairs. A blessed land was vast and there were many people. It was good for the gathering of incense. It was the natural dojo for a god. Chen Pingan and Mrs. Shin talked very happily. Unfortunately, the Dragon Palace Cave Heaven was not like the Spring Dew Garden and the Sparrow Mansion. There were bound books for people to understand the customs of a place. In fact, this was the first time Chen Pingan heard of the Southern Xuanshui Hall. However, the gods who had the title of Water Hall usually had a strong background. In the Book Lake, the Pearl Island near the Verdant Canyon Island, the owner of the island, Lu Zhongruan, was the eldest princess of a fallen country. Her country had a legendary water hall, which attracted the attention of the sword practitioners of the Zhuiying dynasty. Of course, the nascent soul sword practitioner from the royal family of Zhuiying dynasty was still thinking of gaining both wealth and beauty. Chen Pingan had seen the mystery of the elixirs collected by the water hole. Even the earth immortals coveted them. According to Lu Zhongruan, the most important kind of elixir, any one of them could make the Book Lake surge with hundreds of feet high waves. Before Chen Pingan left Luopa Mountain, Lu Zhongruan had yet to truly discuss the matter of migration with Zhu Lian. In truth, Chen Pingan did not quite understand why Lu Zhongruan insisted on splitting the female cultivators of Pearl Hairpin Island into 2. Apart from the Hall of Ancestral Masters that remained at Calligraphy Lake, he would send the majority of the Hall of Ancestral Masters to Longquan County to cultivate. Since the current Calligraphy Lake had rules, and it was under the control of Jiang Shangjin's True State sect, it was completely different from the previously lawless Calligraphy Lake. To put it bluntly, with Lu Zhongruan's meager wealth, the True State sect really would not covet it. Even if they moved to the Longquan County, they would still be living under someone else's roof. Chen Pingan should take the immortal money of the Pearl Island, not one less. The Pearl Island had mobilized a lot of people and Lu Zhongruan had spent a lot of money. Chen Pingan really could not figure out how Lu Zhongruan did business. Just like how Chen Pingan did not know the relationship between Li Lu and Li Yuan, he also did not know the relationship between Shen Lin and Li Yuan. So along the way, he just talked with the water god of the Nan Sun Hole. As Chen Pingan was used to this kind of thing in the Book Slip Lake and Qingxia Island, he was already very familiar with it. His responses were flawless and polite, but he did not give people the feeling of alienation and coldness. For example, he would humbly ask Shen Lin about the origin of the fairy ascension stele on the Darling Island. Shen Lin, of course, told him everything he knew. As the 2 most senior gods in the cave heaven of the Dragon Palace, they were very familiar with the people in their own territory. Li Yuan listened to the 2 guys who met for the first time chatting in front of him. He felt it was a little fun. But he also felt it was a little sad. The high and mighty master of Jianghu finally came to the Dragon Palace cave after countless years. What was the result? She did not even bother to look at the Nan Sun water hole. She did not even bother to say a word or 2 to Shen Lin, who did not make any contributions but worked hard. Li Yuan could even be sure that if it was not for the arrival of this Mr. Chen, the master of Jianghu would not even look at him, the master of Jianghu, who had taken care of the summer palace for countless years. She was really ruthless. Li Yuan always felt that whether it was him or Shen Lin, both of them were gods with quite high ranks. They could be considered to be indifferent to the worldly affairs. But compared to the unattainable ancient great god, they were like the infatuated type in the human world. Shenlin seemed to be very interested in talking. He took the initiative to introduce the local customs of the Dragon Palace cave to Child Qin. This was what Qin Pingan wanted to hear the most. Since the first time Qin Pingan went out to travel with Little Treasure Bottle and the others, it had always been like this. He asked the woodcutter when he went up the mountain, asked the boat driver when he went down the river, and asked the local people when he entered the city or passed through the town. At that time, Qin Pingan did it himself. Even if Li Baoping, who was the most serious and meticulous, wanted to share youngest uncle's burdens, Qin Pingan would still be worried. After that, he traveled around alone, and it was still the same. No matter which place he was unfamiliar with, as long as Qin Pingan felt that he could not fully understand it, he would feel uneasy. This probably had a lot to do with the wedding dress ghost blocking the way in the early years, the accident in the Eagle Fortress, accidentally entering the Lotus Flower blessed land, and experiencing the murder behind the scenes in the Ghost Valley. Qin Pingan knew that if he went to the extreme on this matter and did not change, it would be a bumpy pass on the road of cultivation. This idea suddenly came to Qin Pingan after he met Li Lu. Because after comparing Li Lu's words and actions here, Qin Pingan found that even if he returned to his hometown, except for sitting alone in the ancestral house in the Mud Bottle Alley, he could still think of nothing. Besides, even in the bamboo house in the Fallen Mountain and the shop in the Riding Dragon Alley, he was used to immersing himself in the paranoid state of, I know everything, trivial and flawless. That was why Qin Pingan was so envious of the two divine magical skills of the immortals, shrinking 1,000 miles into a square inch, and watching the mountains and rivers with the immortal. In particular, when Li Lu casually said that, if the state of mind is not stable, no matter how far you go, you are still going around in circles, it simply woke up Qin Pingan, the dreamer. Qin Pingan dared to say that he never knew what he wanted, where he wanted to go, and what kind of person he wanted to be. But all along the way, the path had been bumpy, and it wasn't all caused by the fate of the world. Qin Pingan himself had many blessings and misfortunes brought about by himself. That was why Qin Pingan sat on the roof that day, feeling that the world was vast and he did not know how to take the next step. The promise of 10 years was to become a Golden Body Realm martial artist and return to the inverted hanging mountain. He had rebuilt a longevity bridge and successfully refined 5 natal items. Become a true swordsman in his heart and strive to become a great sword immortal who had obtained great freedom at the same time. However, a person's strength was limited, and so was his mental strength. At that moment, Qin Pingan thought about many things and weighed the pros and cons. How could it only be these 3 major matters? How could it be as simple as owing a few thousand grains of grain rain money? The things that he had to do were not just these personal matters. The matters were messy and varied in size. How should he differentiate the order of things? How should he spend his time and effort every day? And how should he spend his time and effort on each specific matter based on his own principles? Qin Pingan subconsciously stopped in his tracks. The water god of the Nan Sun Hall also stopped without leaving a trace. Li Yuan had been idling behind the two of them. He carefully counted how many pearls of the Dragon Palace that had been refined into tiny mustard seeds were embedded in Shenlin's light muslin robe. At that moment, he had already counted more than 9,000 pearls. Shenlin's visit this time was not Li Yuan's own initiative. It was the temporary appearance of the previous leader of the Jianghu that caused this old member of the Nan Sun Hall to have a hint of telepathy. However, she did not dare to appear in public without permission. She could only wait until the telepathy completely dissipated before she followed the clues and carefully found the great blasphemy water god. She did not dare to directly ask but beat around the bush. Li Yuan had a headache listening to her. Anyway, she pretended to be stupid. For such a major matter, no matter how much Li Yuan pitied the water god, he did not dare to casually reveal the secrets of heaven. However, he could not dissuade Shenlin, so he had to use a compromise that did not involve favoritism. He took her to Darling Island. Anyway, as the head of the gods in a small world, it was Shenlin's duty to drive a carriage and patrol the mountains and rivers around. It was a pity that the Mr. Qin, whom Li Yuan referred to as young Master Qin, did not have the jade pendant 3 feet of sweet rain hanging on his waist. The young man was young, but he was excessively experienced. His words were very careful, and Shenlin could only return empty-handed. As the leader of the mountains and rivers in this place, the Nansun Water Hall was actually a little unjustified. This was because the conferment of all the gods in the hall could not be interfered with by any dynasty. Even the mountain masters of the academy often did not get involved. For example, not long after the sage of the academy took office, he asked a gentleman to send 10 conferment scrolls to the ancestral master hall of the Water Dragon sect. They were all about the positions of the Nansun Water Hall of the Southern Sun Water Hall, leaving only the name blank. He asked the suzerain, Sun Jia, to hand them over to the Nansun Water Hall in the cave. His intention was very simple. He wanted Shenlin, who was actually extremely bloated in the small imperial court, to deal with it himself. Zhou Mi came to the North Continent to study and was too lazy to care about this mess. Shenlin quickly returned the favor. Except for a few key positions of the gods, he abolished many nominal positions that followed the ancient etiquette system in one breath. Finally, according to the official positions on the official conferment scrolls of the sage Zhou Mi, there were more than 20 gods of water fate in the Nansun Water Hall, leaving only 10 orthodox positions of gods recognized by the Confucians. At first, Xiao Jingji, the leader of the South Clan, who had a good relationship with the Nansun Water Hall, privately told Madame Shen not to do so and lose more than 10 positions of the gods. Anyway, the sage of the academy had already made it clear that he would not care about the operation of the Nansun Water Hall, so there was no need to do so. However, after Zhou Mi took action and left the academy, beating up those great cultivators who spouted malicious words, Xiao Jingji paid a visit to the southern Xuanshui Hall and admitted that she had almost harmed Madame Shen. Shenlin noticed that the young man beside him was in a daze and absent-minded. She did not feel that it was rude or offensive. In fact, it could be regarded as an invisible trust for a cultivator to be so relaxed. Chen Pingon quickly put away his messy thoughts and apologized, "Madam Shen, I am sorry. I was a little absent-minded just now." Shenlin smiled and shook her head. However, she already had the intention to leave, so she invited the young man to visit the Nansun Water Hall when he was free. Chen Pingon nodded and agreed. Then he felt a little helpless. Li Lu said that she would go to the main city and then come to Darling Island. However, he guessed that she would directly leave the cave of the Dragon Palace and the Water Dragon sect. When he asked Li Yuan only said that he did not know. Shenlin left and walked to the shore. The mist under her feet rose and she returned to the horse carriage in a flash. She turned the horse head and galloped away. After running for a few miles on the waterway, it seemed to be running into the water under the lake. The carriage, the maidservants, civil and military deities who accompanied it, disappeared suddenly. Li Yuan slowly retracted his gaze. In fact, he felt a little regretful. If this young man was a little smarter, Shenlin wouldn't have just invited him to visit the southern Xuanshui temple. Instead, he would have given him a valuable gift, and he wouldn't refuse it. Moreover, he would have given him a gift that was perfectly justified and reasonable. At the very least, it would be an old treasure of the Nansun Water Hole. It was a first-class treasure of the water method and its grade was close to a semi-immortal weapon. Because this gift was actually not for this young man, but was like a tribute carefully prepared by a local official to the owner of the 3-foot sweet rain jade token. Once Child Chin was willing to accept it, Shenlin would not feel distressed at all. Instead, she would be more grateful to him for accepting the gift. As long as he revealed a little bit of his thoughts, even if the Nansun Water Hall was half demolished, Shenlin would definitely give him a valuable gift. Unfortunately, Mr. Chin had missed out on such a good opportunity. Was there a cultivator in the world who disliked the fact that there were not enough immortal treasures? Just like these gods of mountains and rivers, who would complain about having a little bit more incense essence? Probably not. What was even more unfortunate was that Li Yuan could not open his mouth to remind him. Otherwise, if he was not careful, it would only harm Shenlin, who was already rotten like a piece of mud and rotten wood. It would also make him, a little water master, unable to bear the consequences. Chen Pingan watched the carriage go away. The young man in yellow clothes and black boots stood beside him. His flash of complicated expression was quietly seen by Chen Pingan. Li Yuan took out a secret letter and said, "Mr. Chen, this is the reply letter from your hometown. From sending the letter to receiving the letter, the Water Dragon sect will not notice anything. In fact, this letter was a little heavy. This was the relationship between mountains and rivers. Because there was an ingenious mountains and rivers restriction set up on the letter. As a water master, it was inevitable that this letter would be a little hot." Chen Pingan took the secret letter and saw the 4 big words on the envelope. He smiled knowingly. The 4 words were, "To Master." At first glance, it was the handwriting of his first disciple. The handwriting was neat and tidy like his master. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort when writing. Chen Pingan first put the secret letter in his sleeve. Li Yuan was about to leave. After all, that person said that Mr. Chin wanted to cultivate in peace here and no one was to disturb him. The gods of the Southern Sun Water Temple patrolled here. After a while, Li Yuan actually felt a little guilty. He just thought that this young man was taking a walk with an umbrella. He should not be cultivating in peace, right? After Shenlin left, the sky above Darling Duck Island quickly returned to the rain. Chen Pingan held up the umbrella. Li Yuan smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, don't worry about me." Chen Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. He quickly dispelled some thoughts of asking questions. Did he know the approximate position of Mrs. Shen in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven? What was the meaning of that? Did he really need to pick up the thread of a thread? It did not seem to be necessary. Li Yuan's old age was hard to conceal. The golden body of this southern incense water temple's empress was on the verge of shattering. When Chen Pingan first arrived, he picked up 1 or 2 of the veins buried deep in the water and knew the truth. If it conformed to or violated some of his principles, wouldn't he have to take care of it? When there were many external matters that he knew but did not know, he just had to look for trouble. Was this the other extreme of cultivators who did not care about external matters? Chen Pingan felt that as long as he understood this fundamental vein, it would be a great cultivation for him. Thinking about it this way, Chen Pingan actually envied those who had an extremely firm Tao heart from the beginning. If one did not care about good or evil and only focused on one's heart. For example, Lin Shui, who took a fancy to the Cloud Gem book at first glance. And the girl Zhu Lu, who had a clear goal and acted decisively. Li Yuan asked, "Mr. Chin, you seem to have some doubts." This was nonsense. A cultivator without any worries would absolutely not go out for a walk with an umbrella as soon as it rained. Moreover, they would walk and stop, their minds uneasy. Occasionally, they would even take an extra walking stick, as if they were writing or drawing talismans on the ground. Chen Pingan laughed, "I'm waiting for a reply from my hometown." I'm a bit impatient, but it's nothing. Li Yuan did not ask any more questions. Chen Pingan parted ways with Li Yuan and returned to his residence. He put away his oil paper umbrella and leaned against the door. The rain still had not stopped. Lightly shaking off the traces of rain on his body, he entered the room and sat down. He opened the envelope. There were 2 letters inside. Zhu Lian carefully replied to the recent situation of Luopa Mountain, as well as the situation around Longquan County. In the letter, Pei Qian only talked about some trivial matters. In fact, as soon as he received this reply, Chen Pingan already knew of an enormous piece of good news. Wei Pai had already broken through. Otherwise, the secret letter would not have the mountain seal unique to cloud-covering mountain. Chen Pingan did not open the letter. Instead, he got up and left the room. Walking under the eaves, he looked at the curtain of rain between heaven and earth. When it rained in the human world, one could avoid the rain at home. If one wanted to avoid the rain in a foreign place, one could only walk with an umbrella. Chen Pingan turned his head to look at the oil paper umbrella leaning against the wall. Perhaps there was some truth to it. That oil paper umbrella did not need to be taken out when the weather was clear. When it rained, one could use the umbrella again. However, in the marketplace, no one knew when it would rain. Thus, whether or not to carry an umbrella at all times became a choice that gave one a headache. Carrying it on one's body would more or less increase the burden. On a sunny day, holding it in one's hand and letting others see it was even more inappropriate. As for the cultivators walking on the mountain, there was no need to hold an umbrella to avoid the rain. Chen Pingan stretched out his hand to scratch his head, somewhat worried. Thinking back and forth, the last thought he had before he turned and walked towards the room was that it would be great if this heavy rain was Guyu's money. If that did not work, it would be fine if it was Snow's money. Not long after Li Yuan went to the Sea of Clouds, the water goddess Shenlin arrived. As long as the 2 intended to conceal their whereabouts in the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, even the 2 nascent soul cultivators of the Water Dragon sect who guarded this place would not have any clues. The 2 Jade Royal Realm cultivators of the Water Dragon sect did not choose to guard this place all year round. This was a kind of silent salute to the water god Li Yuan and the water god Shenlin. Sect Master Sun Jia, except for the highest standard Gold Scroll Dojo, the other Jade Scroll and Yellow Scroll Dojo would not enter this place. Compared to the North Sect, the South Sect's Xiao Jingji had a better relationship with the South Sun Water Hole. She would come to find Shenlin once every few years. Shenlin's expression was complicated. Li Yuan, can't you just say something casually? Li Yuan just smiled and did not say a word. Even if the answer was no, it was enough for Shenlin to guess the correct answer. However, Li Yuan did not say anything. From the beginning to the end, even that Mr. Chen only said that he was one of the disciples of the 2 old friends. Shenlin only needed to call him young Master Chen. Then she could not be sure of the truth. As long as she was not sure, this old friend of the South Sun Water Hall, she would be gambling her life if she did anything unnecessary. Shenlin changed his method and asked tentatively, "Shall I ask Xiao Jingji?" Li Yuan smiled and said, "Up to you." Shenlin's pair of golden eyes, with traces of light flowing out of the eye sockets, stared at his colleague, the water god. Li Yuan's expression was calm. One was the water god of the great blasphemy, the other was the goddess of the summer palace. The ranks of the 2 were roughly the same. It was like a big family at the foot of the mountain, a manservant in charge of the ancestral hall, and a maid in charge of the courtyard chores. Neither of them could control the other, and neither of them was an indispensable big shot. If Shenlin really went to ask Xiao Jingji, it would be a trivial matter. However, if that person knew about Shenlin's action and was unhappy, it would be a capital offense for secretly investigating that person's whereabouts. Then, Shenlin, who could still live for 200 to 300 years, would not have to worry about the decay of his golden body at all. It would be gone with a slap. It was not that Li Yuan did not want to help Xiao Jingji, but he did not dare to. Was he not a clay bodhisattva crossing the river? Li Yuan had already stuffed a few bear's heart and leopard's guts into his golden body when he promised to let her go to Darling Duck Island. Shenlin smiled bitterly and said, "It's said that a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. You and I have been neighbors for so many years." Li Yuan's face was gloomy, and he frowned and said, "Shenlin, the goddess of the summer palace, I advise you to stop before you go too far." Shenlin was frightened, but he could only bow and apologize. Li Yuan left in a huff. Shenlin left the sea of clouds and returned to the lake. He performed the water-dispelling technique and returned home. When he reached the majestic water palace at the bottom of the lake, he did not go straight to her courtyard. Every time he went in and out, he had to pass through the door with the plaque, "Favorable wind and rain." He could only go through the side door. The door had never been opened. Even if the sect master of the Water Dragon sect came to visit, or even if the young family masters of the Great Yuan dynasty and the sword immortal of the floating duckweed sword lake, Li Kai, came to this towering water palace, they could only go through the side door. After Shenlin stepped through the side door, his figure flashed and came to the side of the flower bed in his courtyard. There were all kinds of strange flowers and herbs planted inside. Those rare birds that shuttled through the flowers and chirped on the branches had long been extinct in the vast world. A goddess appeared and reported, "Goddess, Xiao Jingji from the South Sect is here to visit. Do you want to see her?" Shenlin hesitated and shook his head. "Tell her that I am in seclusion and it is inconvenient for me to receive guests." When Shenlin rejected Xiao Jingji, Li Yuan wanted to be more free and unfettered. He used the camouflage spell and changed his face into an ordinary young man in yellow. He appeared on the white jade stairs and slowly went down the mountain. After passing through the city gate, he went to the restaurant on the bridge to buy wine. He did not go to the 5th floor, but chose a seat in the lobby on the 1st floor because it was more lively. Since the 2 religious ceremonies had ended, there were more empty seats than when Chen Pingan was drinking. It was difficult to find a table and they had to share a table. Li Yuan came and went freely on the cave heaven of the Dragon Palace and the Great Blasphemy Bridge. After all, they were both in the blasphemy realm. However, after the Water Dragon sect opened the mountain, the Blasphemy Relief Temple was slightly refined. Besides guarding the cave heaven, Li Yuan walked out of the cave heaven at most. Every time, he had to change his appearance and clothes. He walked back and forth on the long bridge until he reached the end of the long bridge. He had been guarding the public office for hundreds or thousands of years. Even if he had been doing it for 10,000 years, it was still his duty. However, if he did not abide by some rules, even if it was only once, it might be an irreparable disaster for a god of mountains and rivers like him. Shenlin's golden body was about to collapse. There was a hint of wanting to break the rules and desperately maintain the position of God. Li Yuan could not bear to see it. In fact, after Li Yuan saw that person again in this life, he had completely given up. There was no more fluke. Because he could finally confirm that whether it was Shui Jing, Li Yuan, or Shenlin of the southern Xuanshui Temple, their life and death, or the collapse of all the gods' golden bodies, that person did not care at all. This was also the reason why Li Yuan did not remind Shenlin more. Since that person did not care about the cave heaven of the Dragon Palace and the entire blasphemy realm, would he not care if Shenlin secretly crossed the Thunder Pool? What if Shenlin accidentally took the risk and succeeded? Did it mean that Li Yuan could also do the same to repair his golden body and prolong his life? Li Yuan actually did not like this terrible feeling. That was why he thought of coming to this restaurant that was full of smoke and fire in the mortal world to drink and drown his sorrows. Li Yuan did not know what Mr. Qin was worried about in Darling Island. Why did he need to take a walk with an umbrella every time it rained? Anyway, Li Yuan felt that even the rain in the cave heaven of the Dragon Palace was the wine. Even if he drank it all up, it would not be able to drown all his sorrows. Moreover, the gods in the mortal world could not get drunk, no matter if it was the wine in the market or the wine brewed by the immortals. Li Yuan wanted to squeeze out a drop of tear to pity himself, but he could not do it. He began to drink the wine in the third watch of the night. He began to bang his hands on the big table and howl. He was like a drunk young man in the mortal world who could not hold his liquor well. Not far away, a drinker roared angrily, "Little bastard, you are so noisy. Hurry up and shut up." Li Yuan wiped his face and turned his head to look pitifully. His palms gently moved back and forth on the table. "I am in a bad mood now. What's wrong with howling a few times?" The man sneered and said, "You disturbed my mood of drinking. Kid, tell me yourself. Do you want to be beaten?" Li Yuan raised his hands and rubbed his cheeks. He planned to bring this guy to the blasphemy center. Instead of drinking wine, he would drink water for free. At this moment, an old man and a young female cultivator walked down from upstairs. The latter had a jade token of the Water Dragon sect's ancestral hall on her waist. The old man looked at the man and laughed, "Don't be so noisy. You are ruining the harmony." The man said angrily, "Old man, who do you think you are?" The old man laughed and said, "I am just a cashier. Today, I will pay for all the drinks on the first floor. Take it as everyone doing me a favor and doing me a favor." The man was speechless. He stood up and clasped his fists, "So it is Elder Huan. Sorry for the disrespect." Huan Yun clasped his fists and returned the greeting. He walked down the stairs and continued to pay for all the drinks. Instantly, the whole place was filled with cheers. Li Yuan glanced at the old man. He was an old Jindan Earth Immortal whose bottleneck had loosened. Beside him was a young girl who had just entered the Jindan realm. If he remembered correctly, her name was Bai Bai. She was highly regarded by the sect master, Sun Jia. This girl was quite lucky. No wonder Sun Jia would put in so much effort to nurture her. Sun Jia insisted on giving the inch gold talisman that even Yuanying realm cultivators would covet to his disciple. Even if it was because Bai Bai had entered the Jindan realm, he was still suspected of embezzling. At the ancestral hall, the north and south sects were not happy. Especially Xiao Jingji, who usually did not argue with Sun Jia openly, even said a few harsh words to him. At that time, as the real master of the Water Dragon sect's ancestral hall, Li Yuan hid in a portrait of the ancestors and secretly watched the show. It was quite interesting. In fact, Sun Jianbao was a very good manager. He treated the north and south sects equally. But it was precisely because of this that it became another source of dissatisfaction. If Sun Jia was willing to be thick-skinned and side with the North sect disciples, there would not be so many dirty deals. If he decided on the next sect master of the Water Dragon sect and was determined to continue the rules of the North and South, would Xiao Jingji and the South sect have no choice but to lower their heads and accept their fate? He was too easy to talk to and too fair. This was the crux of Sun Jia's problem. Otherwise, at the ancestral hall, 2 or 3 of the guests sitting in the same row as Xiao Jingji from the South sect would have already sat with the North sect. Of course, if Sun Jia could enter the immortal realm, all the problems would disappear. Unfortunately, Sun Jia did not have the talent and luck. Li Yuan buried his head in drinking. Huan Yun and Bai Bai didn't bother him and were very good at it. After exiting the restaurant, Bai Bai and Huan Yun walked to the end of the long bridge. Bai Bai laughed softly. Old Jinren, although I have entered the Golden Core realm, I have not been here for long and my talent is still shallow. I have yet to open up my own residence. I hope that the next time you come to our sect, I can already occupy an island in the Dragon Palace. At that time, I will definitely treat you well. Huan Yun laughed. Fellow Daoist Bai, as long as you are sure that you can open up a residence on the Grotto Heaven Island, you can send me a letter in advance. I will personally come over to congratulate you. Bai Bai smiled and nodded. He bowed towards the old Daoist Jinren. I cannot thank you enough. Huan Yun was a little emotional and returned the bow. Cultivation is not easy. You and I will work hard together. After becoming a Golden Core cultivator, you are of my generation. As long as Huan Yun was not a nascent soul cultivator, then no matter how big the age gap was, he was of the same generation as this young water dragon sect direct disciple. Bai Bai did not purposely try to be polite. He only watched as the old Daoist walked down the bridge and left. However, this young Golden Core Earth Immortal's gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. Actually, after returning to the Water Dragon sect, she was a little regretful that she did not discuss this matter with Huan Yun earlier. Even if she had to take out a huge gift, Bai Bai would not hesitate. Otherwise, the South sect would use this opportunity to suppress her future in the Water Dragon sect and implicate her master. For example, Wu Lingting, who was born as a wild cultivator, was a guest of the Water Dragon sect. Actually, he was a guest of the North sect. Because of this, he almost moved the chair in the ancestral hall to the opposite side. Her master was also very angry. Fortunately, there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Bai Bai did not expect that Huan Yun would be willing to speak up for her under the premise that there was no deal between them. Not only did he help her in her hour of need, but he also helped her to clear all suspicions in the sect. He also helped her become a cautious and experienced person during her training in the ruins. What should be said, regardless of whether it was true or not, Huan Yun said it to the ancestral master of the Water Dragon sect. The old Daoist did not say a word about what should not be said. When Bai Bai heard this from her master, who was relieved of a heavy burden, she was a little shocked. Her face was full of disbelief. Sun Jia did not say much at that time. He only told his disciple to cherish this hard-earned good karma on the mountain. After hearing that Huan Yun was already a guest of the city above clouds, Sun Jia had to remind Bai Bai, who was not experienced enough, that if there was a chance, she could go back to the Futsu kingdom without leaving a trace. Then, she could go to the city above clouds. After all, the city lord Shinjunza was a Golden Core Earth Immortal. Bai Bai remembered it all. That was why she invited Huan Yun, who was traveling in the Biting Kingdom, to the Water Dragon sect. After Huan Yun knew that she had not established a residence on the island, he was even more particular. The old Daoist said that he had stayed outside for too long and needed to rush back to the mountain. That was why the conversation between the two Golden Core Earth Immortals at the bridgehead came about. These were the skills that the master and the preacher could not teach and would not purposely teach. Bai Bai stood alone at the bridgehead and felt a lot of emotions. In the past, she was always obsessed with the golden rule of the mountain: if you can't let go of the world, you can't be a person of the mountain. Looking at it now, weren't there still so many cultivators around him, high and low, all around him, all over the mountain? Perhaps the so-called let go of the world was not the shortcut of not caring, doing things her own way. Li Yuan leaned on the railing of the bridge. He was still hundreds of miles away from the bridgehead, but he could clearly see the back of the young Golden Core female cultivator. He felt that her potential was not bad. Li Yuan heard someone shouting behind him, "Little brat." Li Yuan turned around. That man tossed a wine pot to him with a smile. This pot of wine was bought by this father out of my own pocket. Don't King wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf in a restaurant in the future. As a man, don't you find it shameful? Li Yuan smiled and hugged the wine pot. He bowed and said loudly, "Thank you, sir. Take care." The man was stunned. He laughed and scolded him before leaving. Li Yuan walked and drank his wine. His mood improved. Huan Yun did not take the ferry or travel far away. Instead, he walked slowly along the Jimi River. In the city above clouds, he once walked the Minshin Road with a young man. The other party talked about some seemingly empty principles. He said that it was some knowledge. It was like the water veins. It flowed slowly and helped people walk steadily. He also said that some knowledge was the root of the mountain. The world was unpredictable. The heart was unmoved and could stand firm. Both were good knowledge. However, the difficult part of the world was that both parties had to fight often. They would fight until their faces were swollen and their heads were bleeding. They might even beat each other to death. Huan Yun listened to him. This was because this old perfected person had suffered greatly during the treasure hunt. Huan Yun was not a good person. Of course, it was not only acknowledged by others. He had always thought that he was a good person. If not, he would not have gone to the city above clouds to cheer for Shinjinza, who had no hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. In the end, he even promised to protect Su Xingzhou and Zhao Qingwan. Would a good person make mistakes? Of course. First, there was the treasure in front of him. Then, there was the reputation he had accumulated throughout his life. Huan Yun had already gone against his conscience and heart. He wanted to kill and steal the treasure. He cared about his reputation and made a huge mistake. Many times, it seemed like a difference of a breath could create a world of difference between right and wrong, good and evil. In the night, the sky was high and the moon was bright. Huan Yun took in a deep breath and felt refreshed. He just did not know if that young sword immortal, who was so open-minded, would also have an insurmountable barrier in his heart. If he did, wouldn't it be a huge chasm? Huan Yun could only hope that that person could cross the water and build a bridge. He could pave the way up the mountain without any worries. In a secluded place near the water dragon sect, an old Taoist reached out to support a young Taoist beside him. The young Taoist with a sword on his back was on the verge of collapsing. Then, he smiled and said excitedly, "Master, why don't I feel like vomiting at all today?" The old Taoist said seriously, "It must be because your cultivation has improved. When you return to the earth-flat peak, your senior brothers will definitely praise you." The young Taoist had a face of suspicion. "Master, tell me the truth." The old Taoist said, "Master has many friends. Although you have traveled quickly, you still have to stop and rest. This is the closest." The young Taoist grumbled, "Master, you don't know how to speak. No wonder your friends on the mountain are never willing to invite you up the mountain. I saw it clearly. When they chat with you, they are so polite that they don't seem like friends. Master, if you continue to be like this when you go down the mountain, it won't do." Venerable Fiery Dragon nodded and said, "Master is not good at making friends." Zhang Shanfeng looked at his master and did not say anything. The old Taoist could only nod again. Cultivation is not good either. Zhang Shanfeng smiled. "It's okay. Master's Tao is not good. I'm not much better." Zhang Shanfeng shook his head and looked around. He smiled again. "Master, the Water Dragon sect is such a big immortal family. You don't have any friends, right? Only this place." As it was the destination of this trip, his master had clearly mentioned his name. He said that his friend Chen Pingon should be nearby. As for the other mountains, lakes and immortal residences, Zhang Shanfeng did not recognize any of them. Venerable Fiery Dragon was stunned for a moment. He smiled and nodded. Hence, he told the Water Dragon sect leader Sun Jia telepathically that he did not have to show himself. He just had to return to the ancestral hall. Don't talk about etiquette. I'm standing here. Aren't my etiquette enough? Chen Pingan entered the house and began to read the secret letter. In the letter, Zhu Lian first mentioned about Wei Pai's breakthrough. He became the first Upper Five Realms mountain god in the history of the Aquarius continent. The emperor of the Dali dynasty, Song He, had personally visited the Longquan commandery. Just the ministers of rites and discipline had come, climbing Mount Padding Cloud to congratulate Wei Pai. Not only that, but the Dali imperial court had even taken out a water-loving, half-immortal artifact from the royal treasury and gifted it to Mount Padding Cloud as a final trump card. With that, even if he was a mountain god, Wei Pai would be able to control the flow of water in his territory with greater ease. He could even suppress all of the highest-ranked river gods in the northern mountains of Dali. As a result, the new emperor was no longer just treating Wei Pai courteously. Instead, he had taken the initiative to give power to Mount Padding Cloud. Wei Pai basically wielded the authority over the land where the Song clan prospered together with the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Discipline. As a result, Zhu Lian told Chen Pingan that the Mountain Lord did not have to worry about being a cheap seller. When Wei Pai broke through, it caused a great commotion. It was said that the entire capital of Dali was in an uproar. Many wealthy families flooded into the newly established Dragon Province like carps in a river. They wanted to go to Mount Padding Cloud to offer incense to the mountain god Wei Pai. That was not all. The Ministry of Revenue of Dali had even given Mount Padding Cloud almost 100 copper coins as a gift from the imperial court. The other ministries had their own sincerity as well. Of course, they had all received the young emperor's nod of approval, which was why they were bold enough to give Mount Padding Cloud as a gift so openly. The young emperor was clearly rather surprised himself. Originally, he had overestimated the various ripples that Wei Pai's breakthrough would lead to, but he never thought he would still underestimate the atmosphere of celebration from the entire court. It was basically one of the few occasions since the founding of the Dali dynasty that the entire nation had celebrated together. The last time it happened was when the vassal king of Dali, Song Zhangqiang, had defeated the Lu dynasty that had always ridden on Dali's neck. Only then had the capital of Dali seen such a grand occasion where all the people came out. Going back even further, it was basically several hundred years ago. The Song clan had completely broken free from their status as a vassal state of the Lu dynasty. They could finally call themselves a dynasty. Zhu Lian said that Wei Pai would be able to make up for half of Gu Yu's shortfall just by holding a third night feast of gods. In addition, Lu Zhongruan had already signed a mountain and river contract on Pearl Island, choosing to settle down on the back of the Kalisari where water was relatively abundant. The ancestral hall remained a book-slip lake and had not moved, so as to avoid Jinjing's sect making things difficult for them. However, more than 10 of the most talented direct disciples would cultivate on the Kalisari's back. Lu Zhongruan had already begun to hire the Mahist craftsmen and machinists to build a mansion on the Kalisari's back. According to the contract, these buildings, along with the Kalisari's back mountain itself, would automatically become the private property of Mountain Lord Chen Pingan when they left the mountain, unless the contract was renewed after 300 years. However, Lu Zhongruan had only paid a deposit of 30 grains of Gu Yu's back for 300 years on Pearl Island. On the matter of immortal money, she insisted that her family property was too small and that she had no savings. Adding in the cost of moving, as well as the various connections, taking out 30 grains of Gu Yu's money had already almost emptied her purse. In the end, Jing Dafeng's jesting had made Lu Zhongruan reveal a secret related to her secular identity, which was quite a pleasant surprise. This fallen princess was willing to secretly help Luopa Mountain and strive to retrieve the water hall and the sunken dragon boat. These two items had never been found by the Zhuang dynasty. As long as they obtained these two items, Lu Zhongruan would give away the priceless dragon boat ferry. If they could only retrieve one item, whether it was the dragon boat or the water hall, the Calisaries back and Luopa Mountain, they would all split it 50-50. Zhu Lian did not immediately agree. After all, this would involve the local Dali cavalry and could easily lead to disputes, so Zhu Lian asked Chen Pingan in the letter whether this matter could be done. As for the new provincial governor Wei Li from the vassal Huangting state, and the new provincial city god from the confluence of the three rivers, Zhu Lian did not omit these accidents of Dali's landscape officialdom in the letter. As for the two water and land Taoist rites at Book Slip Lake and the grand ritual of Zhou Tian, Zhu Lian wrote everything he could. Even the comments about the roots of the blind Taoist and his two disciples in the straw shop in Dragon Riding Alley were carefully written on the paper. He also mentioned that Lu Baixiang's two new disciples were a pair of brother and sister named Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, who were both good martial arts seedlings. When Chen Pingan, the hill master, returned to his hometown, he could find a time to let the two return to Luopa Mountain and record their names in the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. There were also some school experiences in the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. The most important thing was on the last piece of paper. It was about the spiritual qi of the mountains and rivers in the blessed land of lotus roots. With the two large sums of grain rain money, several key mountain roots and rivers were greatly strengthened and nourished. Next, he needed to start a real deal with the emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom. The secular emperor had already intended to abdicate and become a cultivator himself. Since the new emperor's position was not stable, he naturally needed to make more concessions. However, Zhu Lian still hoped that Chen Pingan would personally make the decision on the overall direction of the Blessed Land. He, Jing Dafeng, and Wei Pai could follow the rules and plan step by step. Except for the matters related to his own mountain. Zhu Lian also mentioned a lot of matters outside the mountain. The Dali dynasty promoted two iron cavalry commanders who fought to enter the Zhuang dynasty. Chao Gui and Su Gaoshan became the new official position of hunting inspector in Dali history. It was said that this was actually the Shang Zhugua that the late emperor of Dali set up for meritorious generals. The Chao family was originally the surname of Shang Zhugua, but Su Gaoshan now had enough power to be on equal footing with the Shang Zhugua. It was said that the Dali dynasty would eventually set up 6 hunting inspector chairs. One in Dali's capital, one in Old Dragon City, and one in the old Zhuang dynasty's territory. No one knew who would sit on the other 3 chairs and where they would be placed. There was not even a guess. Then there were the many places where the country had been destroyed. The local cultivators even wantonly assassinated the officials stationed in Dali. Chao Gui and Su Gaoshan's iron cavalry continued south. The last iron cavalry began to stop. Some of them stayed in the territory of the Zhuang dynasty and returned north to quell the rebellion. There were dozens of big and small news in the letter. Chen Pingan carefully read Zhu Lian's letter twice before picking up Pei Qian's letter. There were only 2 pieces of paper. It was all her boastful words. She was serious in copying books and did not take credit. Her self-created crazy demon swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds. It was the best of the best. She had a good relationship with Zhou Mili. Now, the little water monster was already the right protector of the Sui Sui shop in the Dragon Riding Alley. She asked her master if she would promote Zhou Mili to be the right protector of the Luopa mountain after returning to her hometown. The letter was a little ambiguous. Pei Qian said that she would not casually promise Zhou Mili such a big official title. She had a clear distinction between public and private affairs. No matter how good her relationship with Zhou Mili was, she would be impartial, so she still needed her master to make a decision personally after returning home. She also said that Xin Yuanji was very serious in practicing martial arts. She was indeed a martial arts genius personally selected by old chef. Alas, there was one time when Sister Xin was too focused on practicing martial arts and did not pay attention to the steps. She accidentally sprained her ankle. Pei Qian happened to pass by at that time and did not manage to hold Sister Xian. So until now, she still felt guilty. So if Sister Xin mentioned this in the future, her master must not blame her. It was definitely an unintentional mistake on Pei Qian's part. Chen Pingan read until here and knew that there was a big mystery. She must have done something like eating chestnuts to pave the way for him in the letter. Moreover, Pei Qian herself certainly did not realize that she had written so much about what she had seen on Luopa Mountain with her own eyes. She did not even mention how much money she had earned from the shop at Dragon Rider Alley. In Chen Pingan's opinion, she must have played truant and skipped a lot of classes at school. Chen Pingan did not think much about it. Anyway, Zhu Lian was keeping an eye on her. There should not be anything out of the ordinary. If there really was something, he believed that Zhu Lian would directly mention it in the letter. But when he went back, he would still let her eat chestnuts until she was full. In her letter, she did not mention anything about the progress of her studies at school. How could she be considered studying hard? With her temper, if she received a word or two of praise from the teacher at school, how could she not show it off? Pei Qian also said in the letter that Sister Shuxiu was no longer at Spiritual Grace Mountain. She heard that she had moved to another place to cultivate. She was a little worried about Sister Shuxiu. Alas, it had been a long time since she went to the Chaotu shop to buy pastries. Pei Qian said that a good-looking sister named Sui Jingqing came to the mountain. Not only was she good-looking, she was also very generous. She did not even blink when she spent money. But as her master's first disciple, she had a good demeanor. She had never taken the initiative to ask Sui Jingqing to buy anything for her. Not even once. At the end of the letter, Pei Qian wished her master a smooth journey, a prosperous source of wealth, a happy and safe life, and an early return home. When he saw this, Chen Pingan was a little reluctant to knock her chestnuts. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.